Hello, good morning and welcome to Sonoma Raceway here in California for the 2023 edition of the Velocity Invitational. My name's Kev Harris and I'm really pleased to say that once again standing alongside me are my friends and co-commentators Taylor Snyder and Johnny Green. And Taylor, it's great to be back and it's bigger and better than ever, isn't it?
Absolutely. New location. Last year we were obviously in a beautiful location, but wine. Let's talk about the wine. We're here in Sonoma Raceway, obviously a track known for tons of motorsports, not just cars. We've got drag racing out here. There's really everything you can offer.
There's a lot going on, and I tell you, Johnny, we're sandwiched in between two Formula One weekends, Cont and Las Vegas. But the good news is, it means Lando Norris is free to come and play this weekend.
I think that's the beauty of this particular weekend, is that we're here in Sonoma, and as you say, we're celebrating the history of Bruce McLaren and what he achieved. It's the 60th year of McLaren, but we brought it back up to date because we've got the current McLaren IndyCar and Formula One drivers here before they go to Vegas. So it really is a marriage of what has gone before and what is present. So I'm really looking forward to seeing all those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And Taylor, we are standing just across the way from Velocity Lane, which is a big part of this event. And I know last year you spent a lot of your time there. And I think probably we're both going to be back over there again.
Absolutely. I think I have the best seat in the house, personally. Yeah. Those drivers are getting in their cars, they're getting in the zone, they're ready to go out, and I get to talk to them. So I'm so sorry. That's where I will be all weekend long.
No, it's we're going to be bobbing around the whole of the pit and paddock here at Sonoma all weekend, bringing you all the action across the live stream. Don't forget as well, do follow us on the social media at Velocity Invitational, because the team here will be sharing an awful lot of that, we'll be sharing stuff as well. But Johnny, an exciting weekend, the 60th birthday, if you will, of McLaren, but lots of other cars here, historics and moderns, and you know, but is it McLaren that you're really keen to see? Is that what you're all about?
Yeah. I think so. The theme of McLaren's achievements since he came over from New Zealand back in the late 60s and then formed his own. He was a great Formula One driver in his own right, but he's one of the few innovators that actually went, okay, I'm going to do my own thing, and he's, you know, the rest is history, as they say, and what he's achieved is all on display. Can-Am, I think, stands out. He absolutely trounced American motor racing with his McLaren car, so we'll see them. But as you say, we've got DirtFish here, we've got all sorts of stuff here, but more importantly, what the organisers have done really well this year is they've given us a real path of American motorsport history, all the way back to Ragtime, back in the early 1900s, all the way through to the modern Ford. So if you stay with us all day, you're going to see the history of the motor car.
And we're a great circuit this year here at Sonoma. Velocity seem to have squeezed everything together. We're standing on this beautiful bit of grass surrounded by, I don't know how many £1 million worth of supercar and hypercar, but all of the cars are very close together. It's made for a great environment.
Absolutely. Let's talk about what are you looking forward to most? What's your favorite class?
Well, as you know, if you've watched me previously on Velocity, I'm all about Group 8, those historic Trans Am, 1966 to 1972. They're going out at about 12:30. I just love the colours, I love the sounds. There's a car number 42, it's a Plymouth Cuda, AAR Cuda. It's just ace. I can't wait to see that one. But Taylor, what are you looking forward to?
Obviously all the classes. I'm going to be excited to watch them all, but what I think I'm most looking forward to today is seeing those DirtFish rally cars out on the track. And what's different this year is you can actually pay to get in one and go for a ride. Yeah. Would you be ready for that?
I would be all over that if I had to go to that.
Would you get it?
Thank you, I've done it. I've done the DirtFish, it's awesome.
Yeah, you know those guys well, don't you?
Oh, they're great. And I think rally is the hidden secret
of
this whole event. Yeah. And once the people who aren't rally fans get to see it, they'll really get into it.
Absolutely. Different take on the track. Those guys are trying to keep those four wheels nice and stable. Rally, you just throw it to the side.
That's right. Now listen, Johnny, you're going to be in the announcer booth. You're going to be commentating all weekend long, and I think people are going to be coming and dropping in and joining you. First class out on track then is Group 3. Sports cars from 56 to 61, I think there are thereabouts. Should we let you loose to go to the booth?
I think you should, and this is where it all began. Began at Sears Point and Monterey. So yeah, perfect way to start.
All right, I'll see you guys later. We will let Johnny go and run off to the booth, and in the meantime, it gives myself and Taylor a chance to have a little look at the schedule to let you know what's coming up. So let's get a full screen on that one then for you so you know what's going on. Like we've just said, I think it's Group 3 that's going out first with Johnny. But then right after Group 3 then at 8:45, 9:10, those Ragtime racers. They are absolutely fantastic, the pre-war race cars. Group 1 qualifying race then at 9:35. DirtFish then, Taylor, 10 a.m. That's when they're going out on track. Group 4 qualifying race 10:25. Some collector cars out on track at 10:50. And then McLaren's 60th anniversary interviews are at 11:10 this morning. Then we're on to Group 2 qualifying race. McLaren Racing are back at 11:40. Then we've got some anniversary interviews once again with the McLaren guys. Likely Tanner Faust, we've got Pato O'Ward, we've got Lando Norris and others. There's Group 8. That's what I was just talking about. That's my favourite. DirtFish are back out. And then we're into the afternoon, Taylor.
Absolutely. Coming at 1:05, we have our Group 5 qualifying race. Then at 1:30, hypercars. We're going from the past all the way to the future, showing a little bit of that. At 1:55, we're hitting our Group 6 qualifying race. At 2:20, we have our Ford Performance feature. I don't know if you noticed, but we had a reveal of a new car.
We did yesterday. That was the GT Mark IV, which has just crossed the way over there. That's going to be out on track as well. That is phenomenal. What time are we on for that? 2:20.
Absolutely. 2:45, we're going to hit our Group 7 qualifying race. And then 3:10, the time you don't want to miss, more McLaren racing. 3:30, McLaren 60th anniversary interviews. And on top of that, right after that, 3:35, Group 9 qualifying. And then 4 p.m., that is the McLaren parade and, of course, the autograph session. I cannot wait for that. The line is going to be around the corner at 4 p.m.
That will be a roadblock. People queuing up for that.
Absolutely. And then right after that, honestly, probably a little bit more exciting for me is the Minis versus Mustang Enduro race. Probably one of my favorites from last year.
Yeah, that is phenomenal. And I must just name check Randy Unsby, 61, 62, 63 Mini pure racing cars will be racing this afternoon. So good luck to Randy and all the guys in the Minis. But I think also as well, the circuit here is going to be phenomenal for the cars that are racing. And we can get a look at a circuit guide now with Alexander Rossi.
Always been a pretty low grip facility, so obviously with cars of this level of horsepower and cold tires and everything, it's going to be a challenge in the first couple of laps. So turn 1, it's that very fast uphill bumpy corner that is flat out in most circumstances, leading into kind of a very blind turn 2, which turns 3 and 3A are also blind. I love the carousel. Turn 6, it's a corner that just rewards commitment. Turn 7 is essentially a hairpin that sets you up for the chase all the way back down to the paddock area.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Velocity Invitational from Sonoma Raceway, back where it all began, and delighted to be here again this weekend. I love Sonoma. It's right there in the wine country. You can be here in November, as we are, and the sun is still shining, and it's a beautiful day here. The crowds came yesterday, and I'm sure they'll come again today. We've got a feast of great motorsport, as you heard there at the top, to offer you. And like I said, if you stick with us for the day, you'll really get a sense of the history of motorsport, not just in this country, but also how it affected the USA. Because with our first group that we start off with, which is Group 3, you will see that transition, if you will, from effectively European motorsport and European cars making their influence made on America, and then America pushing back and saying, yeah, well, we can do that too. And Group 3 is a little bit that way. I'm joined in the booth, and I'm delighted to welcome both Max Jameson and Steve Smith. They will be out in cars later today, but I'm sure they're very familiar with all the cars here. Let me start with Steve. Great to have Sonoma like we have, but as I said in the opener just a moment ago, this whole event and each of the groups represented really do give somebody who's never been to an event like this or tuned in to an event like this a sense of how America fits into the world of motor racing.
Very true. We've been a part of it, Max and I, for quite some time. Actually, between Max and Martin Swig, they kind of got me going in vintage racing, but I was doing it with Porsche Owners Club, and in the early days, late 60s, early 70s. So it's wonderful to see all these cars out here, and this group is very, very special. We have a car that's out there this morning, which is driven by Bill Lyon, and his son Alexander's here too, which is going to be carrying the torch beyond his dad. Like Max helped me get involved with this in the beginning, and so we've got the whole thing going here. And Bill's driving the RS60 Spider, and you don't see many of those because they're the 4-cam vehicle that Porsche brought to the forefront right before the English kind of really took off with all their cars and everything. And like you said, it's one of those deals where everything evolves, and it kind of evolves because of kind of the hot rod, bigger is better, cubic inches. And these were the cars that didn't have the big cubic inches, but they had the light frames and the good drivers and the narrow tires, and it's really special. I mean, and what's really special is that the pontoon Ferrari that's out there was the car that ran with the number 14 Spider at Sebring in 1960, which was a pseudo factory entry. They came to Sebring with 2 cars. Bob Holbert Sr. drove the car with Schechter, and upon arriving in Sebring in 60 in an airplane from Porsche AG, they were told that they couldn't enter the race because they had Castrol Oil sponsoring on the car, and the reality was it was an ESCO race sanctioned by that major producer. So there became the game, how do we get the car back in the race? And so they took the car out, and they went to Brumos and said, hey, don't you guys want to enter a car in the Sebring race? So eventually, at the end of the race, David Love was driving a 57 pontoon Ferrari, which I think is the car that's on the track right now. And it towards the end of the race, the 1500cc Spider got index of performance and second overall, and the other Porsche entry got first overall. And David in the Ferrari was closing, and if it had been another lap and a half, I think it would have been a little bit different outcome. But anyway, great story, great cars out here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of history, and that's what brings us to this, and the love, and passing it on to the next generation here with Alexander, with Bill's son.
Yeah, and as you can see, we're also going to be bringing you live pictures from the paddock itself, which is a really organic paddock. It's moving, its involvement with the audience and the crowd here is great. You can get up close. You don't have to be a racing driver. You don't have to be out there to enjoy this. You can get up right close. And once these guys are parked, they also have a pre-grid, effectively, Velocity grid, pre-grid, Velocity Avenue, and so you can get up close to the cars. And I saw a few little youngsters doing exactly what I did with my dad and mum back in the days, back at Brands Hatch in the 1970s, getting inside the car and pretending to drive it. And unfortunately, it stuck, and here I am, all these years later. Max, give me a little bit about your history of racing in historics and why you enjoy doing it.
Well, historics is, in this particular case, vintage racing. What vintage racing has become for the spectator is a chance for your father and your grandfather and maybe even great-grandfather to come out and see cars that they remember that were racing when they would talk about things like Indianapolis or local tracks, because all of the cars that are out here, it gives them the idea that they can still use the car and they don't have to leave it in the barn for the last 50 years.
Right.
And so it's really kind of neat from that standpoint, because every car has an identification, and when you walk around and look at them, your father will sit there and say, I can remember that car when. And so it's great from that standpoint.
Yeah, no question about it. And just to give you an idea of what we're looking at Group 3, this is our first qualifying race, and so they'll race again tomorrow. So if you join us tomorrow, you'll also see this group in action. But we have William Taylor leading the way at the moment in a 1962 Cooper Monaco. We've also got Nick Price and a Sadler Mayer special, and you'll hear the words special and, for example, the Cooper Porsche Hooper. Now, maybe I'll get you to explain, but basically that is exactly what we're talking about. It's this sort of hybrid combination. We've got Huffaker Genies that were made, just down the road from here. And then, of course, we've got the classic Lotus 17s, the Lotus 11s, the Lotus 11 Le Mans, and then Porsche Devon Speedster. And when you hear the word Devon, it doesn't mean that it's not a Porsche. It's sort of a take, if you will, on the original Porsche from Germany. And then, the Americans adding, whether it be, go ahead.
And you've got to speak toward home-built cars
Correct.
as well that are 50 or 70 or years old as well.
Absolutely. We're looking at the 41 of Kurt Balbain in a Lola Mark 1. So these are original cars that came over, Lotus and Lola, and raced against either American cars or fellow Jaguars from the UK. The Jaguar, particularly the XK120, became hugely popular here in California when the likes of Sterling Moss and Phil Hill drove it at the Pebble Beach races in the early 50s. And that really was a catalyst for here at Sears Point and many others, is that, you've got world-class drivers driving these production-based cars, and I think that's another reason why it took off, is that these were names you'd heard of from Europe and who were racing in Formula 1 and Formula 2.
Mm-hmm. Well, then you got the wild one, the Monsterati.
Yeah, I love this, yeah.
And David Swig is out there driving it. He's the second generation behind his dad, Martin, who I mentioned earlier, who got me going in this. When I was working for Max for Toyota in the field, I would call on their dealership, Toyota downtown San Francisco, and Martin and I spend 15 minutes talking about corporate stuff, and the next thing we know, we're looking at alphas, we're doing all this and that and everything. And he went on to do the California Mealy and those types of things too. So anyway, the Monsterati is exactly what Max was talking about. I mean, I'm sure it was conceived on the floor, somebody's garage with a piece of chalk, and kind of carved it out, and David's driving it very well, and it's carrying on the car, and that's what the original owner wanted to see happen with the car, and here we are. We're still going strong.
There's the 57 Cooper Monaco there. That is driven by William Taylor. And the Monsterati, I actually had a chat with the guys preparing it, and 53 to 56, Bill Janowski of Dallas, Texas, basically hot rodded this, upgraded the engine to a Chevy V8 in 57, and then raced all over the South in SCCA events, including road races, hill climbs, etc. And, its competition, as I mentioned, would be Jaguar D-Types or XKs, Maserati 300s, and Ferraris, and kind of held its own. But as you say, it's a classic example of, something that is put together and can be competitive, as we look at that Monsterati in action with David Swig at the wheel. And there you see, we do keep an eye on the times and the ideas. It is a race, but it's, as you can see, Mr. Swig in the 35 Monsterati in 6th place over them all, but it is that Cooper Monaco. In the cars here, when you come here, there must be, guys, that you think, ooh, I want to take a look at that, rather than necessarily want to own it or drive it. You just want to take a look at it because it's not something you've seen.
Yeah, I'm more of a Porsche kind of guy.
Yeah.
Over years since '66, and I'm always curious. Being how I'm kind of sort of retired and doing my hobby now full time with the guys. We got a 3-car team, 3-driver team that we come up with, with our Honest Engine, deal, and it's, I'm always inquisitive to see who's got what.
Yeah.
And where they are, and how do they get there, because I got to keep the guys happy with their cars, and we really focus on safety first, and then reliability and fun third. So it's it's something you got to do, and you learn a lot from the people that are here that you've been doing this with for years and years and years. So it's like a homecoming, and this event is just so over the top for anything that we do throughout the year. I'll probably get my butt kicked for that, but But anyway, I look forward to this event more than anything, and it's such a beautiful part of the world.
Well, and that's why we wanted you to come in and have a chat, because we want to hear from you why you do it. And I think from my point of view, it's all very well talking about the cars and numbers, but I want to get to know why and what gets you excited? Go ahead.
So basically, I started out as a hot rodder when I read my first hot rod magazine, and so that's what got me started for the next 60 years, doing all the things that we can do. From there, I went to drag racing, to building boats and racing boats, and from there to working corporate-wise, and kind of got out of it for a while. Then I also became a dealer later, car dealer later, and so at this point in time, it's just been something that you start collecting things, and then you start looking around the garage, and all of a sudden you figure, I'm looking at 20 cars wondering what I'm going to do with them all.
Can't do it all. Now, talking of, you're out in Group 2 and 6, and Steve, you're out in Group 2. What are you driving this weekend, and tell us a little bit why you chose these cars?
Okay, well, first of all, I'm in a 58 Speedster.
Nice.
And, you know, it was a run in period time in Southern California. It went to the runoffs. It was a Western Divisional champion driven by Dale Hirsch. And Dale was one of the big kids when I got started doing the POC time trials at Riverside Raceway.
Yep.
So, you know, I was always looking at that because my first car was a 57 Porsche Coupe, so I was drawn to it. And I was also a dealer's son, so I grew up in the business, so to speak. And so running your Speedster at Riverside Raceway, living in Hemet, I could drive from Hemet to Riverside Raceway in 19 minutes. And so guys like Gurney would show up. Wow. And next thing I know, I got this guy standing next to me that, you know, that my dad would take me with the Ford group to turn 6 at Riverside or 7, and we'd sit there and watch the races at Riverside 500, and Jan Durney would show up, as I called him, you know, on my dad's shoulders. And, you know, that was a big deal. I mean, Dan was the guy that did a lot at Riverside, and obviously other things down the road. So he was kind of like my guy. And so, you know, then it just went from there, and got my competition driver's license through Alan Johnson, who's an instructor, and then went on and just continued to do my hobby, which were Porsches in my parents' garage, and working on this and that while I was doing other things corporately with Max and, you know, Toyota and all that.
Was it easy to get the parts that you needed from Germany?
In those days, you could buy a hood handle for a 356 for $19. And I would drive into Vasek Polak and, you know, at the beach, and you know, get out the parts book and go take this, take this, take this. And we went on vacation or something like that. We'd find the Porsche dealership. My dad and I'd go in there, and we'd buy all the parts. And so he would fix up T-Birds and Rancheros and stuff like that. But then it went to Porsche 356s, and then it just kind of evolved from there. And the parts now, I mean, I always say the person that has the most parts is going to win.
Yeah.
You know, and because they're becoming harder and harder to get. And those of us that are at our stage of life, you know, we're starting to shed some of our stuff. Like Max said, what are we going to do with all this stuff and the projects? And so, you know, it's still out there, but you got to dig.
Yeah.
And the original stuff restored is probably better than the reproduction stuff.
That's interesting to know. Yeah, we're looking at the 41, the Lola Mark 1. And Max, what are you driving?
I have a 57 Porsche Speedster, and it's my third one. But basically, I've been Porsche along with Steve for quite a while. One of the unique things about vintage racing, by the way, is that where else does a spectator be able to come and look at such expensive and fantastic cars, and they can sit there and come right into the pits and talk to the driver about the car, and the driver loves to talk about it because he spent so much time on it, and whatever it has become to him, he's willing to probably talk longer than you want to hear.
I know, and it's a hackney old phrase. You know, we don't put our art on the walls. We race it, and you know, but there's a serious note to that. And you've brought a youngster here. His dad's out there. I think, you know, when the days of the combustion engine and the days of what has gone in the past are slowly fading away. Youngsters now often don't even drive cars, and yet I think the same thing that ignited our passion for cars, especially when you see them in an environment like this, where you see the evolution, if you will, of these cars, and also just, you know, we all drive cars today, and yet you can see how they came to be, how radiators cooled, how headlights worked, how disc brakes, you know, and drum brakes went from drum to disc, and so on and so forth. So everything that is packed into these older cars is now derivated into the new cars, and I think, you know, that is not lost when you come to an event like this.
One of the things that we see this weekend is the amount of teenagers walking around as spectators looking at the cars. That, to me, is the most encouraging thing about this whole sport.
Yeah, I noticed it yesterday, and that, I think, is really, really special.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it last night when we were driving out of the paddock. And, you know, it's usually they gravitate towards the newer manufacturer, you know, cars and everything, but they are watching the other cars that are out there. I think I also drive a 935 K3 Porsche that the Whittington brothers had, and they know the stories about the cars. They've read, you know, they're on social media, and they really appreciate it. They really like it.
Well, we've got Taylor down in the pits, or down in the pre-grid. So, Taylor, what's the latest going on down there?
I'm down here with the Ragtime racers, and I am here with Sandy. Sandy, there's not many other females here that are behind the wheel. Tell me about your passion for these cars.
Well, my husband has been restoring these for many years, and I always hesitated to drive them. Finally, he convinced me. When he restored that one, no one else could fit in it. So I had to start driving.
Absolutely, and there's not many women out in motorsports, but you're here showing up for us.
You're right.
That's right.
And I hope all the little girls out there see that they can do anything they want to do.
That is exactly right. Women in motorsports, and I can't wait to see you out on the track. Have a safe and fun time out there, Sandy.
Thank you so much.
Of course. All right, well, these guys are ready to go. You guys have the matching. You're in full spirit. Tell me about what it's like driving this car out on the track.
Oh, it's thrilling. I relate it to time travel. It's like when I'm out there, I could be in 1920. We love it.
Absolutely. Is this your first time? How many times have you been out there?
Been out there. I've done a couple of years with the guys, so this will be our second year.
Well, have a great time out there.
Thank you.
All right, let's go over here, see if we can get some of these guys sitting up nice and tall in this Ford. You are one to be seen out on the track in this Bumblebee yellow out there. Tell me about your experience driving.
What was that?
Tell me about driving these cars out there on track.
Oh, they're a lot of fun. Just gotta keep momentum up in the hill.
Absolutely. We'll have a good time out there.
Thank you.
All right. I think these guys are pulling out, so we're going to move out of the way. Watch them roll. Johnny, back to you.
Great stuff, Taylor. And by the way, this is our next group. You do not want to miss this. And guys, I've got Max Jameson and Steve Smith who are going to be out in action in their Porsches later. But these guys coming up in a moment, the Ragtime racers, I mean, it's called an exhibition, and you just heard how tough this track is for them, because these are not easy cars to drive at the best of times, and now you're putting it on Sonoma with that big uphill turn one. But I love this. This really does take you right back to the invention of the automobile. The Duesenberg, a good example. Back then, you know, they would use aeroplane engines and fit them at the front because they knew they would get the power from that. But this is where it all started. I mean, this is where back in 1911 the first Indy 500 took place, and that was the first use by Ray Haroon, I'll get it right, of the mirror, of the reverse mirror. Before that, it was passenger-led, because he was not just the guy that started the car, but also was the spotter to see where, you know, your opposition were, and he kept your spare tire in the back. But, you know, I love to see these guys because it really does show you the evolution of the automobile.
One of the things you don't want to be misled on is that the speed and the use of these vehicles, there are all being historic vehicles, there are some being driven faster than they were 40 years ago by their current drivers, which just goes to show what kind of racing you're watching, is that it's not a bunch of true amateurs, although that's what we all are. Mm-hmm. But the question is that the racing itself is all time just in scoring, just like anything would be in a major race, and yet the speeds are held up as they were back in the original days.
No question about it. And I've been in one of these Ragtime cars, in fact the one in the background there, and it's a thrill of a lifetime, I can assure you. You've been listening to Max Jameson and Steve Smith. They'll be in action in Group 2 and Group 6 later in the day and over the weekend. But stay with us, we've got all sorts of interesting cats, as I like to call them, who are going to come in as the day goes on, and you guys are welcome anytime, especially after you've been out there, because we'd love to get some feedback on your speedsters. Thank you for coming in. And as we can see, we are getting ready for Ragtime Races, which is our next race coming up. Well, as you can see, we are off and running here as the Ragtime Racers, as they are called, are up on the track. And in fact, they are passing my commentary position. I really have lucked out this weekend. I want to thank Max and Steve. You'll see them in action. Thanks, guys. They're leaving the booth and they'll be putting their overalls on. But Ragtime Racers, you know, they call this a race exhibition group formed in, back in 2018, and they've been going strong ever since. And we see them here at Velocity every time. They are authentic, 100-year-old and sometimes older, and they actually go from basically from vintage race to vintage race, showing off what these cars can do, and basically the beginnings of the automobile industry and certainly the racing side of it. And there are lots of different cars that we'll be bringing you. There's Ford racers. So let me just give you an idea of what we've got here. We go all the way back to, 1911. There's a national from 1911. There's also a national Indy car from 1911. We've got a Hudson from 1916. And the gentleman we spoke to, that was Bobby Green. He's in a Duesenberg, that beautifully red painted Duesenberg, a great name. And we've got a 1970 Hall Scott Packard in 1912. So you're starting to see the beginnings of racing and how it raced. And as I mentioned earlier, back then you would race probably with a passenger because you actually needed to, because somebody needed to start the car, somebody needed to spot where the competition was, and so forth. And so, yeah, that is why you got them. And I mentioned Rhea Haroon. There's that Lexington that we saw. Oh, she's not. Is she going anywhere? Ah, there's a problem. Well, we spoke to her, but I'm not so sure she's necessarily going to get started. She needs some help. Somebody go and start her up. She needs a help there. And I'm going to be joined in a moment by this man, who is Bill Bennett. Bill, throw some headphones on. We are doing this on the fly, folks, so bear with us. But if you hear a few noises of microphones, my director will shout at me, and that's how it goes, and the day continues. But anyway, Bill Bennett has joined me. And Bill, first and foremost, just been chatting away about what we've got, you know, and what Ragtime racing is. And this is still one of my favorite. I've been in that number 20. It's still one of my favorite exhibitions because you guys, I think you have fun, but it belies how seriously and hard this is to do.
This is a full-time job, whether you're repairing cars, building cars, getting them prepped for the race. It's a lot of work, but I wouldn't trade it for the world.
What have we got out here? Because the Ragtime, if you like, the cacophony of different cars that you've got at different race weekends. I've been to several of these now, and each time there's something different, something new.
Right.
What are we looking at today that strikes your fancy?
Well, let me start with one of the new ones, which is, let me see if I can find it on the list here. Yes, the 1920 Duesenberg by Bobby Green, number 33 car.
Oh, I can smell the oil on those overalls. He sat right next to me and he stinks of oil. It's great.
Yeah, there's castor oil and all kinds of interesting things in amongst this. But Bobby Green in that 1920 Duesenberg, this is the first event for this car. He's been out for a couple of road tests on it and things like that, but this is his first racing event, so it's going to be exciting to see how it performs. It's a very special car. 1920 Duesenberg, when they were first entering into the racing scene and not even getting into production cars yet. So quite an amazing vehicle.
Where would they race back then? I mean, Indianapolis, came in 1911, so
Yes.
that was one venue. But I also know that some of the fairgrounds had wooden board racing back then.
Yes, there were wooden board tracks designed actually originally for bicycle racing and motorcycles, and then they actually put the automobiles on them, which was very detrimental to the tracks. The cars were too heavy and the boards would fly apart and nails would be flying apart and all kinds of things.
But that suited the 11-year-old me if I was back then, because evidently
Absolutely.
I heard that guys would pop their heads into the track while there was a missing board to get a better look, and then duck as they came by.
Exactly, yes. There were all kinds of shenanigans that were going on. But fairground racing, of course, most fairgrounds had horse track racing tracks, and it was easily adapted to race automobiles. A lot of the larger cars that you'll see out here, like the big Nationals and the Packard and those, most of those did not run on those tracks at the fairgrounds. They were more what we would consider now super speedway races, or the long distance races that were held back then.
We heard earlier, Sonoma, quite a challenge. This long hill that we're looking at now underneath that pylon from turn 1 all the way up through turn 3.
Yes.
Quite a challenge for these older cars.
Absolutely. Some of the cars, the higher powered cars, there's no problem with them. But some of the lighter cars, the lower horsepower vehicles, you're shifting down quite often to get up that hill. And sometimes you're almost at a walking pace by the time you get to that hill in some of these things. But
that said, once in a straight line, and let's say heading between 10 and 11 and down towards the hairpin, you can get up to 70 plus?
Easily. Just to kind of give you an insight into some of the speeds of the cars, the number 20 car, the 1911 National, that car actually ran in the 1911 Indianapolis 500 and finished 7th with Charles Murs driving. That car about 4 years ago at another visit to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Brian Blaine, who's actually not driving it today, but he drove that car at the Indianapolis Speedway just to see what it would do and opened it up, and he was clocked at over 100 miles an hour in that car.
Looking at Charles Test in the 19.
Yes.
Beautiful car.
Yeah, Charles Test is the owner of this car. This is actually the street version of the number 20 car. National Automobile Company had quite a success with their racing, and because of that, they wanted to have a lot of people wanted to buy their cars to go racing, but they would not sell a factory race car. But they sold an item called the Speedway Roadster. And a lot of privateers purchase those. They take the fenders, not the doors, but take the fenders, lights, running boards, all that stuff off of it, and go racing. And quite often, after they were either successful or not successful at racing, they'd put all that stuff back on, drive the car to work the next day.
And yes, if you were wondering, those helmets are leather. Yes, no Arais here, no Bell helmets here. This is the real deal, and this is unfortunately all they had. Oh dear.
Uh-oh, looks like our Duesenberg
has conked out.
Has had a problem. Oh my.
Double dread for Duesenberg would be the headline, I'm sure, in the New York Times.
Well, this is what happens when it's the first time out for a car. You never know what you're going to have. But
well, that's a straight 8-cylinder, 260 cubic inch overhead cam, modified firing order, and dual Winfield carbs and Eisman aircraft magneto.
Yes.
Been doing my research.
Absolutely. You know more about the car than I do.
I tell you what, while we were looking at Charles Test, though, I do want to go back to this. This car, Charles D. Test, is the great-grandson of the founder and president of the National Car Company, Charles E. Test.
That's correct.
That is wonderful.
And not only is he the same gentleman that was one of the founders of the National Automobile Company, he was also one of the founders of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Wow.
So and National being manufactured in the city of Indianapolis, they kind of had it in with the Speedway. So they,
kind of.
Yeah, they were able to run quite a few tests and stuff, and National actually won the Indy 500 in 1912.
Well, and many would say that was the innovative use of Indianapolis. We now see it as the greatest spectacle in racing, and it's gone on from strength to strength. But really, originally with the brickyard and building with the bricks and so on, it was kind of built as a racetrack for motorcycles. Actually, originally.
Yeah, the first race held at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was a motorcycle race.
Which, gosh forbid, on those bricks, I don't know how you had your teeth left.
Well, the first time it was used, the bricks weren't applied to the racetrack until 1911. the first year of the Indy 500. The track was actually built in 1909, and that was when the first motorcycle race, when it was still a dirt track.
Yeah,
or a modified dirt track, you might say.
I always like to say that because even though I'm an Englishman, but I'm now residing here, I like to remind people that Brooklands, Monza, and those early tracks, Indianapolis wasn't far off. One of the first tracks ever built. So
right, it was actually sometimes considered one of the, if not the first track specifically built for racing automobiles.
Yeah, and Brooklands, of course, had its oval, but I think once Indianapolis came into its own, the sheer enormity of it. But I was going on to say, it was also, seriously, for companies like National, a great test bed, because you could go round and round and round all night long, all day long, and really understand how the longevity of the engine, how the oil, how everything worked, and then before you gave it out to the public, you really genuinely had a test.
Exactly. One of the vehicles that's out here, the number 21 Hudson car, 1916 Hudson Super 6, that was the first American production car with a fully counterbalanced crankshaft. And because of that, they could turn the engine at a higher revolution and gain speed by higher RPMs instead of just more cubic inches. And talking about driving it on and on and on, at a loss for the name of the gentleman, Ralph Mulford. Ralph Mulford drove the car for 24 hours at Sheepshead Bay, New York, and set the 24-hour record for driving a stock chassis vehicle. And that record held for quite a number of years. And it's an interesting side note to that. At that time, Ralph Mulford traveled farther at a higher speed than any other human being on the planet in a 24-hour time slot by setting that record.
Interesting. We're looking, I mentioned the aircraft. We're looking at this 1917 Sean DeLuna at the wheel of this Hall Scott, a Hall Scott Racer, number 9 that we're looking at right now, the 21 behind it. But the Hall Scott Engine Company was primarily, as I mentioned, an aircraft engine builder with facilities at Emeryville in California and in Indianapolis. And so you could see that crossover between what was, at the time, aircraft engines were seen as probably the most sophisticated engines and certainly the most powerful, which is why you get these elongated front engine cars at this time. But I wonder how hard would they, even to this day, be to maintain?
As far as parts are concerned, you don't just go down to O'Reilly's or AutoZone to get pieces for them. Generally speaking, everything has to be made, or if you're real lucky, you can find somebody that has one sitting in a shed somewhere or tucked under a cover, and you can find pieces and parts that way.
Look at that.
Yeah, there's your number 21 Hudson. Another vehicle that has an aircraft engine is the number 18 Sturdivant. That car was actually manufactured as a one-off car. Mr. Romano built that car in about 1920, and it raced primarily up in the Pacific Northwest, up around Seattle, Tacoma, Portland. That car has a 555 cubic inch, all aluminum, supercharged V8 out of a Sturdivant aircraft, fighter aircraft from World War I. And that car is one vehicle out here that we really don't know how fast it will go because nobody's been brave enough to open it up all the way and see what it'll do.
I wouldn't want to risk it, would you? With you and the Ragtime guys, like I said, it's an exhibition class, but that said, how do you maintain, how do you fettle? You say it's a year-round job. I'm sure it is. And how many are there of you?
There are actually 3 of us that work there's 2 of us that work with Brian Blaine. Tyler Gong and I work with him, and that is our full-time job to keep these cars on the track. And we're also building other cars, so maybe next year we'll have 2 or 3 new vehicles out here that are going to be very, very interesting to see.
They describe this era as an heroic age of auto racing, and I think that's actually pretty apropos because you'd have to be pretty brave to go full pelt in one of these.
Most of these drivers back in the day, they were all in. They had to be all in because the Ralph De Palmas, the Barney Oldfields, all those folks that were very, very famous. But all the in and out, the day-to-day guys that were driving, a lot of them.
Now, what's he up to here?
Okay, Luca,
pumping there,
Luca is pumping up fuel pressure.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a riding mechanician with him. They're actually testing this car out a
Either
little
the passenger's
bit.
fallen out or he's decided to go solo.
He decided to go solo this time. I hope, because they did talk about having a passenger in that.
So the
vehicle.
passenger would do the pumping.
Yeah, he would usually.
And that
normally
was
be
because
pumping.
what? The fuel just couldn't.
The fuel
keep going?
couldn't be supplied fast enough to the carburetor, so they would actually pressurize the fuel tank only to a couple, 3 pounds. It doesn't take much to supply the fuel to it, and gravity helps a little bit, but pressure is always a little bit better if you have that capability. And yeah, this is another car that they're just kind of testing out, seeing how it's going to run today and how it's going to act. But yeah, we're.
And what's the suspension like? I mean, obviously everything's rudimentary, but it looks as though you're getting a fairly decent ride.
Yeah, there are.
Oh, he's wheeling it.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can hang them out there a little bit, but some of these cars do have shock absorbers. Most of them that do have shocks are a friction type shock. It's a plate that's actually adjustable for tension, so you don't get so much bouncing around. But most of them are leaf springs, and they're actually quite stable. The cars are very heavy. The Model Ts are quite light, but most of the cars, like your bigger, like the Nationals and the Hall Scott and the Sturdivant, all those, you're running close to 3,000 pounds in these cars, so or maybe even a little bit more.
Now, you can go to see these cars at museums. There's one in Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There's another one here down the road in LA, in California. There's many across the country. But isn't it nice to see them out there doing what they do?
We have a statement that we like to say, you know, a race car like this, it's just stuck in a museum. We'd really like to have them out and join us and play with us. You know, let's get out and have some fun with these things. If you're just going to park it in a museum, why don't you just hang a picture on the wall? Because that's essentially all you're doing. Nobody can touch it. Nobody can see it. Nobody can actually hear or feel how these cars run when they're just languishing in a museum. And yes, I understand you don't want to abuse them or tear them up or anything like that, but these cars were designed to race, and while it doesn't look like we're driving very fast out there, anybody that thinks that we're just putting around for a Saturday or Sunday drive, I asked you to come over and take a ride in the passenger seat on
and
one
I
of these
have
cars
done
on
so,
the track.
thanks to you guys. And yeah, it's a thrill of a lifetime, it really is.
Yeah, and you have no seat belts. If something happens on one of these cars, you don't want to be anywhere close to it. But that's just part of the game.
Yeah, I noticed that Jeffrey O'Neill, in sort of setting out the vision for Velocity a few years ago, this is what, the fourth event that we've had, and it's our fundamental belief that these cars are never really owned. We are mere caretakers with an obligation to present these machines in the form that they would have raced in, period. And I think that really does sum it up as we get the checkered flag. Well, yes. Because that's the point, is that even though there are cars worth infinitum here, I mean, we're talking right. 50, 60, 70 million dollar cars here
exactly.
that were auctioned at Pebble Beach.
Right.
They're still raced.
Absolutely, and that's what they were for, and why not? And yeah, we don't want to break them, we don't want to abuse them, but if something does break, we do have the capabilities of fixing them.
Well, thank you, Bill. I know we've got some of your cohorts who are going to come in after they've had their experience out there, and I'm sure they'll regale us with some good stories, because we've got some good little races, mini races going on here. They don't want to come in, do they?
No, absolutely not. I mean, they're on the track. Let's keep going. But they'll be coming in just a minute. Matter of fact, Brian Blaine will be in, and Bobby Green, and maybe Bobby will tell us what happened
at Duesenberg.
Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely. And Brian will give you a whole lot more information than I can give you. He's much better versed on all of these vehicles than I am.
Well, I'd like to hear more about the 16, that Ford race car from 1920. Yep. There it is.
Yep.
With one man.
Yeah. Doing
all the pumping and all the braking and all the gear changes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Those tires don't look like they've got too much pressure in them, but that's how he's sliding it.
Those are actually up to about 60 pounds pressure.
Are they really?
Yes.
There you go. Big tires, you see.
Yep.
All right. Well, listen, thank you so much, Bill, for joining us here. We'll let you go. I like the flat hat. I, too, am sporting, thankfully.
Oh, very good.
So I'm ready to go. So if you need me in the car, I'll be there. But thanks, Bill Bennett from the Ragtime Races, for coming in. We'll hear more from you.
Appreciate it.
Let's head down to Don Pepperdine, who has joined with Taylor.
Hey, I'm here with Don. I am loving this absolutely baby blue car. Tell me about it. You even have the matching race suit to go with it.
That's all just by luck. So I was scheduled to drive the number 9 car up near the front, and Rob Manson, the car owner, this would have been his first race in this, as is mine. And this car was built in Southern California in the early 50s, 1951 or 2, I think. Raced at Pebble Beach. It was built by a guy named Roger Barlow, and so it's referred to as the Roger Barlow Special. It's a Simca, which was based on a French passenger car, and the rest of it was all hand-formed, and here it is. It's been in storage for, I don't know, 20 or 30 years, and this is its first outing in quite a while.
And how was qualifying practice laps out here on Sonoma Raceway for you?
Not so great. I mean, I liked driving the number 9 car because it's a competitive car. This is not suited to this track very well, so it's just a fun cruise for me today.
All right, well, best of luck out there on the track.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's hop over, you as well. Let's hop over to number 54 right here. We have Jonathan Kitchen and Paul Kitchen. Look at the detail on the front of this. Absolutely stunning. How are you doing today?
Great, thank you, great.
How is the track? You obviously had some time out there in qualifying. How did your car perform?
The same as always. It's going the same speed it's ever gone, you know. It's great. It's fabulous.
Great. Any cool strategies you're ready to pull out and make the pass on some of these drivers?
If I could do that, I'll be lucky.
Well, best of luck out there and have a great race.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep moving on down. How's it going today, sir?
How are you?
Wonderful. Tell me about your car.
It's a 1953 Fiat 1100, raced in Italy in time, a lot of hill races.
How does it perform out here on Sonoma Raceway?
It's very slow.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's your favorite part of the track, do you think?
Turn 11.
Turn 11. Well, of course, that's a great part. What would...
I can actually use the brakes instead of the power because there is no power here.
Absolutely. Well, have a great race out there.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's keep it moving. Oh, we're getting ready. Keep it going? We'll keep going. Look at this stunning car. Number 138. Wow, tell me about your car.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. I've got these beautiful cars. I get to come talk to all of you. How is your race weekend going so far? We're just getting started.
It's been okay. I'm experimenting with some tires that have, it's been a failed experiment.
Got to try to learn, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'll go back to the original is the best.
And how's the track? What parts are really showing off your car's talent?
The track is rough. It needs to be repaved, but
it's a good thing we have driver skill, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great track. It's wonderful. I love the elevation.
And how is the event? Is this your first year at Velocity?
Great. You know, my family loves it. My wife loves it. My kids love it. They always ask, Dad, are we going to?
Family affair, absolutely. It is the event to be at.
Yes, exactly.
Well, have a wonderful time out there on the track.
Thank you.
All right, Johnny, these guys are starting up their cars, so I'm going to head back up to you in the booth.
Yeah, you be careful out there, Taylor. Listen, we're going to take a short break here from Sonoma and Velocity Invitational, but we're up and running. 2 days of history in the making, and we are going to bring you the history of the automobile as we see it here in America. Welcome back to Velocity Invitational, where we can see our race Group 1 starting to head out of the pits. And this is our sports racing and production sports cars from 1947 to 1956. Now, this truly is a group which I love for lots of reasons, because I'm both an Anglophile and an Americophile, if that's even a word. And this really is where it all began in California. If you know your history of racing here in California, Sears Point, which is where we're at now, was built in the late 60s, so it was a little bit later. But back down the road a piece, down south of Monterey, of course, you've got Pebble Beach, and you've got Laguna Seca as it is now. But back in the early 50s, back in 1950, when Phil Hill was at his prime, taking on the rest of the world in Formula One, the races were held before Laguna was built back in the early 50s at the Pebble Beach Racecourse, or the Del Monte Race Trophy, as it was called. And the likes of Sterling Moss and the likes of Phil Hill would race literally around the forests and trees of Pebble Beach. And this is a great combination, because that combined with the likes of the ex-servicemen bringing little MG sports cars from Europe after World War II. And so they were bringing European cars over. So you will see the likes of the Jaguar C and D-Type, the XK120s, or Jaguar E-Types as we call them back in the UK. You've also got the 356 Porsches. Then there were the likes of the specials, and we mentioned that word before, but specials that were sort of effectively added to or changed, whether it be power, but also there was original TR2 Triumphs. The odd Talbot, Fiat also played a role, and so you really got this combination from the early 50s and mid-50s that raced here in California. And there was quite a combination argument as to which was the better, the tiny displacement British and European cars, or the big engined American cars, or a combination of both, which you then saw things like the Parkinson Jaguar Special, or the Seata. We've also got a Sorrel Curtis Special out there, a Delage D6, then you've got the Aston Martin DB2 Mark IV. So we've got a real combination of cars. And let's just take the XK120, for example. It was a two-seat sports car meant to promote the new engine powering their sedan for the American market. So it appealed to the Americans because it had a big engine, but it also had that sort of nature and lines of a classic European car. And then you add Sterling Moss and Phil Hill to it, and suddenly you've got an absolute winner that everybody in America wanted. And now back in England, they wanted export sales, and that was important to the English market at the time. And they put a lot of emphasis on exporting the XK120s, not exclusively, but not far off, for the American market. And it was definitely performance backed up by looks. And then, like I said, the Americans kind of got their series car guys on it and then did their own versions, their own specials. Baldwin, Parkinson, as I mentioned, Von Neumann, Cunningham, Curtis specials, all of them kind of doing their own thing. These individual fabricators, designers, and engine specialists kind of putting their own touch of it onto the track, and that's why you get the Baldwin Mercury, or Old Yellow, the Scarab. So this is a real combination of Europe meeting America right in the middle, and the best man would win. Here we go then. Up the famous hill here at Sonoma, and you heard Alexander Rossi. Great to have him on board. He's effectively a local from Nevada City, and of course representing McLaren in their 60th birthday anniversary. We will talk much about McLaren over the weekend, no question about it, because they are here in absolute numbers. both Formula One, Can-Am, and some of the iterations that Bruce McLaren penned and raced back in the day. So we will see the history of McLaren throughout this weekend. But we turn our attention to these particular cars from race Group 1. Yeah, I mentioned that Pebble Beach race. Well, it was a 17-mile drive through the forests, and it got to a point in 1955 where a few cars had hit the trees many times, and that's when Laguna Seca came to be, and it was built in the hills above Monterey, and Sears Point soon followed in the late 60s, and racing took off effectively. Road racing in the USA, SCCA, USAC, basically club and professionals coming together to race these cars. Now, what have we got out here? Let's have a look. The number 3, that's the Parkinson Jaguar Special. That's John Boudemont at the wheel, the number 3. There's the 23. That's the D-Type. Alex McAllister, Chris McAllister also here this weekend. 2 familiar names to historic racing here in the USA, and he's getting his D-Type going and taking an outside run into the hairpin right outside my window here. I feel very blessed. Nice little bit of oversteer. Look at that. He's wheeling that nicely. And the McAllisters, well known in historic circles. And as you can see, pretty handy. And it is a Tatum GMC Special from 1963, leading the way at the moment. And a good strong field of over 20 cars involved in this particular group. And you've got to think that back in the day, it was an interesting time in the United States. Rosa Parks making history by refusing to go on the back seat of the bus. That was 1955. 56, Elvis Presley appeared at the Ed Sullivan Show for the first time. And Hungary suppressed. November 4th, Budapest, Cold War tensions escalate. And so, a lot happening around the world. Puerto Rico becomes a U.S. Commonwealth. Catcher in the Rye, one of the first books I had to read. All of these things going on during this period. And I've just seen 2 of my good friends from the Ragtime races who have come to join us. Guys, come on in, grab a headset. And of course, I'm going to ask, you may well be aware that that lovely red Duesenberg kind of had a little problem. So we're going to find out what on earth was going on with the Duesenberg, because for a moment there, he wasn't going as fast as we first saw him. So first and foremost, welcome Brian Blaine and Bobby Green to the booth. You look fantastic. You smell even better because you smell of oil and cars and all things. But I got to start with the Duesenberg. What happened?
Oh, well, the right rear brake locked up for a minute and just got real hot. So we felt like a power loss. You know, like it was. Luckily, it wasn't the engine. It was just the brake holding us back. So
made lots of smoke.
What are you using brakes? What are you using brakes for?
I know. That's what went wrong. I used brakes. That's the problem.
Welcome, guys. It's an honor to have you. I love what you do. I obviously have had Bill Bennett in here earlier, talking about you guys on track. But Brian, I know you love this, but we do too. Thank you, first and foremost. It's been going since 2018. Are you still enjoying it?
Yes, I am. It's turning out to be a bit of a job more than I thought it would be. Herding cats around and trying to keep 20 cars going. But we love it, and it's our passion, and it's an important responsibility that we have to keep this part of our history going, because these cars were just about extinct. There were no longer any race groups, and guys had stopped bringing their cars out. And we were able to, even though I raced regularly and had all the licensing and all of that, it wasn't until we got the organizers, like the guys that are running races here all across California, allow us to run without medicals and without racing license. and we were able to get guys like Bobby and others to bring their cars out of the barn and enjoy it.
You know, I want to keep an eye on, obviously, what we're watching, which is Group 1. And also, you mentioned California there. This group is a real combination of what Europe brought and what California, in many ways, not just California, but California particularly, kind of made special, as it were, or did something in their barns with these cars and said, oh, I can do better, or I can do something that the tinkering of the British is just as much an American thing, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. Absolutely.
Is there anything out of this group particularly? I've mentioned the Parkinson Jaguar Special. We've got the Cooper Bobtail. You know, there are combinations. We've got Fiats and Jaguars that are originals, obviously. And by the way, everything is original here, even those that have, you know, got effectively a special after it, like the Barlow Sitka Special, for example. If there's anything that catches your eye, just scream.
I mean, if I had my choice, right, I'd be sitting in that.
You can have any of them.
I'd be sitting in that D-type right now, and
I wouldn't be far behind.
And Alex would be sitting on the sideline. No, there's some wonderful cars there. I raced a TR3 for years, and they're great fun. And the Talbots are fantastic cars. They handle great. They're just we're fortunate to have this kind of a grid. There's cars here that we just don't ever see.
Yep.
Yeah, it's true. You have to watch a lot of the British events to see a lot of these cars that are on track now, and it's really great to have it here in California.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, I think I, like a lot of British fans, are not ignorant, but don't realize the love and passion you have for both European cars and how they have influenced the future. I mean, when you look to how Ford came back to Le Mans, you know, you can look back to this era and go, okay, the British were doing some really innovative, lightweight things, Colin Chapman, Lola, Lotus, but then Fiat, Ferrari, and so on and so forth. So there was a lot to learn, but then you kind of innovated and brought your own, and obviously the rest is history.
Yeah, you know, we had that youthful can-do attitude after the war. So, you know, you just had hot rodders that saw these C-types and D-types coming over and said, I can beat that with my flathead V8.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what's so great about American ingenuity.
And then getting frustrated at Riverside when some MG would come up the inside and be able to corner quicker.
Well, I mean, a good example of that this weekend is the Mini Mustang.
Yes, absolutely.
My first race car was a Mini, and it just draws the ire of all the Mustang guys to think that a Mini could beat him on a racetrack.
That's true. But for the record, we have to mention how 1920 Duesenberg beat everyone in France at the French Grand Prix.
There you go.
First American car to ever win.
That actually is a very good point. Yeah, people forget that side of things too.
Yeah.
But, back in the day,
we have to keep reminding them.
I know. Yeah, the French will tell you they won everything back then. Yeah,
of course.
We're looking at the 21 right now. Nick Price, a famous name, of course. He's got that C-Type 1953. Wouldn't mind a go in that either.
Yes, absolutely. Wonderful car.
Love the wheels. See, I don't know how you'd get spokes. If a spoke came off one of those, how would you find another one? I guess call up Jaguar.
Well, probably the spokes are probably one of the easier things to find.
Right.
Yeah, there's quite a cottage industry, especially in England, for wheels.
Yeah.
Rudge and Whitworth and those. But, Rob Manson's out there on the track with those hot rods I was talking about, those California-built hot rod road cars.
And we need to explain, a hot rod back then was not a hot rod that we would see. We think of big pipes coming up and, you know, going down a drag strip. That's not what a hot rod was back then.
That's right. That's right. You know, at the time, kids just had Model A's and 32 Fords. But once these European road cars came over, they figured out pretty quick how they can adapt the same chassis, same engine, and just get it better suspension for road courses.
Well, certainly this Group 1, as I mentioned, kind of fits into that era here in California, where races at Pebble Beach and now here at Sears Point, as it was, came to be. And also how exporting these sorts of cars, Jaguars, being one of the specific ones that was heavily exported out here. The Ds and the XKs were a big part of there. And of course, Austin Healey. We're seeing the odd Aston Martin out there, the odd Allard K2 prototypes out there. John Mott at the wheel of that.
They are a bit faster than us in the teens and 20s cars, aren't they?
A little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, but they've got less exposure.
I think we could be competitive, but our tires are too skinny.
I think, yeah, and those leather helmets are slowing you down.
Well, you know, when you look back at the races of old, there were lots of street races, but they were basically a 5 mile straight and then a curve and then a 2 mile straight and then a curve. They were never really designed for road courses like this.
That's true.
That's a good point, yeah.
And a lot of dirt, so you could kind of just slide the corners rather than grip them.
Although we got some good sliding going on the track right now.
Yeah, certainly have. That's the 14 of Robert Davis in the Seata 208S. And coming out of the last corner onto the main straight, past our commentary position. We are in a good spot here, folks. Really nice to be able to see these guys. This is their qualifying race for Group 1. They'll be back out again tomorrow. And guys, I know you do your thing with Ragtime, but do you get the same thrill wandering around the paddock and just sort of sniffing underneath the hoods of other cars or seeing some unobtainium cars for yourself?
Absolutely. I mean, if you think about it, if you're a gearhead, it doesn't matter whether it was a 100-year-old car or a 2-year-old car. I'm just as excited about seeing the McLarens here as I am about seeing the pre-war cars.
Yeah, I agree. We keep the early history alive, but you know, we really love these guys keeping the early 50s and 60s alive.
Well, we were just talking about earlier in the Group 3 coverage, we were talking about how so many teenagers are here, and it's a thrill to see young people actually getting a kick out of coming out to an event like this, which you wouldn't naturally think here in the Bay Area that they would do, and yet they do get a kick out of, and they may not be big drivers themselves, but they do enjoy these cars.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a primal urge, a primal attraction, and even if you're a first timer, you're going to see things that almost blow your mind out here. And it'll keep coming back. It'll get infectious.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And and if you get a chance, especially with Ragtime, to get out there and be a passenger, as we take a look at Gilbert Hacken in the Baldwin Mercury Special, 1949. That looks fun.
What's that powered by? I don't recall. Do you, Bobby?
I believe that's a flathead V8 power.
I was thinking it was a V8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the Baldwin was a hot rodder turned road racer. And Rob Manson, he kind of collects these cars. Yeah. Torrey Pines racing cars, but the ones built by kids in their garage. It's fun to see.
So you'll be just as, like you say, as interested in seeing. We've got modern Formula One coming up very soon indeed. We've also got DirtFish, who've got an array of different rally cars and some really beautiful and storied cars as well. DirtFish based on the West Coast in Oregon, just up the road a bit on the West Coast, but a fascinating place to go. I've been and taken the course there. But rally is often kind of let go because people don't understand it. I kind of describe it as the classical music of motor racing, in that, once you get a feel for it, you realize just how vast and how exciting rally is, and how all of the things we've been talking about, all the elements that we've been talking about, are all packed into a car that can do things that you couldn't do in a normal car.
It's sad that rally racing has never really caught in the U.S. like it does in Europe and England, and I think that's very unfortunate. We've got plenty of great opportunities, but for some reason it's just never been as popular in the States as even off-road buggy racing has.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. And everyone I talk to who has gotten a chance to run a rally car is instantly hooked.
They're sold.
Yeah, they're like, oh, that was
at a rally.
Yeah, that was the greatest thing I've ever done.
I mean, you almost want 30 or 50 Pikes Peak type races to really get the understanding of what it takes to, opposite lock a car with 300, 400 brake horsepower and be totally in control on ice and gravel and snow and on the precipice of a cliff. I mean, that's literally rally in a nutshell, isn't it?
It must be a thrill, I'll tell you.
The videos of these guys airborne with 500 people on each side of the road, you know, no barriers, and literally changing direction midair is just something that it's hard to fathom how they can control the cars as well as they do.
You're right. What a thrill.
Well, we're listening to Brian Blaine and Bobby Green from the Ragtime races as we watch the final lap of Group 1 qualifying. Guys, I want to give you a blatant plug because you're out again, I think, tomorrow. What time are we tomorrow?
I believe it's right around.
Okay, great. And, of course, if you're here at the event, we're obviously playing out to the big screens, or you're thinking of coming up from San Francisco. You guys aren't shy to throw somebody in the passenger seat or walk them around or show them some of the parts of the car, right?
We actually encourage it, and every car has a display board, and on that display board are what we call trading cards or hero cards. And we have given away over 35,000 of those in the last 4 years. And we're trying to educate kids especially, but adults, and when they come up to the cars, all of our cars are spectator friendly. We encourage people to sit in the cars and get their pictures taken. We've got lots of leather helmets and goggles they can wear, and we want them to experience what it was like racing 100 years ago.
Yeah, that's very important. We love to share this experience. There's so many people I'll meet, you know, car guys of many years, and I'll ask, how did you get into this? And they'll say, you know, when I was a kid, some guy in a Model T said, hey kid, you want to ride in my Model T?
It's the thrill of the heart.
And that's where it starts, and so we just keep passing on that same tradition.
Yeah, when I was dipping my soldiers, my toast soldiers in my hard-boiled egg and throwing my stuff everywhere, my table mats that my parents put in front of me were all Bentleys and old-age cars like these. And so I guess at the age of 3, that's all I looked at, really. So, well, guys, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. You're welcome to join us if you've got a story you want to drag some friends in. I know you've got plenty of them here, but we always like to get people in and tell us their stories and their love. We've already had a few guys in, and I want to encourage all of you to come and enjoy us here and enjoy and basically tell our audience what your love of this sport is. It's great.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. We're going to take a short break here at Sonoma. You're watching the Velocity Invitational from Sonoma Raceway. Join us in a few moments. Well, welcome back to Velocity Lane here at Sonoma Raceway, where I'm pleased to say I've caught up with Alistair McRae and Josie Rimmer of DirtFish Rally School. Great to see you, Alistair. Great to see you, Josie. You guys are back, and you're just about to go on track. And Alistair, tell us about what you're going out in.
I'm going out in, there's a number of cars over the weekend, but for this run we're out in Hannah Mickle's Eaton EL Escort, Mark II Escort, which was one of the last ones using the WRC a long time ago, and then obviously he's driven it here in the States, so quite a bit of history and looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that. You can't be an Englishman and enjoy rallying and not enjoy seeing a Mark II go out like that. But as well, other cars here, cars that made Travis Pastrana famous, an American who's done really rather well in the world of rallying. You got one of his here.
Yeah, that's Travis's car behind, then Tommy Mackinnon's, and then we've got the hill climb car that Grunholm used here in Pikes Peak. So 4 lovely cars, and then on the other side of the circuit, DirtFish have got the school cars, so you can come and have a drive in them, or a co-drive in them.
Co-drive.
Don't want to drop you in it, Josie. But so I think it's great to have DirtFish here and bring rallying to the racing world.
It really is. I'll tell you what, Alistair, you better go and get your helmet on and get set and get ready to go. Thank you for talking to us. Josie, step on it a bit closer, because what Alistair has just said there, this year at Velocity, what you're doing is slightly different to last year. Members of the public can get in alongside your pro drivers.
Yes, and just to clarify, we aren't unfortunately letting everyone get behind the wheel today, but what we love rally, we want to share it everywhere we go. It's a beautiful and wonderful opportunity to be able to get these legendary cars on the track, but we want to prove what we really know how to do, which is driving on gravel.
And just a quick word for DirtFish, just tell us where you are and what you normally do.
Absolutely. So we're a full-service rally school just about 30 minutes east of Seattle in Washington State. We teach programs anywhere from a half a day to 3 days, how to drive a rally car, how to be incredibly quick, and it's the best type of driving in the world.
Brilliant. Josie, thanks ever so much. Don't go anywhere. Right now, though, while we're talking rally, I think Taylor's just across the way over there, and oh boy, has she got a special car.
That's right. I'm down here with our lineup of Group 4 cars, and I've got Gunnar. This weekend, he's going to be piloting the 1965 Ferrari 250 LM. Can you tell me a little bit about this incredible car?
Yeah, so this is part of the Revs Institute Miles Collier collection. I've got the pleasure and honor of driving it here this weekend. When you look at the car, it obviously is a beautiful shape that everybody identifies with a Ferrari. It's got a 3.3-liter V12 engine that sounds absolutely amazing. And yeah, it's a lot of fun around Sonoma.
You've taken it around the track. What really highlights the Ferrari's capabilities out there?
So the group that we're out in is interesting, from little Lotus, that's actually the fastest car out there, to the 2 Ferrari 250s with myself and Rob Walton, and then a large mixture of American muscle. You've got Cobras, Corvettes, Mustangs. So the Ferraris are definitely some of the more exotic ones and probably highest worth cars out there. So it's definitely a fine balance of making sure that you're driving the car hard enough and showing the people what it's capable of, but keeping in mind that it is a very expensive historic race car.
Absolutely. And tell me about your past, your history. What really got you started with historic race cars?
Yeah, so my father restores historic Porsche race cars. So I grew up around Porsches and everything from the aluminum cars to the modern 962s and that kind of stuff. So as a kid, you sit in there, you make engine noises, you play with the steering and shifter and all of that. And so when I started racing, it was in the historic cars. It wasn't in go-karts. It wasn't in single-seaters. So my entire early career was in Porsche 935s and 911s and 962s and all of that kind of stuff. So historic racing is very much in my blood and my genes. And I've been fortunate enough to make racing a career, and coming to events like Velocity after a long, hard professional season, it reminds me why I love doing this.
Absolutely. What an event this is, too. Speaking of the fans that are here, the experiences that Velocity offers. I even saw the driver's lounge was something that I've never seen before.
Yeah, it's, if I could pick to go to a pro race weekend or something like Velocity, I would pick Velocity every time. But no, it's fantastic. I mean, the lineup of people coming into the parking lot was amazing. We've got tons of people here, and I'm going to get a neck ache from walking around looking at all of the cool stuff.
Last question, dream car to drive, what would it be here?
I think I get to drive both of them, because I've got 24 cylinders that I have at my disposal. I've got a V12 Ferrari and a flat 12 Porsche 917, so I'm in heaven.
You're doing good. You're doing good. All right, well, thank you so much for talking to me, Gunnar, and best of luck out there on the track.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
All right, I hear there's still some DirtFish rallies out there, so Johnny, let's head back up to you and seeing how those guys are getting on.
Great stuff, and Great stuff, Taylor. And yeah, Gunnar Jeanette, one of my favorite drivers. He's probably one of the most underestimated drivers you will ever see. And so when you get an unobtainium car like that Ferrari, you want to put it in the hands of somebody like Gunnar. And I've seen him at Monaco. I've seen him around the world in Goodwood, you name it. And he is a very special pilot, as they say. Now, here we go. This is DirtFish Rally School, as it should be, at speed, on a racetrack. We'll get it on the dirt later, and you can get a chance to be a passenger. We've got some wonderful cars out here, but I want to read you some really good pros before we get started. Driving a race car means a lot of things. It can mean perfecting a late apex corner at 100 miles an hour around the world's most famous tarmac tracks, as you're watching right now, or crossing a desert in a trophy truck. It can even mean setting a record in a go-kart. But for us, it means driving sideways, on dirt, in the forest, and no, we don't brake for weather. Written by Josie Rimmer, who joins us now. She's all gone all blushy on me because I've known her for a while, and she does a hell of a job. I met her father first off at Rally Cross, Steve Rimmer, and delighted to have both Josie and Nate Tennis, who is one of the chief instructors at DirtFish. I have been privileged, thanks to your father, to go to DirtFish and have my own experience of it. And I'm going to be doing a shameless half-hour plug here because it's one of the most beautiful parts of America. It is set in the hills and set in the forests of Oregon, and it is absolutely gorgeous. But I obviously don't want to lose fact of the fact that we're watching what you guys do pretty much day in, day out. First and foremost, Josie, what have we got out here on track? We mentioned it just a moment ago in your interview.
Yes, we are so happy to have the cars here that we have today to show off for you on track. As a quick fact check, my friend Mr. Green here just said that we were in Oregon. We're in Washington.
Washington. What am I saying?
But that's okay.
It's all the same.
It's
to
all
me.
yeah, you know, Pacific Northwest.
It's the Great Northwest.
It's the Great Northwest. It really is great.
Pacific Northwest.
But what you're seeing on the track is actually something really unique and special for us. As many rally fans know, usually rally is operating on gravel in the woods, not on a closed circuit like this, and certainly not on this much tarmac. So we are loving the challenge out here. We have Gronholm's Pikes Peak Fiesta out there today. I actually think my brother is behind the wheel of that one right now.
James Rimmer. Oh my God, I've known him for a while.
He's the scary one.
They're still letting him out of the house, huh?
They're still letting him out the house, but you know what? He's following directions really well right now. No, he's looking great out there. We've also got
And let's just put it in perspective. Marcus Gronholm, one of the greats of rally. Like I said, before you came in, I was describing rally as almost classical music for motorsport, which is, not many people know much about it. But when they finally get to sit down in front of a bit of Tchaikovsky, they go, what have I been missing all of these years? And I think rally's a bit that way.
Exactly. It's exactly that way. We have people join us from genuinely all around the world. They've got experience in track driving. They've got experience on tarmac, but the moment that they get on gravel, it's a whole new world, you know. Actually intentionally breaking the car loose, getting that slide in. It's a very life-changing experience for sure. And now we're seeing Max McRae. We're really fortunate to have Max McRae and Alistair McRae here with us.
I met that hellion last year.
Yes. And did you see what he did to the tires last year?
No. But he's doing it now.
He's doing it now. We're seeing it in real time. Max is an incredibly talented driver, and you can see him sparing no tires at the moment.
Yeah, no question. And to be honest, asphalt, certainly in rallycross, is part of the discipline. And actually learning to transition. We've all driven on asphalt. We've all slid a car, maybe accidentally, sometimes, and understood what it means when you lose traction and how you gain it back. This is something I learned at DirtFish.
In Washington.
In Washington.
Washington State, yes.
Yes. I was all excited when you guys came in. I'm sorry. You know.
You're only one state away. There's only 3 on the West Coast.
It's a short drive. Anyway, but asphalt has its own role in rally because obviously many of the stages in rally worldwide are on asphalt, and it takes a different technique, doesn't it, than gravel, because these cars are kind of designed to slide.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see the different setups that we have here. So the ex-Mackinnon car that's out there is in full tarmac spec. They might be sliding it, but that's a driver preference there. Whereas
that's not fast.
Yeah, right, exactly. But there are spectators everywhere. That's rare in rally in the U.S., so you got to show off. But you'll see a gravel setup for Max, which is why it's so easy for him to slide.
And the Escort.
Yeah, exactly, and the Escort as well. So they're set up for a little bit taller ride height. They're set up and designed to slide on the gravel. But on the tarmac, that means that you can slide as well.
And lest we forget, when people ask, and like I said, a lot of people don't know rally as well as they may know some of the groups that we've got out there, and also the evolution of car racing. But rally itself has played a huge part more for the manufacturers than the enthusiasts, I would argue. And so the trickle-down effect of the use of chassis, the stiffness of chassis, the use of suspension, the type of tires that are used, etc., all comes down. I mean, I think of Hyundai more recently, and how if you take that RC, is it 30, the C30 out?
Yeah.
That is a rally-based car, but as a road car, it just feels great and stable, and that's because of all. And Subaru did it back in the day. Lancia did it back in the day.
Yeah.
So it's the same sort of evolution for rally as it is for the racing cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the reason we have high-performance all-wheel drive turbocharged production-based cars really is because of rally.
Yeah.
Late 70s, early 80s, Audi was spearheaded that. And look at that beautiful slide. Sorry, I get
gorgeous.
It just a Mark II sliding sideways. I get excited.
Well, I'm going to say the Ford Escort is exactly the best example you can give. It is a road car. You go to the shop. My mum would go to the shop and get her groceries and that. She wouldn't drive like that. Well, actually, occasionally she did.
Well, I don't know.
When she was late picking me up from school after an hour and a half, she would get her car going that way. But that's an ordinary production car turned into a race car.
Yes, exactly. It has 280 horsepower, which is quite a bit different out of a normally aspirated four-cylinder. Not too bad.
There's going to be no tires left on
that.
No, we only have one set of spares, so we'll see how they go. But this car also has a wonderful story. I mean, Nate actually himself got to sit in this car with Hannu Mikkola and drive at speed with him, which, Nate describes as a religious experience.
Another great world champion,
We're so lucky. I mean, we have we've got several cars that have been driven by incredible legends of the sport. And to have even more legends of the sport driving them now. The one driver that we've got out there that is actually fully trained and is actually currently driving in the IndyCar series is Benjamin Peterson. He's currently in the Tommy Mäkinen car, getting a little bit of a different feel. But he's out here too. He's got an incredible blossoming career in front of him. So it's really amazing to have these drivers out there. James, my brother, I could do the sister thing and be a little bit mean, but what I will say is that he knows how to
rumor
handle...
has it you're faster.
We can pretend all day. I would say James and I are maybe pretty similar now, but
I just love that because James will be
great.
after me if I've said that.
Yes, he will.
I love that juxtaposition because you've got Benjamin Pedersen, who I've known for a long time, and now, as you say, an IndyCar driver. I watched him come through F4 and F3, and great driver, great guy, and he's doing that. And you've lost Tanner Faust, and he's gone off to McLaren.
I know.
What's that all about? Tanner Faust, one of the greatest products that we have produced here in the United States. I would say only second, perhaps, and not second, but very rarely, to Travis Pastrana. Certainly in notoriety, Tanner Faust, he's done TV, Top Gear, he's done movies, he's a stunt driver, he's done rallycross, he's done X Games, and he's driving a McLaren F1 car. I mean, what's that all about? He's a rally driver.
Exactly. Well, it shows you the dynamics that rallying creates,
exactly.
and the ability to jump into anything in any situation and make the best of it is ultimately what rally's all about.
Yeah, and I would also argue that when you talk to a Kimi Räikkönen or anybody from the Scandinavian areas, and that's where so many great rally drivers have come from, I think the skills that you learn, and even someone like Carl Larson will tell you that his NASCAR skills come from the dirt, come from learning how to drive a car in the dirt, which is obviously the American version of rally in its own way, in that it's learning to play with the throttle and the power. And I would argue that, you tell me, you're the instructor, I would argue that when you are racing on dirt, you are using the throttle as a steering device and a momentum device more so than perhaps brakes.
Well, it depends on the situation, but yes, it's you're using more than just the steering wheel, and you're steering more the rear of the car with your feet rather than the front of the car with the wheel necessarily. So but it's that whole combine of trying to find just the right amount of sideways, just the right amount of angle and slip, so that you are rotating the car, but also not being inefficient with it.
Let's just talk about Subaru as well, the Japanese manufacturer who, under the auspices of basically Colin McRae back in the day, and also that combination of when video games were just beginning, Colin McRae made a huge name for himself, not just as a World Rally Champion, but as a video game. Everybody had Colin McRae, the video game, and learning to do the rally was in the arcades and so on. But Subaru also just came at the right time. They weren't the sexy manufacturer, but when they get to rally, they never look back.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a reason that probably 80% of the American rally field is in a Subaru.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that. They're powerful cars, they're nimble cars, and we're really lucky that actually Subaru and Vermont Sports Car has partnered up with us for this event specifically. We're actually looking out the window right now at Brandon Semenuk's championship-winning car sitting in our DirtFish display over here by the track. So we're lucky enough to not only have Subaru join us, but to actually have Brandon Semenuk, last year's American Rally Association's national champion, here with us with the DirtFish display as well. He's going to be out with us all day today. Every time that we go out on the gravel track, all you have to do to get there is take the tunnel under the track. You'll pop out right where we're setting up our gravel course. We'll be driving 2 of our DirtFish School BRZs, and Brandon will be tearing it up in his championship car.
Well, I've got you both here. I've been to DirtFish, so I'm privileged to know all this information. But first of all, tell us how you get there, what it's going to cost, or not so much what it's going to cost, but what you can expect if you're literally, coming off the street and you fancy it, or your boyfriend wants to take it on, and you're going, okay, I'll give you an experience of a lifetime. And then Nate, if you can then explain what I would learn day 1, day 2, etc.
Yeah, so we have programs anywhere from a half a day to 3 days. We also offer private coaching, corporate groups, anything you can really dream of, we can make it happen. But I will say, it's not just boyfriends that want to get out there and drive.
It's girlfriends.
It's everybody. I myself will be driving these cars this weekend. I'll be driving over on the gravel track as well as, or gravel course, as well as on the track over here. At DirtFish, we genuinely welcome anybody. We teach people multiple times a week how to drive a manual, and they start from then, and by the end of the day, they're sliding sideways in the middle of the woods. So we really, really prioritize having a low barrier to entry in terms of ability and perhaps past skill level. Do you want to talk a little bit more about the specifics?
One of the best things about our program that we're so proud of is that, as Josie said, it doesn't require any experience. Yet we will tailor our teaching, our coaching, whatever, to exactly whatever the person needs. So while we're all on the same course at the same time, driving during a program, we're teaching idiosyncrasies and different techniques based on what the individual person needs. So that makes it a great family event as well, as we're all able to join in. So if someone has very limited experience, they can take a class with someone with a ton of experience, and we will tailor our instruction based on what they need.
Food provided, as I know, and also simulations. You've got a fantastic room.
Yes.
I can't remember, what was the company that came to you, but they completely dialed out your entire Jeep. Was it for...
That was actually Xbox.
Xbox, yeah. And so you can go on Xbox now and you can see the entire, and you actually drive around. Before you start driving around fast, you can actually see the whole place. Yeah. So that's another side of it, which also gives you that sense of before you do the real thing. Yeah. But I'm just want to put a serious point on that you guys have told me a little bit. The other side of this is, forget racing, forget the thrills of the forest and going sideways. You will walk away as a better road car driver. For the simple reason, if you hit ice, if you're in wet conditions, and suddenly the car does something you're not expecting it to, you are ready to react. And I don't mean slamming on the brakes, we've all got ABS, but knowing what the car is going to do before it does it changes the whole fear factor.
Yeah, and having that confidence behind the wheel is really what we're targeting. As you say, we love working with race drivers. We love working with top-level drivers. But we'll work with anyone, and we know that we'll make them better on the street as well.
Even me. Well, you're listening to Josie Rimmer and Nate Tennis, who are part of DirtFish in Oregon. No, they're not.
No.
In Washington. I'm going to get it right. Let's head down to Taylor. She doesn't make mistakes. Down to you, Taylor.
In this stunning silver Chevrolet. What are you looking forward to out there on the track?
Yeah, it's starting to get loud down here, so I didn't really hear you the most, but basically we have a couple cars in front of us. We're going to do the best we can to
catch up with them and play around with them a little bit, get past them hopefully, and show what the Chevy can do.
All right, well, best of luck out there. Have a good race. As you can see, these cars are absolutely fired up, sounding good. Our Ferraris are up there on the front, but let's talk to this gentleman here. How are you doing today, sir?
Hey, how's it going? This is as good as it gets. Folks, what do you have with your clothes on?
How's your race gonna go out there?
I can't.
Okay, all right. He's got too much horsepower in his ear. He can't hear anything, but that's okay. We're gonna get to some racing with these cars. Johnny, back to you.
Yeah, trying to talk over that. Very tough. Indeed. Let's head down to Kev. He's got another story for us. We've got him coming fast and furious.
Lovely, thanks Taylor. Here we are then with the Ford Performance crew, where yesterday something really exciting happened. The GT Mark IV was revealed, and the man that was key to that reveal is the key or the lead development driver, Scott Maxwell. Scott, thanks for taking time to have a chat to us. Just talked about this car and talked about what went down yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we've been working on the Mark IV based off the Mark II, which is a sensational car, but this is just an upgrade from the Mark II. Yeah. It's lighter, more powerful, more aero, stops quicker. It does everything just that much better. So it was an exciting day for us yesterday, finally getting it, revealing it to the public and doing a few laps to show them what the car can do.
Yeah, and it really was exciting, folks, because all around where we're stood right now, the crowds were 4 or 5 deep to take a look at this car. And the thing that may surprise you is that this is not for any kind of race series. It's a track-only car, but this is just for people to buy.
Yeah, I mean, it's, anyone in the public can buy it if you $1.8 million if you got it, but they will sell. They're only doing 67 of them based on the 1967 Mark IV that raced at Le Mans. That's where the heritage comes from. It'll be a popular car. It's sensational to drive, and I have no worries. 67 will circulate out there easily.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. And interestingly, what we were just talking about while we were waiting to come live is the Mark II was an incredible track car. The downforce on that was next level, but this car, the Mark IV, raises the bar on downforce again.
Yeah, for the techies out there, 2,400 pounds of downforce at 150 miles an hour is very comparable to a current day Indy car in terms of downforce, so it's pretty sensational for a car that you can hop in and go at any time.
Listen, Scott, thanks ever so much for talking to us. Just a quick reminder, folks, Scott's going to be around here with the Ford Performance team all day, so please do stop by and come and say hello. Get a look at it, because it's next level. You can chat to Scott. He'll tell you all about it. And you're going out on track on it as well a little bit later on, I think, a little after 2 o'clock.
Yeah, we're giving a couple of rides, and then we're to the pace car for a couple of events at the end of the day, so it should be fun.
Brilliant, thanks, Scott. And also as well, 4 p.m, don't forget, Lando Norris is here, sandwiched between his Formula One weekends. You could get his autograph and a whole load of other McLaren stars. That's at 4 p.m. You would be a fool to miss it. And the merch stand is pretty good. They've got some rather snazzy Velocity kit that you can be wearing for the rest of the weekend. That's available just across the way over there. Now, though, time for a short break. See you in 2.
You can't walk onto this floor and not get excited about what you see. I mean, we build everybody's dreams.
We define excellence in our products, in our vehicles, the things we manufacture, more by what our clients define than what we define.
What makes our shop different from other shops, what we try to specialize in here is how to build incredible vehicles over and over and over again.
Our vehicles are duplicatable, and because of the systems and processes that we put in place, we're able to create a consistent work of art that's highly engineered. You can only build a car to a certain level before you basically have to go to the next tier, so we're constantly looking for that next tier in order to continuously just improve our cars. I mean, they're already fantastic machines, but you never want to feel like you've reached the top. You always want to continue.
Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway, where the fun continues as we get our next group action coming up. And I'm delighted to be joined once again in the booth by another couple of enthusiast drivers, I would argue, and definitely people who understand this sport and enjoy it. Cameron Healy and Bert Skidmore. First and foremost, welcome. I guess, Bert, start with you. What do you love about this? Why is this, for everybody involved, a thing that literally consumes you?
It's a great sport. It's wonderful to take care of these cars. It can be challenging keeping these great cars on the track. One of our customers, Nick Colonna, with this monster Corvette number 16 out there, has a 427 in it that has about 650 horsepower, and keeping the thing together is kind of a challenge.
When you say customers, so what is your
So we
modus
have
operandi?
Intrepid Racing that takes care of vintage race cars. We do a fair amount of Ferrari service in Reno.
And that's prepping them?
Prepping them, taking care of them, bringing them to the track, trackside service, doing everything we need to do where the drivers just show up, arrive and drive. That's what they do.
And Cameron, your interest or your beginnings of this and why you follow it?
Excuse me?
Why do you follow this as much?
Why do I follow this? Yeah, I kind of caught the sports car bug age about 15 in the Porsche world, and that's where I've resided ever since. I've spent the last 32 years historic racing with a number of different vintage Porsche cars, and I've raced and rallied in 11 different countries, but I'm West Coast based, and Sonoma Raceway, Laguna Seca, I'd call kind of my home tracks, as well as Seattle. But I would be like what Bert has a whole support company. I would be like one of his clients, but I do my own Porsche thing. But yeah, so I come at it from enthusiast. It's not a business; it's a passion. But yet, I'm 72 years old and able to spend even more time doing it. So I love it.
You mentioned Nick Colonna in that Chevrolet Corvette from 1967. We've got a real bunch of different cars here from what is our SCCA production class from 1963 to 1969. So this really is that smorgasbord of, now we introduce the Japanese cars to it, from Datsun, as well as obviously the obvious things like the Porsche 911s, Ford Mustangs. We've got a few Shelby Cobras out there, and still the European influence with Alfa and with Lotus and so many others.
But keep my eye on that Lotus 26R of, is it Hiroshima? I'd keep my eye on that Lotus 26R. He's going to be a tough one to beat. Great drivers, Rob Walton in that 250 LM. I'm not sure who's in the red 250 LM, but he's way up front. This should be a good race.
Right, yeah, and I know Gunnar Jeanette's out there in the.
He's in the 250 LM, the red one.
Yeah, some great.
He's going to be tough.
Great drivers out there, and I mean, this is a great era of sports car racing. It's really when it came into its own in the U.S. There were more U.S. cars, mostly big bore, being developed, along with the numerous European marks that were still being exported, and so it was often a competition between big bore and lots of power and might against the light and nimble smaller bore of the European cars. Ferrari's kind of in the middle of that, but generally that was kind of the racing intrigue in the 60s.
I want to be careful how I say this, but in this period, this mid-60s period, there was a sort of there was a rivalry, but there was a sort of, we can do that better here in the States.
Yeah.
And the Europeans came over, and I don't think they were really looking to dominate or looking to show off per se. It's not the British way, it's often not the European way. They had their own scene, they did their own thing, but the Americans kind of got excited by it and went, well, why don't you do this, and why don't we try, let's throw some more power at it, and we'll let suspension hold that, well, we can go to Bob and get that. So very much like, as Enzo called us, the garagistas of Formula One in Britain, where the likes of Colin Chapman were trying lightweight things, and Lola came along, and so on and so forth. That rivalry, that competition, really became something that really kind of ignited this whole thing to develop, didn't it?
Yeah, and I think that Carroll Shelby was an interesting example, where he took a British chassis and body and said, why not put put a Ford V8 in there and see what it would do, and that became legendary. So there was a lot of ways to do it, but it kind of came out of that garagista mentality, really.
Yeah, and I think the crescendo or the fulfillment of that, because even at Le Mans to those days, the arrogance, and I'll say it, I'm a European, towards the Americans, about racing at Le Mans until '66, and it took that sort of 1, 2, 3 to go, what? How dare you? And we know how to build a motor car, and we kind of invented the Ford, so, get back.
It was a great era.
It was a good era. And I think it kind of leveled the playing field that has gone on, and the rivalry, certainly at Le Mans, that goes on to this day. And last year, Ford come back, and, and so on and so forth. I think, and they're going into the future now with IMSA and around the world with the Ford Mustang. We're seeing some of that here this weekend.
And historically, a number of years ago at an event, they had a mechanic for Briggs Cunningham when he took 3 Corvettes over to Le Mans in 1960, and he told the story of when they arrived, there was an issue with transport, and so they just drove the car from wherever the port was to Le Mans through all these towns, and the French had just never seen these big bore American loud rumbling through these towns. He said it was just an incredible experience. It was like the Americans were back again, after the liberation during World War II. But he said it was amazing taking to Le Mans, those cars. And
I also think the film industry, here we are on the West Coast, not far from LA, but the films that were out in the 60s and the way that the Porsche became James Dean's notoriety, as it were. Elvis got in on the scene, but the movies that we saw in Europe in those times were of Corvettes, of these big muscle cars, of Trans Am. And I think that also spurred on a lot of Europeans to fall in love with the big American muscle cars.
Yeah. I think there has been a European intrigue about these cars all along. Yeah.
I want to talk about things like the 1966 Bizzarini 5300 GT Strada, an interesting sort of, not addition, but an interesting part of the history here. I don't know what your knowledge of that, but that's the Italian company that was only around a few years. But in the time, Giotto Bizzarini in 1964 produced, 200 of these coupes and these F300 Stradas before closing in '69. So they became rare by the sheer fact that they were only made for so many years.
We had a couple of them that we took care of for Nick Colonna and a guy named Brent Bachman. One of the cars had Le Mans history, which was a really cool car to drive and take care of. It was really a good era.
What's the hard? We took a look at the Lotus 26, which is pretty much not bog standard, but we've seen it a million times before. But when you're at Intrepid putting together or preparing a car to go racing, what is the hard part, or is there? Whether it's parts, whether it's ingenuity, or you've got to stick to get into an event like this. It's got to be pure, or as pure as damn it. What in preparation is the tough part?
Sometimes parts are getting harder and harder to get. A lot of stuff has to be made. We got to stay on top of magnafluxing or crack checking parts. We'd rather catch them cracked before they break, which is a big deal. Crack checking suspension components and staying on top of it so that they're good, safe cars.
But while we're watching this, guys, we're watching a Lotus chase down this Ferrari 250 LM Berlinetta GT driven by Gunnar Jeanette. And by the way, I'm not going to tell you because I actually do know, but because I know what it was sold for. But that Lotus is giving it a run for its money, which is the classic story of what we're talking about kind of thing, to European cars, albeit. But that Ferrari, it's not priceless, but it's not far off, and the owner must be kind of breathing heavily, watching Gunnar put it through its paces. But as he says, that's why he's brought in here to do that. That's what they want to see, and that's the essence of this event.
The cars have gotten very valuable. If they get damaged, they're still the same amount to fix.
Right.
It doesn't change that it's a multi-million-dollar car, that it costs multi-million-dollars to fix it. All the stuff is repairable.
Here comes the Lotus.
The Lotus 26R is taking them around the outside at the carousel. And a drag race down into turn 7. So he's going to be the guy to watch. He's going to be coming up on Rob Walton now.
And he in a Ferrari 250 LM himself.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
They got him. Ooh, so
Got
close.
him.
The 250 LMs, when they first came out, was a 3-liter engine, and it was classified underpowered, and it went immediately to a 275, which is great cars. We used to take care of one for a guy named Lucelier. Wonderful cars, wonderful cars.
This is great, guys. I mean, to anybody who thinks they're watching an exhibition, think again. Watch his hands on that number 7. That is just superb.
That little Lotus probably has around 200 horsepower. The 250 LM probably has 350.
Yeah.
But the Lotus is a light little car, very nimble. Hiroshi is a really good driver. He's won a lot of races, here in the States, and I'm sure in Europe also. Great race.
Ferrari should get a bit of grunt down this main straight. Little kink here, past our commentary position, and away he goes. But up the hill, he might lose out to, like you say, that horsepower there.
He's got some long legs in that LM.
This is great.
Great spot.
Wonderful to see. We're watching Group 4, and we're talking to some very learned fellows. Cameron Healy, what are you driving?
I'm driving 2 cars. In Group 3, it's a Cooper. It's a hybrid, of course. It's a Cooper chassis, homemade aluminum body with a Porsche 356 4-cylinder engine. Mm-hmm. It's a mid-engine car, and it's 1953. Weighs 1,000 pounds, and has little skinny tires, but it's very nimble.
Bert, let me ask you a question I've been itching to ask somebody like you. What makes, I mean, obviously with these Ferraris, that is obvious. There's not many of them made. That makes them rare. They're Ferraris full stop, so they're expensive cars. And then put a date on them, which is, late 50s, early 60s, and then suddenly you can see where the price point is. But there are cars that you, perhaps, when you see them in auctions or Christie's or whatever, that you think, why is that so valuable? What makes certain cars more valuable than others?
Oh, probably the stories, like the 250 GTO, for Le Mans, were
the last Ferrari to win, wasn't it?
Yeah, other than last year,
Well, yeah, exactly.
So, yeah.
That's written everywhere until last year.
Yeah, but when they say, we're going to have to build 100 of these cars to be classified as a Grand Touring Omologato,
yep.
And they didn't have the 100 cars done yet, and they promised that they would, and they got up to 39 cars, and I think won the race. And then Enzo Ferrari says, we're going to stop production. So there's only 39 GTOs out there. That's what makes them valuable, and they did a great job, in their racing in the years.
Yeah, and then you'll see, as we get to our Formula One classes, cars that were originally driven by a Niki Lauda, by a Jackie Stewart, who of course were world champions. And so that puts value on them immediately. And even to this day, they've got huge pedigree in some of the historic events, so they've continued to be driven hard by some greats as well, because it's not everybody who can drive one of these Formula One.
And I think there's, in the collecting world, there's pedigree, and there's all these things that goes into it, but I think when you get into the Ferrari GTO and the values, they're almost in the art collecting level. I mean, they go into this kind of stratospheric band of value that is pretty amazing. Yeah.
Well, we've got a cracking race on here. Fitzsimon, is it Simon or Simon? Anyway, either way, that Lotus is flying, and he's ahead of Rob Walton and Gunnar Jeanette in their 2 Ferraris. And as you can see, the 2 Ferraris trying to hang on to him with 3 laps to go, and they're gonna feel pretty miffed if they don't beat him, because I know that there is a lot of pride out online there. But Horatio, look at the wheel, look at his hands on the wheel. He is absolutely
on that thing.
On it.
Yeah, great driving.
And Sonoma, a great track for this sort of thing. It's a good driver's track, isn't it?
It would be a different story in Le Mans with those 3 cars.
Yeah. Well, once you hit the Mulsanne, or the original
stretch
Le
their
Mans,
legs a little bit.
They would get their own, yeah.
Yeah.
This is going to be a good battle for second and third between these 2 as well, because they know each other well. They've raced each other many times before, and they are on similar cars. Oh, he got a little oversteer. And that again, Gunnar, sideways in this car that's worth millions. And now he comes side by side. With the other Ferrari and takes him into the first corner. Beautifully done. And meanwhile, that little Lotus is now getting into the traffic of Corvettes and the like.
I think he might have been being held up by those 250 LMs, and you can see he's pulling away now.
Which is ironic, but as you say, with the horsepower difference.
Yep.
Yeah, great viewing spot here.
Guys, I've had a few people in here, and I always ask them to sort of take their regular hat off. You have a great opportunity over the weekend. Do you get a chance, because you're working hard, you're driving and you're preparing, but do you get a chance to look at some of the other stuff and kind of, is there anything you want to look at this weekend or you'd like to point the audience to?
Well, I think this is a great event that Jeff O'Neill is doing because there is so much to look at compared to a normal race. You know, he's brought in all these different elements, including the McLaren Formula One team and Lando Norris, who's their lead driver.
The man.
Yeah, so there's there's so many different things that distract yourself with from race driving. And yesterday, with 2 cars entered, I had 4 sessions, so there wasn't as much time. But now there's 1 session a day per entry, today and tomorrow. So for the drivers, there's more time to wander around and check things out. But yeah, this reminds me of going to Goodwood Festival Speed, where there's so many levels of the automotive world represented.
Yeah, and a chance to relax and enjoy the wines here of Sonoma, as well as, and I like the fact that they've got the hypercars, the modern McLarens, and they've got a chance for you to see not just the history of motor racing, but also the future as well. Got an electric boat out there somewhere.
Saw that.
Here we go, then, final lap.
White flag.
So 1 more lap,
And yourself, I mean, I guess for Intrepid it's business to business, i.e. B2B, and you're also preparing the cars, but do you get to enjoy it?
I do. It's a lot of fun. I used to drive competitively, and I've kind of called myself semi-retired now, but we've had some great runs. We went to the Le Mans Classic and finished second overall. Bobby Rahal was my co-driver one year. We set a quick time. It was fun. We've had a great time. I've had the pleasure of driving these 250 LMs and GTOs and Testarossas and really cool cars. One of the best cars I've ever driven is the John Player Special Lotus 79. That was Mauro Andretti's championship-winning car. I got to drive it for a couple of years. That car is going up for auction in Abu Dhabi at the F1 race here in a few weeks.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be bringing in big money. I mean, millions and millions.
Whoa, look at the Lotus. It's off in the dirt and grass. Wow,
These guys are trying.
Like I said, I am absolutely enthused every time I see these sorts of historic cars being pushed to the very limit, if not over in that case, while he hangs on to the lead. This is not processional by any means.
Gunner's trying. He's really trying.
He is trying everything. Like I said, if I know Gunner, he's going to try and take that checkered flag before the little Lotus, just to save the pride. It's Collier's, I think he represents, or that's where it's collected, where the collector is, isn't it?
I think I'd put my money on the Lotus.
Yep. At this stage, it's going to be a real last chance hotel up the inside, but he's not going to do it. He might just, if he tucks himself in here, get the grunt to the line. But the way the Lotus has been pedaling, there he is. Nice little adjustment there. Going to get sideways a bit. But here comes to the line the checkered flag, and it is the Lotus that wins. Well done.
That's great.
Horatio Fitzsimon takes it in the 1964 Lotus 26R. Gunnar Jeanette in the Ferrari 250 LM Berlinetta GT. And Rob Walton taking 3rd place.
That's brilliant.
Other 250.
Yeah, that's great. I ran into Scott George from the Revs Institute, who owns the red LM, and he said we weren't coming, but I got the call from Jeff O'Neill, said we got to have your car, so they shipped it all the way out here and brought Gunner in to drive it, and those are 6 beautiful cars.
Well, guys, thank you for coming in.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Well, you lost.
That was awesome. That was a good race.
Yeah, it was. Well, I hope that's enthused you to get out there and do what you do and enjoy it. But thank you for coming. You're welcome here in the booth to tell us more. I could talk to you guys all day long, and I'm hoping to have more and many of you here in the booth. But you are part of the Velocity Invitational here at Sonoma Raceway. It's a look back in history, and it's been fabulous, and we've only just begun. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Velocity Invitational here in the California sunshine, where, as we are surrounded by some priceless pieces of machinery, one company that knows about them really rather well is RM Sotheby's, and I'm pleased to say that Andrew Olsen from Sotheby's is joining me now. Andrew, thanks so much for taking time to have a chat to us. Tell us what you're getting up to this weekend. What's going on with you guys?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. So we're just here for the whole weekend. We have 3 cars, one going to our Las Vegas auction next week and 2 for sale right now, and we're happy to be here and support the event.
And that, we were just chatting there, that Las Vegas auction you're doing is the night before the Grand Prix. So if people are in Vegas next weekend, they could stop by and get their hands on something that looks a bit like this.
Yeah, certainly. If you're in Vegas next weekend, make sure to stop by. It's the auction's on Friday evening, and we have a preview of all the cars all week. And all the cars are actually already there right now, except the CLK DTM behind us now.
Let's talk about this CLK DTM that is behind us right now, because it's a beautiful piece of machinery, but it's only got 200,000 or 2,000 kilometers on the clock.
It's 200 and...
No, hang on, I'm putting you off, not 200,000.
It says 280 kilometers on it from new. So it's effectively as close to a brand new CLK DTM as you can ever find.
It's a really stunning piece of machinery. It looks beautiful, so obviously the Mercedes silver. And interesting as well, because we don't normally see those in the US.
Yeah, so you really never see them here. There are a few here. Mercedes only ever built 100 cars. Only about 55 left-hand drive models, and they were never offered in North America. So all the cars here had to be specially imported and modified to meet American emission standards, which is actually, it's pretty easy, but it's just kind of a long and painful process, so not that many people have gone through and done it. What's actually really interesting about these cars is they were built by HWA, which is the racing department at Mercedes. So it might look like your standard, like your mom's CLK, that someone put a wing on it, but underneath it's actually just wildly different.
Yeah, and you've only got to look in the back there. I'm seeing bits of a roll cage, bucket seats, and 4-point harnesses. You know this thing's a bit quick.
Yeah, exactly. It's a thrilling car to drive. I've driven another one of these quite a bit, and it's just awesome. I mean, it's a really impressive car. Far better than most people would ever dream of it being.
And just behind us there, something that I'm absolutely loving, and the number plate on the back says Spectre, James Bond's arch nemesis there, of course, an Aston Martin that looks immaculate.
Yeah, that's an Aston Martin DB4, 1962. That's probably the crowd favorite here, I think, this weekend. Everyone seems to love that car. And that one was ordered from new with the SS engine, which is the more powerful version found in the DB4 GT. So there's a lot of desirable options, great original color, just a fantastic car, and restored by Aston Works.
It's absolutely amazing. One thing that surprised me about that car that you just told me about, 1960-something, late 62, and it's got electric windows. You don't look at a car like that and think it's got electric windows, but it has.
Yeah, it has electric windows, overdrive, limited slip diff, just kind of everything you'd want in a DB4, with a great restoration.
Andrew, thanks ever so much for talking to us. Don't go anywhere. How about that, folks? Classic cars and a classic auction house looking after us here at the Velocity Invitational. Johnny, we're going to go back to you. Oh, in fact, no, I think we're going to go to Taylor now. She's just across the way. I can see her. She's over there at the DirtFish Rally School. Let's go and see who she's got to talk to.
That's right, Kev. I'm over here, and I'm with Christine. Christine, you just jumped in the passenger seat of one of these crazy rides. Tell me about it.
It's the wildest thing I've probably ever done in my entire life. My heart was racing out my skin. I'm still tingling, and it's been like over 20 minutes, and so it was wild. It was so much fun.
And this is a little bit different. I don't know if you've been in, a normal race car on a racetrack. This is definitely a wilder experience than that.
Oh yeah, this is my first time. So it was like 0 to 100, and it's all I know now. Now I will totally do it again.
Can't look back. And how was your driver trying to calm you down, or was he just focused on the track?
He was focused on the track. He kept giving me a thumbs up to make sure I was okay, because I was like holding on for dear life. But
is thumbs up faster, or we're good?
I hope we're good, because I kept giving him a thumbs up back. So
you probably heard, go faster.
Yeah, it was so much fun. Yeah.
Excellent. If you guys want to do this, you hopped in, you signed up here, right? And were able to get in?
Yes. Yeah, we signed up last night and got in bright and early this morning. So
what an event. Tell me a little bit about the event. How much are you enjoying everything they have to offer here at Velocity?
We're loving it so far. I'm excited to go out and check out the cars now and then watch the actual races, because we haven't done that yet. So, yeah.
All right, well, let's head back over to Johnny in the booth. And if you guys remember, if you want to get into the passenger seat of one of these, head over to DirtFish Rally and get your spot.
Well, we're looking over Sears Point as it was and is now Sonoma Raceway, Velocity Invitational. I like to use Sears Point because this is an historical event. We are, about an hour or so from San Francisco, city by the bay, and it's been a beautiful weekend so far as we turn our attention next to the next group in action. And once again, we've got some fantastic cars on display for you. And Taylor and Kev doing a great job, just kind of bringing the atmosphere of the place. It's great to have people who literally just plucked out of the crowd to get a ride and enjoy it, and you get a sense of how much they enjoy it. And I'm watching these crowds flow in here. It's a big weekend. We had Veterans Weekend, or Veterans Day yesterday, so a day off on Friday here in America, so we got a crowd yesterday as well. But just to give you an idea of what's coming up, we've got McLaren Formula One. They'll be in action. Pato O'Ward, Benjamin Pedersen doing DirtFish as well. So we've got IndyCar drivers galore here. We had Alexander Rossi. You saw his track map earlier. And he unfortunately having to attend a wedding this weekend. So he's not here at the moment. But now, these are our collector's cars. We've got some fantastic displays of different cars here. There's Merc coming up here. Beautiful. So we've got a host of cars from, well, a really eclectic group, in fact, of cars coming up now. And we've got sports cars. We've got single-seaters, some Le Mans cars. And you'll know your Warsteiner sponsorship. That's another side of historic racing that is absolutely important, and that is trying to stay with the same colors, the same paintwork, the same paint schemes, and the same sponsorship deals that were done in the day. And so that's a hard thing to pull off as well. Imagine these cars stripped down or sorted into getting them prepped. You've also got to prep the colors right from the day, so people are poring over photographs and making sure that they've got the right decals, the right colors, the right tones of colors as they were in the day. And like I said, we've got, as well as this, our first, well, it's our second exhibition group. Remember, we had the Ragtime earlier today. Well, this is our second. The next exhibition group will be our Formula One, and we've got some fantastic McLarens from not that long ago, I may add, that will be in action. But we've got some pretty handy racing drivers, including Lando Norris, current Formula One driver, and, of course, Pato O'Ward, current IndyCar driver. We've also got Tony Kanaan, one of the greats, who's just retired from Indy, but is still part of McLaren as an advisor. And they'll be in action later. Tanner Faust, who I mentioned earlier, who is a multiple rally cross and rally champion here in the USA, as well as being a stunt driver, filmmaker, TV star. And we'll hopefully hear from Tanner. Great guy and a great character, to be honest. He'll be in action. He's actually getting a chance to drive one of the McLaren Formula One cars. And if you know anything about modern Formula One cars, and to a certain extent some of these cars, it takes a village to get them going and to prepare them just to get out on track. So you can imagine behind the scenes, there's quite a few folks doing their bit. Now that's that 73 that I've seen parked up. I think that's I'll say a Peter Revson car. David Hobbs. It's a Schmozzle car. A David Hobbs. David Hobbs. Hobbs drove this in the day, I think the 5000. And David, of course, still very much involved in historic racing with Brian Redman. They do their the Ryan Redman annual race at Elkhart Lake at Road America. And if you don't know David or haven't heard of anything he's done, of course, most recently he was involved in Formula One with the NBC crew but still does a lot of historic stuff and racing. But David, like Brian Redman, two great exports who came over to the States, and I think that's another factor that you need to factor in when you're looking at historic racing is the amount of top drivers like David, like Brian Redman, like Bruce McLaren, Chris Amon, Dan Gurney, of course, from America, but that came over to take on. And at the time, those guys were absolutely killing it. Jackie Hicks is another one. Vic Elford, sadly, we've lost Vic. But they all came over, and it didn't matter whether it was Can-Am, Trans Am, and that was the nature of the day. And I think people like Lando Norris are almost jealous of the ability for drivers to do that. So people like Lando getting a chance to run around in an older McLaren, it's just what they love to do, and it's very much the spirit of what Bruce, Denny Hulme used to be called the Bruce and Denny Show, because they were both Kiwi drivers. Would come here, do Can-Am, do Trans Am, do IMSA, obviously Sebring 12 hours, Daytona 24 hours. Those all held earlier in the year, and then do Le Mans in the summer, June. And we've got a couple of Le Mans cars out there at the moment. Yeah, and we've mentioned the collectors and the guys that own these cars. They go to auction, and as you heard, the Mario Andretti car, the winning Lotus, going up for auction in Abu Dhabi in a few weeks' time. And so collectors very much a part of keeping these historic cars relevant and important. And as you can see from high above on the drone, not too many of them out there in this collector's things. I'm sure more will come up as the weekend continues. But you get to see now from the drone, just that there's McLaren. The papaya colors. I was watching a documentary on the run-up to this about the logo being made for Bruce. Very simple, for the McLaren original logo. And it's just a Kiwi, checkered flag, but distinctive in its own way. And of course, Brabham, Jack Brabham that is, picked up young Bruce McLaren as a kid. In fact, Bruce won a scholarship to go to Great Britain and work with Cooper. That's who Brabham was with at the time, before he set his own company up, Brabham Racing. And that kind of was an inspiration for Bruce McLaren to McLaren race team. He came over and worked for Jack Brabham. The story goes that as a 21-year-old, he came with a mechanic from New Zealand, Wilmot, and met Mr. Cooper and said, well, where's my car that I'm driving? And he said, pointed a bunch of parts and bits and said, well, that's it right there. There's your car, build it. And so they had to, and they did. And they went into Formula 2 and started winning, not far off immediately. So from there on in, Sir Jack's recommendation was a good one. Beautiful Ferrari. Priceless indeed. Going to get you some more information on each and every of these cars. I have to be honest, these are the one group, the collectors, we don't have information for, but I will find it as the weekend goes on. And there's effectively a lull in the racing for a few minutes before we go back to our regular group racing. And coming up next at 11:15 will be our Group 2 qualifying race. That's then followed by McLaren F1. Then we'll have more from Group 8. We've also got some historic Formula 1 cars out here, and I'm going to be joined by a man who's driven many of them and knows most of the drivers. I saw him talking to them yesterday, so we'll get an input there. But it's a small field of Formula 1 cars that go back to 66 and up to the 80s. And then, of course, we've got the modern Formula 1 cars. And I say that, we've got, what, 99? We've got a Mika Hakkinen championship winning. We've even got Lewis Hamilton's 2008 winning McLaren. And also one of Bruce's early Formula One cars. GTO is absolutely gorgeous though. Not sure who's at the wheel, but somebody's getting a passenger ride. And the inclusivity is what it's all about. Also, you want to hang around later in the day. We've got the Mini versus Mustang and all that we've been talking about today, which is the relatively small displacement European cars, and the Mini absolutely fits into that, versus the Mustang, the Ford Mustang, which of course, plenty of power. And you will see exactly detailed how they go on against each other in pure racing. Evidently last night they practiced and it was quite a moment from the hypercars that's out there. So we're getting more and more in this collector's exhibition. There's a nice juxtaposition. Aston Martin in the number 18 in those classic green colours. You could have a full historic Aston Martin weekend quite easily, through its iterations all the way up to Formula One. I'm sure Mr. Stroll is thinking about it. He's got his own track in Canada. He can certainly put it on. And just some other highlights I want to point you to. We've got the Gunther Works display as well here, and that is basically cars like Porsche's 911s that are made to almost custom rebuilt. Take the basics of a brand new Porsche and then turn it into something quite special. We've also got a TVR display. We've got that Navia display, which is an electric boat. So we are looking. Then we've got the supercars and the hypercars, as I mentioned. Bell Helicopter have got a stand here as well. And we've got a host of different wineries being purveyed, both drunk and tasting. Mentioned the rally school. You've spoken to Sotheby's. We've also got the Ford Performance display, and of course it's a kind of a really interesting time for Ford as well. That's in the middle of the paddock. They'll be showing off their wares, the latest GTs as well. Of course, we're talking about the future with the racing Mustang. We've got a kid zone, an autograph session zone as well. And then this McLaren automotive display also part of it. But if you are here at the event, I would urge you to go and head down to Velocity Lane as we take a look at that Group C Mercedes. That's a cracker. Remember those back in the day? Sauber and Mercedes coming together to produce a car that was just sensational in its time. Michael Schumacher starting his career, or getting a name for himself, racing in sports cars before he did Formula One. Definitely a huge part of the Mercedes comeback to racing. If you remember, they quit racing in 1955 after a massive incident where several people were killed. And I say several, but probably over 50 in the end. And Mercedes decided that that was it for them, and they pulled out of racing out of respect, which was, at the time, no question, the right thing to do. And then they came back, and since they've been back, both in sports cars and in Formula One, it has been a pretty impressive story for Mercedes-Benz. And we've got even a 1908 Benz before they were Mercedes-Benz right here on display. So another opportunity, if you're here, to see some of the history of Mercedes as part of the collector's cars. In the main thoroughfare, we've got a host of cars from 1908 all the way up to this Group C car. Carl Wendlinger, Michael Schumacher, great drivers in their day in these sports cars at Le Mans and in the World Sports Car Championship, Group C. It's hard to see who's going to get out there for the collectors because we see them parked up. We're not sure who's actually going to take to the track or not. Anyway, the checkered flag out on our collectors. So we'll take a short break again here, and more action coming up from the next group in action, and that will be Group 2, their qualifying race coming up from Sonoma. So stay with us. Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. A wonderful shot from high above and a great angle too. An angle you don't often see of the big main grandstand here. And the way we're set up here at Velocity Invitational, it really is a beautiful location in this nice bowl-like atmosphere. Everywhere you look, there are mountains each and everywhere and water in the distance. We're about an hour from San Francisco. The sun is out. It's a beautiful November day. And we're celebrating the history of motor racing here in America, and we certainly are giving a real eye-opener to this because we also celebrate Bruce McLaren. Now, if you know what McLaren are all about, you'll know that they are basically a New Zealand-based racing team, or were, when Bruce formed it. But of course, that was he on his own. He did the Tasman series with his own cars. That's how he started off. But then they set up at Surbiton in the UK, and of course are now based in Woking at the technology centre that is run by Zak Brown and his team. But their tentacles, as they did back in the late 60s, stretch far and wide because McLaren now racing in IndyCar and in Formula One, and their name and, like I said, their tentacles reach to Australia and supercars. Zak Brown has an interest with United Autosports, with Andretti there. And they also have representation in Formula Extreme as well. Emma Gilmore from New Zealand representing McLaren there. Now, talking to McLaren drivers, the current McLaren IndyCar driver, former Formula One star as well, Alexander Rossi, who was born in Nevada City, just about 150 miles from here in California, and was here yesterday, and he gave us a look at, having driven this car, this race circuit in an Indy car, he gave us his take on the Sonoma Raceway.
Always been a pretty low grip facility, so obviously with cars of this level of horsepower and cold tires and everything, it's going to be a challenge in the first couple of laps. So turn one, you know, it's that very fast uphill bumpy corner that is flat out in most circumstances, leading into kind of a very blind turn two, which turns 3 and 3A are also blind. I love the carousel, turn 6, you know, it's a corner that just rewards commitment. Turn 7 is essentially a hairpin that sets you up for the chase all the way back down to the paddock area.
Yeah, my son's in the number 50. Welcome back, and I'm joined in the booth by Dave Hagan, a man I've wanted to talk to because I've been talking about Minis versus Ford Mustangs, and he is driving one said Mini. Dave, how are you?
Well, super excited to be here at Velocity Invitational. My son's going out on track right now in Group 2, and I'm going out with him in the Mini later today.
I heard there was some shenanigans going on last night. What was happening?
Well, we made it about a fourth of a lap before we had a catastrophic problem, but it's fixed today. We'll be back out there.
Good. We are looking forward to that. It's always a fun favorite here at the Velocity Invitational, and kind of sums up that Europe versus America kind of idiom that is so much a part of American motorsport and the evolution of motorsport here. So we look forward to that. But tell me about your son and what he's racing, and let's talk Group 2.
Yeah, Group 2 is an amazing assembly of cars from that fabulous era in the 60s. My son's in a 1960 Porsche 356 Roadster, the silver number 50. And I can tell you he's quite excited to be out there today.
Now, obviously being your son, because you've been around this for a while, that's his interest. But, you know, we've been talking about youngsters and how surprising it is to see more of the younger generation getting into historic racing or being interested in older cars. Is that just because of the family thing, or is he genuinely a fan?
No, he's genuinely a fan. He came to my races for 15 years before he started racing himself. He's got a passion for it. Makes it super special for us as a family to be able to do father-son racing. I mean, how many people get to say that? So it's I enjoy watching him race as much as I enjoy being out in the car myself. So it's pretty special.
What's your background? How did you get into racing?
So my dad introduced me to racing when I was in the single-digit ages outside of Chicago. He took us to Road America, first track I ever went to. And I'll never forget it. I mean, it's kind of like if it's in your blood or not, right? You hear the motors, you smell the cars. It's like, oh, this is something special to me. And I was 8 or 9 years old. And then he took us to the Indianapolis, the 500. We didn't go to the race. We couldn't afford tickets, but we went to qualifying, which was amazing as well, right?
Yeah.
And that was 69, which was pretty cool. Yeah.
And I mean, like you, single digits. My dad took me to Brands Hatch, and it was the sheer thunderousness of it. It's a strange word, or a strange, but it was frightening. It was actually genuinely frightening. I think I hid behind my dad's knees. He always loves to quote me on that one, but because I was frightened to death. But it was that sense of foreboding when they went off into the distance at Brands Hatch, and then they suddenly started. You hear the engines coming, and they're coming, and they're coming, and then they roar by, and it just took me like, what is this? You know?
Yeah, it either moves you or it doesn't.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And I think, you know, this weekend is all about people, that these cars and the sound and the smell and the action and the people, it moves you. And so that's what makes it special.
And even if you are not an enthusiast, of which many are here with their friends who are enthusiasts, you can't take away that this history is part of all of our lives. You can't go from A to B without a combustion car right now. And you've grown up being ferried to school or ferried to work or driving yourself. And so it is a part of all of our lives. And so I think to see it displayed here and seeing the very best that we were able to innovate, make, design, change over those years, I think, again, is an exciting exhibition stroke education.
And to your point earlier, looking at the various cars, especially in this group, you've got big American muscle, you've got Italian, beautiful Italian cars, you've got Porsches with small motors in them, so you've got this incredible combination of cars. Like we're in the paddock, our little 356 Roadster is right next to a 57 Corvette, and so that was kind of like, well, that was America's solution, and that was German or European solution. It's just cool to see them next to each other.
Yeah, we got a host of Porsches out here, as you'd expect, in this area, which, by the way, just to remind you, 1956 to 1962 SCCA production cars. Earlier we talked about some of the early 50s cars that were part of the Pebble Beach races, and we talked about how the Europeans brought their cars, but this is still very much part of that era, dominated by European cars, but just an inference and a look at some of the greats that were produced. Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider, just to give you an example, back in 1956, we've got an example of that 173. Ferrari 250 GT SWB Berlinetta, look at that baby.
Unobtainium right there.
It is unobtainium, isn't it?
It is fabulous.
But, again, being pushed hard.
Yeah, I mean, I often get asked the question, are you guys really racing, or are you just doing parade laps? And I say, no, we're really racing, but we're doing it in a respectful way to the cars and the other drivers.
Now, talking of historics, and he won't mind me saying this, but talking of historics and great achievements and motor racing in America, think about a Brazilian that you all know and love, and is absolute royalty here. His name, Tony Kanaan, and the Lucky Taylor is talking to him. Let's go down.
Royalty he is, Johnny, that is correct. And we're here, we're getting excited. You're about to get in the seat. What are the emotions like when you get in these legendary, incredible machines?
Well, for a passion of the history and knowing what cars are here, it's mixed feelings. It's very emotional, but at the same time, you got a big responsibility of taking care of those cars, but at the same time, you want to drive fast. And I think that yesterday, I drove the 74 Emerson's car, and just as I was going through the laps, you just try to think the way they used to drive and how these cars used to behave on tracks, and it's awesome. I love it. I love the history of motorsports. Very special day for me today. If people don't know my relationship with Senna, it went beyond just me being a fan and he being my idol. He was my mentor, helped me out a lot through my career, and Zach and McLaren surprised me, and I'm going to drive this car behind me in 25 minutes, which is going to be a lifetime achievement for me. A car that I watched him win 7 races, and I was at the racetrack as a fan in '91 in Interlagos when he won. So a lot of emotions. I'm not sure. The good thing is if I cry, we'll be inside the helmet. You guys probably won't see it.
Absolutely. You're able to just be one-on-one with you, the car, the track out there. I mean, you're in your own head, but when you get out there, when you hear that motor running, it's kind of into race mode, right? You get to go for it.
100%. I mean, once you put the helmet on, all those things that I just mentioned to you guys, they're going to be gone. You concentrate for 6 laps. Then you go back to be emotional again. But I think while I was driving, I'm going to try to enjoy as much as I can. It's a V12, an H pattern, which was the last car that we had a manual shift in Formula One. We went to the pedal shifts after that. So I'm going to take it in the moment. I got to thank everybody, fans. I mean, Velocity, McLaren. I mean, this is a great event. I think everybody's enjoying it a lot. Beautiful day here today. So
absolutely. And I've seen you driving around in the golf cart. Have you been able to experience some of the event? It's high class, second to none.
I mean, if you haven't come here, you're missing it. I think, it's been the 4th year. Jeff is doing a great job promoting it, funding it. And I have to say, I mean, a lot of people said, wow, how you guys don't race? You just show off and a race is a show? Yeah, we don't race, but we have a lot of fun. And I'm telling you, you guys will never see anywhere else in America an event like this with so many variety of cars and the history of racing that we're doing here. So congratulations to Velocity, and guys, you guys got to come here. If you haven't had a chance to do this year, we'll be back next year anyway.
That's right. Well, thank you so much, Tony. It was a pleasure talking to you, and best of luck. Have some fun out there.
Thank you. I will. Thanks, guys.
All right, Johnny, back to you.
Great stuff. A true sportsman and a true gentleman and a classic Brazilian. And yes, he will be crying, I can assure you. I know Tony Kanaan pretty well, and he this is a boyhood dream for him, and you forget sometimes this, even for the superstars, this is a special, special weekend, and I think he summed up the event and his part in this event very well indeed.
That was really amazing to hear Tony talk about his relationship with Ayrton Senna, and the tear in his eye. I literally get a tear in my eye on the final lap of every race weekend, thinking about my dad and my older brother, who are no longer with us, but were passionate about cars and really got me into this whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's it. You forget how big a part of families cars are, and it doesn't matter whether you went to France in a old beat-up Allegro, like I did, and went to a few races in some beat-up old cars, or you've been fortunate enough to go to some of these events and be part of the motor racing history and, rub shoulders with the likes of Tony, Pato O'Ward, who you'll see later as well. But, yeah, I feel very privileged to have met the likes of Sterling Moss, and rub shoulders with the likes of Brian Redman and many others. They are literally walking history as we look at talking of history. Look at that Ferrari 250 GTO 1963, and yes, another unobtainium car, and quite rightly put in the hands of Jeffrey O'Neill, because he's the current organizer of the event that Tony alluded to, and it is because of him and Ryan Turi and his team that we are all here today, and I do think they have done a spectacular job of bringing uniquely American side of the history of motor racing. Goodwood is Goodwood, and I think the reverence and respect that gets, and we're on the YouTube Goodwood channel, is right. We're not trying to copy it. There are elements, of course, and it is truly the benchmark, but I think Jeffrey O'Neill has come pretty close in American terms.
Oh, he's done an amazing job. He's wheeling that Ferrari around there pretty spectacularly too. Yeah, this event, driving in this morning fairly early and seeing the lineup of cars waiting to get in, it's like, oh, we're going to have fans out here this weekend. And it's fun being on track in a race car. It's always fun. But to see fans showing up and seeing people wanting to interact with the cars, we always give people an opportunity to sit in the race cars, and they love it. I mean, it gives them a connection to the car. So it's really, really special to have thousands of people out here watching us do what we love to do.
Now, we mentioned, Tyler, your son out there in the Porsche Roadster, and I'm just looking at the history. It's got the logbook from all the way back to 1975, so you've really got the history of this thing.
Yeah, the car, we think it was raced from the get-go, like it was never a street car, and we have logbooks back to 75. It was raced throughout the Midwest. The livery is about 20 years old. It's just a beautifully done car. Steve Schmidt and his team built the car. They did a phenomenal job with it. We've owned it, I think, 5 or 6 years now. A lot of fun. It's a slow motion race car, right? They're small motor momentum cars, but you really learn how to drive when you don't have a big motor, right? You gotta do it with skill, not with your right foot.
We just got a quick glimpse of that 56 Giulietta Alfa Romeo as the 49 comes into view. That's the Abarth Porsche Carrera Abarth from 1961. Ransom Webster at the wheel of that.
Super cool car.
Yeah. Nice bunch of Alphas out here for this particular group. That's the 96.
The GTZ, yeah, GTZ. Those things are amazing. I've never driven one, but I would love to.
It's Ferrari-esque in its looks, isn't it?
Yeah, they're spectacular. We're contemplating doing one of those, taking one of those on a rally in Europe. So
cool.
That's on the bucket list we're working on.
Well, I'm going to say when it comes to Alpha parts, you're in the right place.
Exactly.
You've got more chance of getting where you need to go.
Yeah, those two guys are going at it. Oh, look at the airplane, too. We got it all.
Joining this, I saw balloons coming in. Now we've got aircrafts flying in. Everybody's getting in on the act. I love it.
That's fabulous. Great organization. Like what Jeff and Ryan have been able to do, put this event together in spectacular fashion, make it fun for everyone, whether you're a driver or a fan. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and also I think the connection to Sonoma, we've been running at Laguna for the last 2 years, which has its own obviously unique history and role to play. But Sonoma's where we started in 2019. And given that Jeffrey O'Neill is very much in the wine industry and has a lot of connections, you've got Kevin Buckley, Adobe Winery, and many others. They're purveying their wares here. Sonoma itself is just a beautiful part of the world if you haven't been here, so you don't have to be into motor racing by any means. And it's just, it's just the right time, right place to be at this time of year where there's not a lot of sunshine everywhere else, so why not be here?
And there's so many great events already at Laguna Seca. And I think Sonoma, North Valley, I think it's been needing that gap filled, and I think this event is doing it. So we live in Napa, so we're super excited about the events here because we just drive over instead of needing to stay in a hotel or something. But that said, for what Jeff and his group and what they're trying to do and with their wine assets, I just think this is a phenomenal place to be. And a lot of people haven't been here, so if you can travel from outside of the metro and check out Sonoma and Napa, it's a special place to be.
Yeah, make it a week or 2 weeks if you can do, though, and then see the Bay Area, see San Francisco. We're looking at this number 57, 1961. The Porsche Abarth Carrera GTL, William Lyon at the wheel.
Bill?
Just
Yeah,
behind
Bill
him,
Lyons
the Jaguar XKE.
Spectacular as well.
But I want to bring in our McLaren guys again, and a guy I'm sure who's probably having a thrill of a lifetime, who didn't ever expect to be here, given the fact that he's now part of the McLaren family, is David Malukas, who came through the ranks here in the USA. And I'm sure we're going to hear from him in a moment, but Kev is down with David Malukas, the latest in the McLaren family, effectively racing in Indy cars. Let's hear from him and what he feels about being part of this historic event.
Well, how about this? I'm down here in the pit lane just catching up with a pal of mine, David Malukas. David, great to see you here. We're having a good old chat. I haven't seen you for some years since your karting days, but you're going out in something a little bit different today. Tell us what you're driving.
I will be driving James Hunt's car. I am very excited. It's kind of like a childhood dream of mine. It's something I've always been wanting to do. And I also can't remember the last time I've driven a manual car like this before. Maybe when I was 15 or 16, just doing like a few practice laps. So I think it's also going to be a big learning experience for me.
Yeah, it absolutely is, because we were just chatting. I said, have you had warm-up laps, or were you here yesterday or whatever? This is literally the first time you're driving it.
Yes, I just did a seat fit yesterday. They told me this is how you're going to start it. That's your shifter, go out there and have some fun. So it's going to be a lot of figuring out. Thankfully, Rossi went in the same car yesterday, so I got to learn a little bit of it, and I was watching and kind of just doing my pedals by myself, with the blips. So I think it'll be good. It'll be fun.
And one thing I said to you was I thought that cockpit seemed quite claustrophobic. When you get a look at it close, you just realise, what a different era it was in 1977. But you think there's quite a lot of room in there.
Yeah, at first look, it definitely is like, wow. But once I got in there, Alexander Rossi, he's a tall dude. He fits perfectly in there. For me, I'm very much reaching to finish off the pedal. But then again, you're very high in the seats. So for big kudos to the drivers that drove back then. They were crazy. Half your body is just out of the cockpit. It's nuts.
And it's going to be quite an experience for you. But looking to the future, an exciting time for you as well, with Aaron McLaren joining them for 2024. We're obviously at the 60th birthday celebrations, but you're looking to the future with the team. Must be super exciting.
Oh, this is it's a dream. I can't believe it. Then, going into it's a big step up and it's a big organization, but everybody here in the McLaren family, they've made me feel like one big family. Everybody's so friendly. I feel like I've known them for years and just so welcoming. So this is the perfect environment to succeed, to get championships, and to win. So I'm very excited for next year.
And this weekend, that's all about next year, but this weekend, it's just a fun weekend, isn't it? And all the guys are here, like you say, the people that are making you feel welcome. TK's here, Pato's here, you're slotted in straight away.
No, of course, and that's also one of the perks of joining the McLaren family is you get to have exciting weekends like this, and I get to drive, and be a part of history. It's the best thing I could have ever imagined.
And I think Zach will have given you a few words of wisdom, because I know he owns a lot of these cars, but he's certainly driven most of them, and he wouldn't be shy in telling you how to wrestle this one when you drive it in anger. What sort of things has Zach been saying to you?
Yeah, Zach has been giving me many bits of advice, but the main one was just have a lot of fun, but just keep bring it back in one piece. Just don't get too excited. So yeah, that is the one main piece of advice that he has given me.
And just here today, or here today and tomorrow?
I will be here for the whole weekend, both days.
So you might get to drive something else tomorrow, maybe?
Fingers crossed. We'll see. A lot of these cars are booked, of course. Everybody wants to have a go. So we'll see. Hopefully we'll get something different.
And have you had a chance? It must be very tricky for you at an event like this, because the fans are flocking to see guys like yourself. Have you had a chance to look around the event itself here at Velocity?
Well, I just ended up getting a quick look this morning, but I saw all the history on all the cars, so I definitely will be after this event. Right now, I'm definitely going to go out and have a good look.
Anything in particular you got your eye on out there, aside from the cars that are behind us?
Nothing yet, but TK told me, there's a specific car that he wants to show me, so I'm going to be going with him, and we'll find something.
David, thanks ever so much. It's a pleasure, sir. Great to see your career progressing with gusto. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck in James Hunt's car.
Thank you very much, and good to see you again.
Lovely. Thanks, David. How about that then? David is about to go out. And in the meantime, we still have cars going behind us on track, some sports cars from a completely different era. So I think we're probably going to go back to Johnny. And in fact, no, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's take a short break, because when we come back, David and the guys will be, what do they say, lighting the fires and revving the tyres or something. Well, join us for that after this.
I'm down here in the pits. We've got these beautiful cars around us, and I'm here with Gavin from TVR Garage. Speaking of beautiful cars, tell me about what you brought out to Velocity.
Hi, yeah, great to be here. Well, yeah, we've got two TVR Cerbras here today. These are 90s era TVR sports cars from the UK. They've just hit the 25-year import rule, so you can bring them into the States now. So yeah, a bit of a new car for people to see here.
And people have been coming by, obviously, photos, videos, social media galore. What do they really look for when they're looking at these cars? What kind of key features are they zooming in on?
Yeah, these are just very unique vehicles. They're very got a timeless design, very high performance, and yeah, they're just a new vehicle for people to see here in the States on this side of the pond from the UK. I've been in the States for 10 years now, and grew up really enjoying these vehicles back home, and it's great to be able to see them here now.
Absolutely. Have you gotten a chance to catch any cars on track?
No, not yet. I've been very busy here talking to people about these beautiful vehicles. So I do race cars for fun myself, and I haven't been out on the track or got anywhere near it. So yeah, maybe later. Maybe we'll get some TVRs racing on the track in the future.
All right, well, if you're in the pits, if you're walking around, make sure you stop by TVR Garage, check out these stunning cars, get a chance to speak to Gavin, and have a good time down here. For now, we're going to head back down to Johnny for Group 8 racing.
Thank you, Taylor. Yeah, some great examples. We started the morning off there, and it's a nice little TVR paddock there, and some really nice cars. But talking of really nice cars, how about this lot? Got some Formula One cars coming up. They're not quite yet ready, as you can see, but that's all right. I've got plenty to talk about. I've got a good friend sat next to me. I'm going to absolutely butcher his last name, but let me introduce you to Igor Palicki. There you go. I got it in the end.
That was good.
First and foremost, we're about to see our first exhibition of these fantastic Formula One cars. But tell me what you're doing here and what's out on track at the moment.
Yeah, I'd love to. First of all, thank you for having us. Thank you for having me in the commentary box. We are Classic Recreation, so we're a Texas-based Shelby-licensed manufacturer building all of Carroll Shelby's fantastic 60s vehicles with modern technology, all licensed.
Whereabouts in Texas?
We're just north of Dallas in Flower Mound, and the car that you guys are going to be seeing today is our 1967 GT500 CR carbon fiber.
Beautiful. Talking of historic pieces, there is Tony Kanaan. I'm giving him a hard time. I love Tony Kanaan, and I'm so happy for him. This is absolutely a thrill and a half of a lifetime for him. And while he just retired from racing, he was still at the sharp end doing the Indy 500 just last year, but he's now in an advisory role. I'm looking for your page here, and I know it's somewhere. Just delighted to see him strap himself in and get ready for this run David Malukas also involved.
Yeah, it was definitely in here somewhere.
Let me just tell you about what we've also got in action, though, or what they are going to be driving. You heard him mention, or you heard Tony talking about the fact that he's going to be driving an ex-Senna car, and that was a car that won 7 races. He and Prost went wheel to wheel, and I think that in many ways was one of the great eras of motor racing, because no question, Senna and Prost, 2 of the greatest drivers. They didn't get on that well, but evidently, reading up on the pair of them, and certainly listening to what Prost has said in the past, they were they actually became good friends in the end, and they were just good rivals, like any racing drivers should be over the days. Right, we've got our page, but tell us a little bit more, Igor, about some of the Carroll Shelby stuff that you've been doing.
Sure. So our company's been building these classic recreations Shelby vehicles for quite some time, and we're also building some Ford Mustangs as well. But the carbon fiber program was started basically to we kind of run with the vision of how would Carroll Shelby build his iconic 60s cars if he had access to today's technology.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting way of looking at it, because he would have loved it.
Absolutely. So, you know, carbon fiber, that's the name of the game here. This is all about performance. So we shaved off a huge amount of weight. We added some fantastic suspension, very solid power plants to these cars, just to give the owners a true high-performance experience. Soul of the 60s Shelby. And that's really what it's all about, is just combining high performance with legacy.
Interesting. And so, what, if you like, where did this come about? Where did the idea come about to do this? Because obviously, it seems obvious when you say it, but that's quite a shift to actually physically go and do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the early 2000s, we were building these continuation vehicles, all steel-based bodies, crazy horsepower, steel-based bodies, very sort of true to the historic nature of the car with the modern technology. And then 3 years ago, right at the kickoff of COVID, that's probably the best time to introduce a new car.
Yeah,
is when we started the carbon program, shaving off right around 630 pounds of weight just by going to the carbon body.
Pretty impressive. And so, what have you brought here this weekend?
Well, so we've brought the car that you guys are going to see here in a moment on the track, and we've also got a silver 67 GT500 carbon fiber at the Turn 11 Drivers Lounge. We're right next to the Bell helicopter, the Bell 505.
I know exactly where you are, yeah.
So it's a beautiful car. Come by. We've got some little info cards that we've been handing out, showing kids the car, letting people sit inside them and things like that. It's really great.
I think that's great, is that this is such an inclusive paddock as well, is that, you can go to a lot of motor racing events, whether it be Formula One, whether it be Indianapolis and Long Beach and so on. But, you're going to be stuck behind a fence. If you get a paddock pass, great, but you're not going to be invited to sit in the car at any time. Here, that's not the case. And not only are you going to be sitting in a car, you could be sitting in a priceless one, a James Hunt championship-winning car, a Lewis Hamilton 2008 championship-winning car, a Niki Lauda 312 Ferrari, for example. I mean, if I knew what I knew now back then, I think the thrill would be huge for an 11, 12-year-old that could then go on the internet.
Well, that's how it starts, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's how it starts.
And I think actually the kids today get more chance with the internet to actually see these cars in action, see photographs, see videos, see YouTube of them. There's Lauren from McLaren, the PR lady, doing her work, getting everybody ready. And that is a Mika Hakkinen car from 1999. Mika taking the championship, and the all-mobile Mercedes colours.
How terrific is that?
I know, yeah. I remember Mika driving that car and Ian Coulthard putting it through its paces. But for the aficionados out there, let me just tell you who wear what, as it were. We have an M7C01, Rob Garrett, the European Le Mans driver. Stick around, Igor. We're going to watch these guys go. I keep waiting for your cars to come around, but they haven't come around yet. But stick around if you feel like it, and you can enjoy this with me, because Tony Kanaan is at the wheel of a M2305 As he mentioned, his hero, Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost, teammates at the time. Poor old Ron Dennis pulling his hair out trying to keep those two together. Then David Malukas in that M2602. James Hunt from 1977. And talking about pulling your hair out, that would have been hard controlling him too. Hunt the Shunt, as he was known. And it was interesting talking about that particular car to Alexander Rossi yesterday, because I said, well, you know, great, you're driving a James Hunt car, that's cool. And he said, yes, the only one I could fit in. Because he's really tall, he's over 6 foot, is Alexander Rossi. And, you know, people like he, Gerhard Berger, who also drove for McLaren, and, you know, tall drivers. Justin Wilson was another one. I mentioned Gerhard. But Prost and Senna were little guys, you know, and so, yeah, poor old Alexander Rossi struggling, and James Hunt was a rarity. Mika, not that tall, but tall enough.
Ron Dennis had his hands full, didn't
he? Good God. You know, he must be sitting, I'm sure he's sitting in his rocket jet going, what on earth did I get myself into? But to be honest, he started at McLaren as a mechanic, and to say he took it to dizzy heights is an understatement. I think Bruce would have been pretty darned impressed with the input that Ron in his day did. But of course, we're here to celebrate the great Bruce McLaren. And I think the man most likely, I mean, you think about Bruce McLaren, people rushing to the grandstands here from my commentary position, because the roar of Formula One is hitting the hillsides of Sonoma in absolute joy to these fans who've all rushed to the fences to hear this number 99, this 1999 car go at its paces. And wow, we're getting some lovely shots. We've also got the MP4 14A04, Tanner Faust at the wheel of that one. Tanner Faust, of course, normally known for his rally exploits and rally cross exploits, X Games, you name it. But Tanner, pretty handy driver in his own right. But now everybody looking and crooning for a look. And the older car, the M7C01, driven by, at the moment, Rob Garofal, a European Le Mans winner and test driver for McLaren. And that'll be driven by Pato Ward tomorrow. And so they're all going to switch around. Stefan Johansson also here. And of course, he's now working with Ganassi and his team, still working with Scott Dixon and Pato and many others. So good to have him here. And rather good Formula One and IndyCar driver in his own right. So good to have him here.
Tell you what, that noise never gets old.
It doesn't, does it? And I would say that car that you're looking at now, the Texaco-sponsored high airboxed, Marlboro liveried, and I think that's another thing that was so synonymous with those cars back in the day, was the Marlboro livery, which of course is gone now, and Ferrari effectively took it over. But yeah, those mid-70s days was when I really took to Formula One and understood it a little bit more. And you know, I look at David Malukas now and think, what an opportunity, what a time to come to McLaren as they go into the next era after 60 years. And David right there has done all the right work, and he is right in the sort of same mold as a Chris Amon, who came and worked for Bruce and drove with him. And so, you know, I just think that he, Denny Hulme, many others that were of that era would be, I think, would get on pretty well with our current crop. And McLaren treat their drivers like absolute stars, as they should, but also they discipline them in the history of what is being part of McLaren. And I know Zach Brown has a huge respect and interest in both the history and the legacy that he is now part of, and effectively is the custodian of. No mean feat, but when you look at his pedigree in both Formula One and in sports car racing. Good driver himself, and not afraid. He's got a great collection of cars. He's also got a Williams here this weekend, so he'll be driving that later. But here's those high-winged. Igor, what do you think? You're in design and all the rest of it. When you first look at this car, you think, is that going to work?
Yeah, the raised wing does raise questions, but when you think about the McLaren philosophy, the geometry of those cars, and just the way they tear through tracks, I'd be pretty confident that it'd stick.
Well, what was interesting about that is, if you think about it, when you put the wing that high up, obviously you miss the car. The downforce is all on the rear wings, so on the rear wheels. So it gave tremendous mechanical grip to the rear wheels. And that was the idea. And of course, when you avoid the car completely and forget the aerodynamics of a current Adrian Newey stroke, McLaren car of modern era, I'm using Adrian Newey because obviously the Red Bull, although he did work for McLaren in these eras, was very successful. But when you look at the modern wing, it's all part of the car, and the aerodynamics are all rolled into one, effectively, from the front wing to the back wing. That high wing is basically there just to give downforce to the rears. This is down before ground force effects were inoperative. We're part of Formula One, and now we're in another ground effects era. But that was the idea, and that, I think, may or may not have worked to what they wanted, and there was obviously worries about it breaking off, and it did occasionally, and it got banned eventually. But I think these innovations are all part and parcel of what these designers of the day wanted to experiment, and Formula One and I think Can-Am, which obviously McLaren made a huge inroad into. He was an innovator. He wanted design. He wanted to do things that were different, and I think that was the Kiwi way. It still is, and their drivers are that way. Even to this day, they love to tinker. They love to play around with older cars, and I think that's the spirit of Bruce McLaren.
Well, you mentioned something important about innovation. As time goes on, that's kind of what the next step is how do you build on that?
Yeah.
And you were just mentioning the new ground effect era in Formula One. I don't see a lot of porpoising here, so that's a good. That's a good sign.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. And that front wing couldn't be more rudimentary, nor likewise the intake. Very, very simple. And you think, is that cooling the engine in any way? Probably not a great deal. But these were early days, and what you're seeing here is the beginnings of what the modern Formula One car would look like. And 1969, Gordon Kopeck actually designed the car and was driven by Bruce. John Surtees, the only man to basically get two-wheel and four-wheel world championship, another great Brit. Joe Bonnier, Carlos Reutemann from Argentina, another driver of this, and like I said, Rob Garofal at the wheel of this V8 Cosworth M7C.
Was that the car that was debuted in '69?
Yep.
I thought so.
Yep.
Beautiful car.
Yep. Robin Hurd, another great designer from that era, as we take a look again at just looking at the program here to tell us what we got.
Tell you, the sound of that V10 does not get old.
Yeah, I think, days like this is when you yearn for next weekend's Las Vegas to have a couple of those cars out there, because the sound, and I'm sure Lando will concur, that those are the days, those are the sounds that make Formula One so special. But we miss those heady days. Back to the James Hunt car, and of course I idolised James Hunt growing up in Britain, and he really was. He and Barry Sheehan were the epitome of this sort of larrikin kind of guys that were not. They didn't stick to the script. Sponsorship was just coming into motor racing, and they did it all wrong. They drank and smoked and womanized and had a lovely time. But those days are gone. I asked Alexander Rossi if he was going to channel his inner James Hunt yesterday. That did actually make him chuckle. He's not an easy guy to laugh. He's very stoic in his way when in an interview. He doesn't go off the script too much, but he did laugh at that. And I said, well, what about your inner Stefan Johansson? He said, that's more like it. Good fun. And we're celebrating 60 years of McLaren, Bruce McLaren particularly, and what he brought to motorsport. And really the influence he had on American motorsport. It may seem odd to celebrate a Kiwi whose team is still based in the UK today, but not at all. When you consider that the Bruce and Denny show basically took on the States in the late 60s and early 70s. They absolutely trounced the competition in Can-Am while still doing Formula One and being at the top of their game. And before forming McLaren Motor Racing, of course, Bruce McLaren came over with Jack Brabham and joined Cooper before even Jack Brabham became the Brabham Formula One team. So Brabham left and joined or made his own team, and I think that in many ways sparked the real interest in Bruce McLaren forming a Formula One car. But it wasn't until Can-Am that he really got a chance to innovate and be innovative and design his own cars and do his own thing, frankly. Sadly killed in 1970 while testing one of his latest cars. That's the sadness of the loss of Bruce, but the legacy has continued for many a year, and it certainly is well honoured in New Zealand. And I know that this is a special weekend, and we'll have a lot of people tuning in from New Zealand to watch these cars go round. And they too have a huge reverence for what Bruce and Denny Hulme created in their time, and what, frankly, the legacy has followed on. I mean, to see the number of Kiwi drivers just in Indy alone this year, with Marcus Armstrong, with Scott McLaughlin, with Scott Dixon, just to name three, and there are Jacob Douglas coming up. There's Liam Lawson in Formula One, AlphaTauri, Brendan Hartley, in World Endurance Championship, and so many others. Chris Vanderdrift, I believe, is here driving his father's Can-Am car, but just great racing drivers. And there's more to come. They literally are producing them. We've just had the American Championship won in Formula Regional by Callum Hedge from Auckland, New Zealand, following on in the legacy that all of these guys, this benchmark that this two tiny islands down in the middle of nowhere kind of thing have done. It's an amazing contribution to motor racing, all started effectively by Bruce McLaren.
It's terrific to see these young driver programs really helping this next generation out.
Yeah, it truly is. And they're just great guys. I mean, Van Gisbergen, another one who comes straight out of that inkling, even though he's a V8 superstar and is about to get in and show the NASCAR world, just as Bruce did in the Can-Am world, what he's got. Just a fantastic character, and it doesn't matter what he's driving, he just loves it. And David Malukas, like he said, fulfilling a boyhood dream in that James Hunt 1977 car. And likewise that 99 car, and we'll have more from the other cars. There's more in the garage being prepared as we speak. And there's one of the great originals, that number 4, beautiful.
So one other, we were just talking about the 60 years of McLaren.
Mm-hmm.
We've been, Classic Creations has been developing this, the new generation Shelby Cobra, actually. It's the first time in over 60 years that the Shelby Cobra has been redesigned to celebrate that 60th anniversary as well. It's a shame the car's not on track today, but, definitely next year, look out for that.
Okay, cool. Tanner Faust giving his observations on what he learned out there. As Tanner taking that MP4 14A/04, putting it through its paces. And there's Tony Kanaan just out of the car, and as is his wont, he's chatting away to anybody who'll talk to him about his experience, but a really special moment, I'm sure, for him. And like you said, his boyhood hero, Senna, a very special part of his history in motor racing, because I think Senna inspired him to go on to do what he did in Indy, and there's no one more popular, if you will, with the fans. And I think if Pato is looking for someone to be an idol to. There's no question that Pato could look at Tony Kanaan. So you will be out on track, but it wasn't out on track this time.
It looks like, just the way the scheduling
We'll come
works.
back when
Obviously, we've got a lot of these McLaren Formula 1
At
cars.
least we've learned a little bit about what you're all about, and come back in again when they do go out. Are they going out tomorrow, or is it later today?
Well, we've the plan was to do both days. I think today's going to be the big day, so we'll figure out what time that car goes out, and we'll see you back here.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Igor, for coming in here and telling us a little bit about the classic restorations from Texas.
Absolutely, and thank you so much to all the fans here. I mean, Velocity Invitational.
Yeah, I know. It's
what
great,
an event! Jeff did such an amazing job. It's just so remarkable to be here, and hopefully everyone enjoyed these fantastic Formula 1 cars.
Lovely. Thanks for coming in. Well, we continue to look high above this Sonoma track and enjoy the festivities as they're underway. I think I can see Kev just about to see if he can get an interview with one of the drivers after their experience of those wonderful cars. And while he's waiting, because they're kind of debriefing in their own typical way, because they do have to set up these cars specially, we'll take a short break and we'll come back and see if Kev has got one of them. Stay with us here from Velocity Invitational. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway here in California. We're looking high above what has been a fantastic display of Formula 1 through the history books. More of the modern Formula 1 cars. We've got some older ones here as well, but as you can see, it's all smiles. Tony Kanaan talking to the cameras and enjoying his moment in the sun. And as he said earlier when we interviewed him, that there might be a tear or two in his eye because this was a boyhood dream of his, and he's still very much a part of the McLaren family because he's basically an advisor now. He's stopped full-time racing, but he's done enough, plenty in his time, I'm sure. And I'm joined here in the booth by Chad Renault, who's going to help us with the Trans Am, and I'm delighted he's here with his gloves on, so I know he's working. He's been busy out there. What have you been up to?
So that's a glove just to keep the blood.
Okay, fair enough. Shows you're working hard.
Well, we're working on a bunch of historic Trans Am cars and a couple IMSA cars, so Group 8 and Group 6. Group 8 here, we've got 4 cars, and we help another folks get a car ready before the event. So I guess 5 drivers out there.
Tanner Faust talking to
Lando.
No, that's Pat.
Oh yeah, that's Pato Award.
That's Pat.
Yeah.
They all look the same, these racing drivers. Thin with big necks. He's talking to Pato Award. I think Pato's going to take over the seat tomorrow in that car. So I think he's giving him a little bit of an instruction, but yeah. So let's head down to Taylor, who's been beetling about, as we say in England. But Taylor, what have you got?
Jim. Oh my goodness, my list is totally off.
Jim Haig.
Okay. I'm down here with Jim Haig. We are number 2 right here on the line, getting ready to go out on the track. What are you looking forward to?
Beating him.
What's your strategy out here on Sonoma Raceway?
I'm just going to save the tires till the end and then get him at the end.
Absolutely. And how's the event going? Have you been able to walk around, check out these cars? Obviously, Group 8 is my favorite. Don't tell anybody, but...
The event is absolutely beautiful. Jeff puts on a spectacular event. All the cars, amazing, just walking around. I don't sit down all day because there's so much to do. So, yeah, it's fantastic.
You get a chance to sit down now, but unfortunately it won't be a little relaxing sit. You're ready to get on the gas, yeah?
Yeah, this is the fun sit down. So, yeah.
Exactly. Well, best of luck out there. It looks like they're going to get started up. So have a great race. All right, well, let's head back. Let's get to some racing action, Johnny.
Couldn't say more. I love Jim Haig. What are you going to do? Beat him. And channeling his inner Peter Gregg, whose car he is racing, but the Gregg family still involved in Trans Am to this day. But I'm glad to welcome Chad Renault, who is a big fan of historic Trans Am, as am I, because I do the current Trans Am series. But there's nothing like seeing where it all started.
Yeah, and Jimmy's quick. He can win. He can win almost every time out there. So it'll be fun to watch him.
Oh, no question. Well, as you can see, they are just wheeling those McLarens away, but that doesn't mean Kev hasn't caught up with one of the drivers. Kev, what's the latest? What's going on down there in the pits? Because I can see you.
Well, how about this then? I'm down here on the pit lane. I've just grabbed a man who just got out of his car, Tanner. Listen, Tanner Faust, tell us what just went down, because you are still smiling from ear to ear.
I don't know if I can put into words what that was. That was to drive that car. I mean, first of all, this is one of my favorite eras for sure. So that was the MP4 14. That was the silver thing you saw ripping around. And the downforce, I'm getting coaching, of course, from TK, Pato, from, all these legends are given hints on how to save your neck, and I've never felt anything like that before. I've been around this track quite a lot. It's one of my favorite tracks in the country, but with a car that fast, it's so busy. And so, wow, what an experience. The acceleration from second gear, once the tires got warm and it hooked up, was absolutely mind-boggling. And then just to mow through the gears just seemed impossible. And in the last couple laps, I was like, okay, it's not a video game. Remember, you're really, really going fast, because the car just does exactly what you ask. The visual that you get sitting in that seat with the tires screaming and the S-turns coming up, it's just epic. And so what an experience. I've got to really thank Zach and McLaren and Velocity for giving us that opportunity, for sure.
Yeah, and I can tell that you are loving this, because like many people, I follow you on your Instagram. I've seen your posts, and I liked a couple of days ago, you said, who can guess the shift in RPM of that car? And a few people sort of had a go, but what was it? 19,000 freaking RPM. That's what it is. It's I mean, it sounds like absolute music. It's awesome in the car. It's, I wish it had a double seater or something you could give rides in that thing. I mean, I'd like to go for a ride with TK. He's driving it tomorrow, so then you'll really see what it can do. Well, listen, we enjoyed watching it. What are you driving tomorrow?
I'm actually not here tomorrow. Yes, so I got to drive the Senna MP4.5 and the 14, my two favorite cars in the lineup.
We're about to be deafened, because we're actually standing on the pit lane as Group 8 Trans Am cars are going. We'll pause for a moment. I just want to ask you about Extreme E as well, because you're off to Chile with McLaren shortly. We'll just, I don't know whether we can we hear us? Are we still, we can hear us okay? I'm not sure whether we can. It's so loud, so loud.
We got you, buddy. We can hear you.
We've got 2 more cars.
We can hear you loud and clear. Don't you worry, Kev. Ha. Kev's trying to talk. We'll talk to Tanner later, but he's trying to get a word of Tanner about his Extreme E involvement in McLaren. Of course, that's why he's part of this, and perfect guy to have. And yeah, Emma Gilmore also, another New Zealander, funnily enough, involved in this. But I think Tanner summed it up. That's a car that sort of says, that kind of looks at you rather than the other way around and goes, well, wait a minute, you're not Mika. What can you do? I can do more than this. Yeah, can you be a little bit quicker? All right, Group 8. I've got Chad Renault with me. I'm delighted to have you. Thank you for coming. And let's talk Trans Am, because Sears Point, Laguna Seca, Bridgehampton, Riverside, these were classic circuits where Trans Am in the late 60s and early 70s became a phenom, didn't they? They became a phenomenon in racing.
Yeah, and this track, as far as its history, couldn't be almost any better in the sweet spot. It opened its first and had its first Trans Am in the same year in 1969, and Jeff O'Neill's actually driving a 69 Budmore Boss.
That's right.
That he actually used to, when his first race that he ever saw Trans Am 69 here at Sears Point, so he's actually out there on the track that he first saw a Trans Am car in a 69 Budmore Boss. Pretty darn special.
Yeah, Tony Perella, who I work with in SVRA, who runs the SVRA series, also at Watkins Glen as a little fella, fell in love with Trans Am. When he saw it, he now owns the series. It's just a great story. And again, just as this whole event is, these are the exact cars that drove here at Sears Point and Sonoma and Laguna and made Trans Am what they, the series that is now the longest road running series in America. Began in 1966, but it really wasn't. The sweet spot was probably 69, 70, when the likes of Roger Penske, bringing drivers like Mark Donohue and so many others, Vic Elford, you just saw Peter Craig there in that 16 name on the side of that car, Jim Haig at the wheel of that. But there really is an absolute fantastic history here. And the reason why this captured the imagination, I think, of both Americans and drivers around the world, which was, it wasn't no holds barred, that's not fair. It was just really good racing drivers not holding back and not worrying about whether the other guys got hit or the panel got beaten up. 2.5 hour races in these absolute monsters. So it was endurance in its own way for the engines and the tires. But they went hell-bent for leather at circuits like this, and the fans loved it.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to me when I see the amount of time that they spend in these cars, and with worse brake pad technology than we have today, and worse tire technology. Even though these are out of an original Goodyear mold, I'm sure the compound's better. So what they're doing for 2.5 hours was just mind-boggling.
I mentioned Roger Penske, and of course Penske coming in and had Chevy Camaros at first, but then got the deal with Javelin, and so we've got a 1970 AMC Javelin, Bruce Canepa at the wheel, one of the great historic drivers of his era and currently. And there's that number 16 we just heard from Jim Haig, another storied car too. They've got the number 10, Ken Epsom, at the wheel of another AMC Javelin from 1972.
Yeah, Kenny's car's painted as the 72 because it did run in 72, but it actually started out as a 70 Penske Javelin as well. Then it was sold to Roy Woods. They made it yellow in 71 and then red, white, and blue because it came with a factory car in 72.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you think about Jim Hall, you think about Roger Penske, I think that was what elevated these stock cars to be just a little bit more special than they were kind of invented for. These were stock cars. That's another reason why the crowd got behind them, because these were cars that, you know, was the ethos of, you know, race on Sunday cars, but there was nothing regular. Once they dipped them in acid to make them light, once they took the headlights out, once they, you know, made them as light as they possibly could, and then brought world-class drivers like Mark Donohue, like Titus, I forgot his name,
Jerry
Titus, sorry.
Yeah.
But so many great drivers. Parnelli Jones, George Foreman, and such a huge part. And now John Hildebrand leading the race, another big fan of these cars and has pedaled many of them. I mentioned Ken Epsman. Then you've got John Chip Fudge.
Yeah, Chip Fudge is up. Patrick Burns, one of our guys, he's in third right now in that 67 Shelby Notchback.
Well, tell us about your guys and how you guys, what's your little corner of this?
Yeah, so actually I started racing these things in 1999. I still race them, but I got out of the software business and decided I wanted to make a go out of this. So supporting a whole bunch of old vintage race cars, and then a number of people that I was just trying to get them into the group, so I was trying to sell them cars, and then they wanted us to work on them. So now we work on about 20 cars.
Wow.
And we work on about maybe 10 to probably 12 historic Trans Am cars. They don't all run at the same time right now. I think we only have 5 out there. But still, we don't have as many. We have more cars and less drivers, so it's all good. Yeah, Patrick's out there. Richard Goldsmith in this Posey Challenger.
Yep. Sam Posey.
Yep. Chris Liebenberg, we do a little bit of work for. He's in the George Fulmer 70 Budmore Boss. We've got the Rusty Jowett 68 Camaro that Daniel Goldsmith's in, and we've got the AAR Cuda that Bill Auckland's in.
Yeah, no question that you put the best. You know, you mentioned Bud Moore. You get the best of NASCAR, the best of IMSA or sports cars, and then Roger Penske, and then suddenly you've got some serious motorsport players. Add those drivers, add these stock cars, and suddenly you can see where it all came together. Is that the Grey Ghost?
Yeah, Grey Ghost is in the lead. John Hildebrand, yep.
Yep. At the front.
Ken Adams, super quick driver, in second too in that 69 Boss that was originally driven by a guy named Paul Petty.
Yes.
Super quick driver in Ken Adams, and he's so darn you can feel so confident around him. He's so safe, and he knows where everybody is around him, and he can place that car wherever he wants. Jimmy's playing right there, I think, in 5th or so. He's toying with these guys, like he said in the interview before. He's trying to save his tires, and I guarantee at the end he'll be right up at the front.
Yeah, and there was no question that this was pure American, pure muscle, the epitome of what we've been talking all morning about, why the Americans love their displacement, and it's always been about power. You talk to American, well, what do you get to the wheel? What do you it's always almost based on the drag figures, isn't it? It's almost like, what can you do over 4 seconds, right, and so on and so forth. And any American in racing is almost sort of bent that way, as it were. And this championship, Trans Am, in its history, we just celebrated 2023's Trans Am series at COTA just a week ago, and it's still going strong. It's unbelievable. We had 46 cars.
It's fantastic.
At COTA doing Trans Am, and some really fantastic talent. Championship won by a 15-year-old ex-world kart champion.
In TA2, right?
In TA2.
Yeah, unbelievable. That TA2 class is so strong. It's so...
I mean, Tommy Kendall was a household name in Trans Am, and he was like the youngest thing since sliced bread. Well, Brent Cruz is 15 and Connor Zilic 17. That's who chased him home.
Amazing.
And we've got many more, Evan Slater. And so there's almost not a rebirth, because it's been going ever since, but it's as strong today, in my opinion, as it's ever been. And these cars, this historic view at what we call the golden era of Trans Am, where it was big money from the manufacturers, I think that's the key, was that they put so much money into it, which therefore meant we could pay the drivers to come and drive the cars, and we therefore got fantastic close racing. But these guys do a pretty handy job of showing them off in exactly the way they would have been back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
The 44, that's Nelson, is it Calais or Cal?
I think it's Calais.
Calais, 69 Chevrolet Camaro, he's in. We've got a couple of Shelby Mustang Boss 302s, as you'd expect. We've got that Tempest out there, which is a real one-off, that GTO, that Grey Ghost, as it was called, the number 49. We've got a Mercury Cougar out there as well.
Yeah, that Mercury Cougar's got all its original paint. Some of the dirt, I think, from Riverside is still stuck in it from 67 and 68. It's never been restored, and just prepared by Michael Eisenberg, and he's been running that thing for years. I remember when he first bought it from the fellow who had it before him, and he was just so happy, and he's tried to preserve every part of it.
You know, you mentioned Parnelli Jones, but Mark Donohue we've already mentioned. Peter Revson's somebody who, again, did Trans Am, did Can-Am, did everything, but a world-class Formula One driver. Really fantastic. Vic Elford, I mentioned, we've lost him sadly. There's Jeffrey O'Neill in that Boss Mustangs from 1969.
I'm going to have to start calling him Jeffrey. I didn't know I was supposed to do that. I just thought it was Jeff.
No. And the good thing about Jeff is Jeffrey. But no, the good thing about Jeffrey is he's very laid back. He gets to drive these absolute unobtainium cars and be trusted with them. And I love the fact that he's running the event but still enjoying it. I asked Ryan Turi today if he was going to go out, because he's another guy that can pedal these cars, and he said, I'm not going to have time, it's too much to do.
Yeah.
Jeffrey O'Neill said, bugger it, I'm just going to get in and drive. It's the only time I get any quiet.
Yeah, I think even in the practice and the qualifying sessions, he was only running a few laps because he had so many other things to do. Which
exactly.
I don't blame him.
And that's the 28 just going through shot there. That's Brian Ferrin in a 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 302.
Yeah, Brian's a good guy. He's had a number of cars. He used to own the 71 George Fulmer Budmore Boss, a body and white car that Chip Connor has. It's not here today, but he used to have that car as well. Super good guy. Loves these cars, loves the history, and drives the car as well. And he even restored 2 cars now for the group, and has done a wonderful job.
So the race being led by Jim Hay in that 1966 Ford Mustang.
Yes, this is a nice little grouping here with Brian, and one of our guys, Daniel Goldsmith, right there in the 68 Rusty Jowett Camaro.
That car leading the race was originally from Tousley Ford in White Bear Lake, Minnesota.
That's cool.
And that's the other thing. These cars were available all over the country at this time.
Yeah.
Because effectively they were stock cars.
Yeah. And then the GM and Ford and American Motors made neat parts that were available over the counters for these guys to add to them to make them pretty capable. That's one of our guys going back out.
Oh, good. He's going back out, not coming back in.
Yeah, I guess that's good.
Nice little battle here. The AMC Javelin. There's the Tempest again. That looks like the most unlikely of race cars you'd ever want to look at. But
yeah, what Herb Adams did, he was the GM engineer that built that car, and he took his wife's Tempest to do it, and then they called it a GTO. But what he did on that car, made a special front spindle. It's got a special lubrication system for the motor to last. It's got a really neat multi-piece rear end that gives it camber in the rear end, which is a total cheat, but it's the way they described it is it made it easier to do gear changes, and that's the only reason they did it, but they got away with it. Just a fantastic car. I went out and looked at that car before John bought it. I wanted it for myself, but couldn't come to terms, but John bought it a couple years, maybe a year and a half after, and it's a neat car.
I talk about innovation and just sheer creativity. We're talking about those AMC Javelins, the Penske ones. And in 1970, one of those Javelins, or one of the Javelins that Penske entered into the Trans Am Series that year, also raced in the Daytona 24 Hours as a shakedown.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I love that. So he did a full 24-hour test in it, make sure it was fine.
Yeah. So, matter of fact, they even used to allow kind of one endurance race a year would be in the Trans Am schedule early on, like Daytona or Sebring, which is just really, really neat.
It's brutal too.
It is wickedly brutal.
Now, current Trans Am, we do 100 miles. It takes about an hour, just over. But these races back in the 60s and early 70s were some 2.5 hours long.
Yes. Yeah.
No air conditioning, because you pull that out. No radio to listen to.
200 or 250 miles. Yeah, just
long way.
Oh boy.
Is that one of yours?
That was Brian. No, that wasn't one of mine.
Okay, good.
That was Brian Farron. He looks like he handled it. Maybe somebody got a little. Maybe somebody slowed up more than he thought they were going to. So hopefully it was just.
Oh, it was a lockup, it wasn't oil. Okay, good.
Yeah, I think it was just a brake lockup.
So Burns picked up the lead in the 15X, and that is Patrick Byrne in the 1967 Shelby Group 2 Trans Am. And he's just got ahead of Jim Haig. Hildebrand now third in the Pontiac. Calais in the 44. And that's the 69 Chevrolet Camaro. And O'Neill currently in sixth position.
Kind of a neat little fun story. If you read Sam Posey's Mudge Pond Express, he talks about the 70 season. He didn't get the Dodge deal until the end because he thought he was going to get the AMC deal. So he was literally.
That's right.
He was literally thinking that he was getting the AMC deal. He's in the motel. They tell him to wait, or hotel. Tell him to wait in the lobby. He sees Roger walk out. He's like, "Oh, I'm doing." And sure enough, Roger got the contract. And so then Sam went and got the Dodge contract. I love Sam Posey. That guy's just amazing.
Oh, his voice too.
Everything, his words, is just amazing, and he can do anything. Even his Iditarod coverage back in the 80s and 90s was just mind blowing.
Yeah, and very lucky at Lime Rock to see how he is honoured there, because that's where it all started for him. And you forget that he jumped. He had an amazing. I mean, talk about youngsters coming through. I mean, Sam Posey was another one that started well early.
Very young.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, there he is. And he did the classic race school and all the rest of it, and then suddenly jumped straight into Trans Am.
He said that it was like the first thing that he'd ever done in his life where he was good at when he was racing his friend in like some kind of sled that they made. Or some kind of little go-kart that they made, and he was the first thing that he could do better than his friend, and he's like, oh, I got to do this. But Sam, when he got into this car, I think we went to Lime Rock last year, and we put Sam in this car, and when we were putting his legs into the car and getting him all situated, there's not a really good spot for him in the passenger side, but when we were putting him in there, I said to Sam, are you okay? And he said, I'm about to be.
Great line. And that papaya-coloured, almost McLaren-looking Peter Gregg car, the number 16. Chris Liebenberg at the wheel.
Chris is a good guy, super good guy. It's a quick car, too.
Another good story for you, because it connects to here at Sonoma. When Penske got rid of his Camaros, he sold them off, because he actually thought he was quitting. He didn't think he would pick up the Javelin deal, as you just alluded to. So he sold them off, and he sold them to some interesting folk. He sold one to Jim Hall of Chaparral, one to Craig Murray, the president of Sears Point, and the third to Roy Woods Racing. So there you go. That all fits, doesn't it?
Yep. Yeah, we support the 69 Penske car that went to Roy Woods that you just mentioned, and then Tom's in the car. Tom McIntyre, who's been running this ever since the very first historic Trans Am. He's in the car that Craig Murray got, the 68 Penske Camaro. There's really great, fantastic photos of it when its first shakedown here, just after we bought it and just after the tracks opened. Just really a neat guy. Craig Murray, you're president of the track here at Sears Point.
And by the way, may I add, back in those days, back in the late 60s and early 70s, you would get 50 to 70,000 people coming just to watch the highlight of Trans Am. There was lots of other people on the card or lots of other cars out there, but that's how many people would come to a Trans Am race.
Yeah, and at Laguna Seca, that you could just see the hillside would be covered with them. They're just sitting on the dirt hillside or the ice plant hillside. It was just fantastic.
I did many years of World Superbikes, and it's the same fandom. You know, there's something that speaks to a fan when they are racing a bike that they can see in the showroom. And even if they can't afford it, it just says, hey, that's the car I recognize, that's the car I see on the road, on the motorway, on the freeway, and there's an instant connection there, and that's what brings the fans out to follow production-based motorcycle racing as it does for, NASCAR and Trans Am. They're stock cars in effect. Obviously now with tube frame and all the rest of it, it's not quite the same, but back then they were.
Yep.
Proper production cars. And I would have thought the likes of Penske probably learned a lot by taking something that was rough and ready, let's face it, rather than purpose-built for racing.
And made them, they work pretty darn good. For what they are, and the neat thing is you can still get parts for these cars and modify them the way they were modified in the period. Come from brand new stuff that doesn't exist. So it's kind of neat that you can do that on some of these things.
Yeah, I mentioned it briefly, but one of the tricks, if you like, and there were plenty of them, to try to make them more lightweight, to make them more powerful, to soup them up, to find ways of just making them quicker. They actually dip these cars in acid. And think about it, if you take a piece of metal and and dip it in acid, it's going to eat it immediately. But they just put it to within an inch of its life, as it were. And there are times where there were stories where the stewards or the guys, scrutineering these cars would put their hand on the bonnet and go, hang on a minute.
Yeah. Getting back to the Sam Posey car.
Yeah.
First race of the season, End of Tech. They hand John Tamanath, the head of SCCA Tech, a beer. He puts his arm back, leans onto the roof, and it puts a huge dent in it. And he's like, "Oh boy, we got a problem, boys."
Yeah.
Within an hour, they were back down at the closest Dodge dealership, cutting the roof off of another car and putting it on it.
Yep.
Just neat stuff.
But that's racing. You could say, well, that's cheating, isn't it? But, to be honest, pushing it to the limit and taking it over the limit and pushing the rules to the limit is what motor racing is. And let's be honest, it's not just the drivers who are taking the risks. It's mechanics, engineers, designers, et al. And that goes all the way to Formula One today.
Yeah.
And any form of motorsport. That's the game. That is the moving target that is motor racing. And long may it continue. But that's what made brilliant people like Adrian Newey and like Dan Gurney, Jim Hall, so many others. It is that sort of, well, what can we do that will give us that edge? We've all got the same equipment, roughly. Checkered flag out. Oh, what a finish, too. Peter Gregg's car looks as though he's got a victory.
I think he got it.
I didn't think he did, Jim. Hey, wins. He did call it. He said, I'll beat that guy. That's what I'm going to do. He told Taylor how it was. Beating Nelson Calais right at the wheel there. Sorry, we're telling stories, but we're watching the action as well. I hope you're enjoying it. Patrick Byrne in third, Jeffrey O'Neill taking fourth, Ken Adams taking fifth. Each and every one of these races, as we go through the day, is just getting more and more competitive. We had a Lotus versus Ferrari earlier in the day. Now we've had a fantastic 1-2-3 in Trans Am. And Chap, what are your thoughts on the first viewing of our weekend here?
I was just looking at your grid to see where our guys finished.
Where did they go? Where did they go?
I think we got the third.
Yep.
8th.
Yep. Richard Goldsmith. Yeah, in the Dodge.
11th. Daniel.
Yep.
Chris, we got his car ready for this thing.
Good.
And Bill Auckland, we're just going to have to see how he had that problem where he came through the pits, so hopefully he's okay.
Well, Chad Renault, thank you so much for joining us for what is a fun thing. I know you got your gloves on, you're back to work immediately. Thank you. Join us again if you can when they go out again tomorrow. We're going to take a short break here from Velocity Invitational, but my thanks to Chad joining us for our historic Trans Am. More to come. Stay with us. 1 2 1 2.
Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our color guard, Travis Air Force Base Honor Guard. We will now take a minute's silence to honor Veterans Day. And now our national anthem. And with that, we get underway with our afternoon proceedings here at the Velocity Invitational. Wonderful shot from our drone looking down on this massive crowd who are getting ready to witness something special here at Velocity Invitational, because we've got some roaring Ford engines coming your way. As we get ready for Group 5, this are Formula One cars from 1966. And joining me for this, and I say from 1966 onwards up to the 80s, and we've got quite an array too. I want to welcome my guest for this particular group, and that is Mike Miller. Mike, you are a part of this scene. You drive these cars, you know the drivers, and so I'm delighted to have you alongside. It's an era that I'm familiar with because I grew up obviously watching cars like this from the 80s, like this Williams that we're celebrating here. Zach Brown is also a fan. He'll be in his own Williams. It's great to have him, and Steve Romack and Bud Moeller, names that are familiar in the historic scene, but not necessarily to the guys that were originally on the names of the cars back in the day, as it were. But it's great, and I think, you know, we've been talking obviously about historic racing all day, but I think Formula One is a very hard sport and type of car to maintain, get drivers who are able and to effectively do justice to the likes of Daly and Peroni. I'm working with Connor Daly next week at the Las Vegas Formula One race, so we will be doffing our cap to Derek, his dad, who drove this car, as did Didier Peroni, as we look at Group 5. But welcome, Mike. This is obviously very warm to your heart.
Be here, John. Thank you so much for inviting me up to help and to watch what will be an incredible race and an incredible event. And yeah, these cars are absolutely amazing to drive. There's not a single driver in this field that is slow. They're all extremely talented. You have to be talented to whip the wheel in these incredible machines with 600-700 horsepower. They weigh 1,500 pounds or less, and a few of the cars have tunnels on them, which makes it extremely difficult to drive and extremely difficult to judge your speed through the corners, and it takes a lot of commitment. These guys are really going to whip the wheel for the next 25-30 minutes, and they're going to get a very good workout, especially around Sonoma Raceway. There's no breaks here, and when you're doing lap times that are minute 30-ish, or maybe less or more, give or take, there's not a single break around this place.
Yeah, and I just think it's great. We are celebrating Bruce McLaren, and more importantly, McLaren Racing, 60 years of. We've got the head, the CEO of McLaren Racing, Zach Brown, and not only does he run the Formula One and the IndyCar team, he races. He is a born racer, and I think that shows the respect, the legacy, and just just the sheer chutzpah of a man who is in a very tough position as the head of those teams I've just mentioned, especially in the cauldron of Formula One currently. They'll be here in Las Vegas next week. He's brought his Formula One drivers with him in Lando Norris. He's also got his IndyCar drivers here in Pato O'Ward. But Zach Brown walks the walk and talks the talk, and ironically, he's driving a Williams, but I think that says a lot about Zach. He owns that Alan Jones Williams that he drives, and he's got a massive collection. He is exactly what this event is all about. Somebody, and he's even on the board of Velocity, so he's, you know, he is in all counts for this event. But I think he just surmises everything that this event is about.
Well, John, it's just so refreshing to have somebody that's so deeply immersed in the motorsports environment. Being around racing most of my life, every time I've had an engineer, in fact, I just ran into Ivan Zaremba in the paddock. Any engineer, anyone on the crew that has race experience behind the wheel, and then they get immersed in the sport in other aspects, it enhances the sport and enhances their ability to do their job within that sport. And it's really refreshing to see that. In fact, his 81 FW Williams, that car is from the skirt era, when the skirts actually moved up and down. Which was obviously quite dangerous. The cars were quite fast, and he's one of the faster cars out there. But now, in the historic racing, there's a 40-millimeter minimum ride height rule, and that's obviously for safety. Now, the tunnels still work. It is still lightning fast in the fast stuff, but it just has a little less grip than it had back in the day.
Well, as you can see, they are lining up, and we're going to go through each and every car. And we've also got a Yardley McLaren out there, and it was a nice JPS special, as I used to call them, but of course it's an Andretti Lotus, and there's plenty more. Introduce yourself, sir. You've just popped up, and I've just seen you. Come on in.
My name is Scott Durnick. I'm the owner of Virtuoso Performance. I work on a number of these cars, and I race a Formula One car myself. But
what do you race?
I have a Surtees TS16 and a Shadow DN1 and a BRM P153.
I'm going to give you my only motor racing story, and it's sad but true.
Okay.
The only ever prize I've won in motor racing was a karting competition, a corporate one. But what made my day was my prize of second place, plastic little trophy, was given to me by John Surtees.
Well, he's my hero. I've had several Surtees cars. I was fortunate enough to meet John at a young age, and I became friends with him and his son, unfortunately, who died tragically.
Yes.
But I've owned a number of Surtees cars, and the only man to win 4 world championships in 4 different disciplines. He won Le Mans, he won Formula One, he won Can-Am, and he won Motorcycle Grand Prix.
Which is incredible.
And that'll never be repeated again. So, I mean, just a fantastic combination of skills, and then he went on to engineer his own Formula One team. So, it doesn't get a lot better than that.
There's only 2 men that Valentino Rossi bows to, and one is Agostini, the other is John Surtees.
And I can tell you, I watched John Surtees at 80 ride a Norton Manx at Goodwood.
Yeah.
And I've ridden motorcycles since I was 6, and there's no way I could keep up with John Surtees. He was unbelievable. Yeah.
Mike, we started talking about some of the cars. What is your interest, or what have you driven? What's your skin in the game in this group, as it were, to use an American phrase?
I've been fortunate enough to drive a bunch of different cars over a bunch of different eras. I've driven the FW08, so I've driven actually the same car. Who's in that car? Bud
Muller, yeah.
Yes,
Muller,
I drove a version of that, Keke Rosberg's championship-winning car. I've driven a late 60s car and mid-70s March 76, and so I can speak to what all these guys are going through right now. The FW, the 82 Williams that was actually raced by Keke Rosberg, that is the year they made the rule of the 40-millimeter ride height, ironically enough. So the car is actually set up around what the rule is now in historic racing. And Bud has been whipping the wheel for a long... I raced against Bud when I was a kid, so this guy knows what's going on.
It's a great car, and it's interesting. That car is different from the other ones in the field because it's the only car that runs 13-inch front wheels and 15-inch back wheels, because they were going to reduce the mass of the tire, and they figured the bigger wheel was lighter than the bigger wheel and tire. So it worked out pretty well. Landmark car. The Williams are just they changed the face of Formula One racing, as Lotus did a few years before them with the ground effects cars.
And with this new reassertion or resurgence of F1 interest, especially amongst the youth, with Netflix, and I take my hat off to them, and everybody says, you keep mentioning Netflix, and it's like, well, yeah, because that's what's got the youth back into Formula One, and it's the way they go in Group 5. let's talk about Williams and how right now they're struggling, at the lower end. But back in the day of Keke Rosberg and Alan Jones, and then on to Damon Hill and Mansell and so many, Prost, many others, they were the kings of Formula
Well,
One.
I think Michael could agree with me. We've all learned the lesson that you're a much better racer the better you're funded. in the 80s, Williams had Saudi money behind them. They were getting the best engines from Cosworth. Frank Williams was a force of nature. I mean, this guy was unstoppable. And, they had a great combination of drivers, engineering talent, and money. And now, unfortunately, they don't. I would speculate McLaren spends more money on catering than Williams has for a team budget. So it's really hard to make that work, and it's just a simple reality.
Well, there was that era where Williams had, like you said, had the drive from within, had the engineering prowess, and the drivers that could get the job done. I mean, they were an engineering marvel, I would say, from the Keke Rosberg era,
Absolutely.
all the way up into the 2000s.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Williams was the first with active suspension. They're the first to make it work anyway. Now, they did have a little bit of help from a guy named Ayrton Senna. That helped a little bit. But, they got active suspension working good enough that it got outlawed. That's the sign when you're a really good engineer. When your technology gets outlawed, you're the man.
Now, the race is underway, and the car leading it is Bud Mola. And, whoa, big lock-up from the 28. But that Keke Rosberg 1982 Formula One won the Drivers' Championship and was raced 3 events that year. Canadian Grand Prix, retired with a gearbox, German Grand Prix 3rd, and Austrian Grand Prix 2nd. That's the car that's out there right now.
Yeah, now it's interesting. The car that's behind Bud Moeller is much older technology. It's a Penske, but actually the Penske was a modified March. And in the spectrum of things, if a Williams is the Neiman Marcus of Formula One cars, March is more the JCPenney Target of Formula One cars. I have one, I can say that. I love them. They're lovely workmanlike cars, but the engineering was nowhere near the Williams.
The American influence on Formula One has always been scant, if that's the right word, certainly from a driver's point of view, bar Mario Andretti. We did get Scott Speed, we've now got Logan Sargent, but the impact's not been there over the years. And likewise, the manufacturers, Shadow, Penske, why didn't Roger make it he's made it in everything else and still is. Why didn't he make it in Formula One?
It's really simple. He had stronger economic motivations racing in Indianapolis and managing his empire and racing locally. This all comes down to money, and one of the biggest problems that happened was when you removed the ability of tobacco teams to have sponsorship in the United States and in other places, it became much less attractive. I mean, you look at modern Formula One, the only people that can afford to pay for this sell, a can of sugar water for $5 a piece, or they're an OEM, or they have some sort of government backing. It's speculated that some of these teams are spending between $350 and $400 million per car per season. And in period, Lotus employed 30 or 35 people. Shadow employed 20 people. Williams had 40 people. McLaren employs nearly 1,000.
Yeah, and Mercedes.
Mercedes, who knows, right?
Yeah.
So the OEMs have access to so many more resources.
Yeah, very good point. I knew the answer, but yeah. And Gene Haas would probably buy you a cup of coffee, and you could probably pull him off the ledge in terms of what he's invested and what he's got back from it. Now at the bottom, sadly, at the moment, going into Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, you look at a team like Sauber. They were a great team. They had great engineering talent. They had a driven leader.
And had won world championships.
And won world championships, but eventually the irresistible force of excess capital just could not be denied, and they sold to Mercedes. And it's unfortunate, but it's the state of the current race.
Mike, is there one car that you want people to be aware of? I love that Yardley McLaren because I got the Tonka toy of that. Danny Baker, of course, a very good peddler and has been around the world. But that was the first car that I sort of fell in love with, had the toy of, and fell in love with Formula One.
I don't think there's a car in here that I didn't have a toy of, but the JPS, I'm a big Mario Andretti fan. In fact, Michael Andretti had a brief stint in Formula One.
Yes, he did.
He did.
Back in the 90s.
And it impressed the heck out of Ayrton Senna at the time. It was a difficult job. Michael had, because he had to fly overseas, do the race, fly back.
Yeah.
He was driving racetracks that he had not grown up driving on.
He also had this young buck called somebody Mika to deal with. Mika Hakkinen, who was just starting out at the time.
Yes.
What do you mean? It's Michael Toyn. That's my line. Yeah.
So the JPS is special to me. The Yardley also special to me. In fact, the Yardley, interestingly enough, this car was crashed really badly back in the day.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Danny Baker, and I guess when they were tearing the car apart, it was a horrible crash. They were tearing the car apart. They found a coin in the side pod that was taped to the side pod of the car. Whoever built the car put the coin there, and it would not have been found had it not been for the
good
crash.
luck. Yeah,
for good luck. And so I think that coin is now on the actual steering wheel that's in the car. He taped it or glued it to the wheel.
Story.
Well, that car is really steeped in history and lore around here. All of us owe a debt to a guy named John Anderson, who used to look after a lot of these cars. And John rebuilt that whole car for Bob Baker, Danny's father, when he was alive. I had the good fortune of working on that car. But the M23 is the iconic car from 1970s racing. I mean, 4 championships and largely just evolutions of the chassis. You know, if you didn't drive an M23, you probably weren't that good, you know. It was just fantastic. I mean, they had 15 chassis, 15 cars. The very last car was the one driven by Brett Lunger. You know, they were just great cars.
Again, got the Tonka toy of that too. They weren't called Tonka toys. No, what they were. Anyway, I had that one. I had the Emerson Fittipaldi one and the Andretti one. And there it is. JPS, those colors. I didn't know what they meant back then as a kid, but of course it was a cigarette manufacturer.
We didn't know they were cigarettes, right? I mean, John Player Special. I had no idea what it was, but we just knew it was cool.
Black and gold and cool.
That's right, black and gold and cool.
Terrible things they were, but the car looked great. Black and gold.
In fact, that car morphed into the tunnel car, more like the Williams that we're watching. That's the tunnel car is what Andretti won the championship in later on, as late 70s.
Nice doff of the cap there to the Andretti lid.
Yeah. Well, Chris Locke is such an enthusiast when it comes to Lotus. I mean, you know, I think if you cut his vein, it would come out green instead of blue. But, I mean, he just loves Lotus cars and good driver.
I'll ask the obvious. Why can't we have big tires and V8s again?
Because the courses can't contain the cars. That's the problem. I mean, when these guys were racing, they killed, what, a driver a year?
Yes, there was a lot of dust. In fact, in my era, I've lost some drivers that I grew up racing against. So, the cars are simply just too fast. And to contain them within the circuit is fine until they lose control. And then what happens after that could be quite catastrophic. If they go through the corners much faster than they're going now, once they lose control, it's a bad ride. It's a bad day.
That's the issue. And you look at a circuit like Circuit of the Americas, it's got a lot of runoff. But the spectator experience is like you're watching from, you know, two circuits away or something. You can't really see the cars all that much. And some of the thrill of the spectator's experience is seeing the cars drift out close to the walls. And that happened. And when it's just a white stripe on the line, people don't find it that interesting. And you're constantly balancing safety and entertainment. I race a Can-Am car, which is the dumbest race car in the world.
Of course.
And,
2 thumbs up, by the way.
Yeah, they're just so dumb. And but they're entertaining as hell. You know, they sound like an angry Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they're impossible to drive.
As intended.
I love it. Yeah.
Let's talk about this, because this is another special car. Chris
fabulous.
McAllister, one of the greats.
Yeah. That's absolutely, you know, flat 12-cylinder, first with the transverse gearbox. What can you say? I mean, another, you know, landmark car, technological marvel. Chris, you know, is a true enthusiast. It's a wonderful combination.
And Lauda, I remember ABC Wide World of Sports, we had 3 channels and everything was staticky. And I don't know how I happened upon it, but the Long Beach Grand Prix was I don't know how old, I was maybe still in diapers. And Niki Lauda won the Long Beach Grand Prix in a car that looked very similar to that one.
Yes.
And it was like life-changing for me as a kid, maybe for the worse, I'm not sure. But
yeah, no, I mean, you know, Lauda, such an icon, you know, and again, I think, Michael, you have an understanding of how much, as difficult as it is to keep an F1 car running, that's 200% of difficulty keeping an F1 car running. And, you know, the fact that Chris still takes it out and uses it in anger, man, hats off to him.
It's these guys do an amazing job prepping the car, working on the car. Well, your team does it. And it's back then there was probably 10 guys on the car, maybe more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 10 guys. Now you show up with 2 of us, and we both could stand to lose 20 pounds, and we're trying to do the best we can. Yeah.
You're going to lose about 20 pounds driving your Can-Am car today, so I think you got that one taken care of.
Yeah, that particular chassis that you're looking at, that Ferrari, was the 026 that Niki Lauda in 76 and 77 wheeled to a win at the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa, no mean feat, and Monaco, probably 2 of the hardest races in the world.
In the world. Yeah.
But let me ask you a question for both of you. You've driven these cars, and I always think, you have to be a competent racing driver first off, end of story. But when you're out there, are you sort of channeling your inner wannabe, Niki Lauda, are you given a new respect for what they were achieving with the equipment they are achieving, because you've all driven modern cars well, or is it just, I don't know, tell me what goes through as you drive these cars?
I think a little bit of both of the topics you touched on. I mean, it's an incredible honor to get in a car like that, whether it's I got to drive a Mario Andretti car, and Mario Andretti was my dad's biggest idol or hero growing up as a kid, and that I had goosebumps just getting in the car. So you definitely have that experience, but then once you're out there driving, you realize television never does justice.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're literally trying not to kill yourself. Like, I mean, the car is so blatant, so fast. Like when you watch movies and it looks like they speed the movies up to make it exciting, that's what it feels like from the cockpit of the Formula One car. Everything's sped up.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah,
it's almost it almost feels artificial.
Yes.
How quickly the corner comes rushing up, and the other reality is we have much better engines, much better tires. Our cars are safer just because they're so inspected. Realize these guys were racing every weekend.
Yeah.
Our cars, man, in between races, they get 60, 70 hours of inspection and fettling and fixing the leaks. These guys, the race ended on Sunday. They were at the next venue Thursday.
Yeah.
And when you think about how fast they were going, what's really humbling is on some of the circuits that haven't changed, you look at their lap times, and you're like, oh, my God. You think you're going fast. You're like, yeah, and 30 years ago, they were 11 seconds faster. Have a nice day. You're like, Jesus.
It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
It's pretty remarkable. And then the safety on the cars. A lot of these cars, your feet are in front of the, not just the front axle, like on the Williams, the 82 and 81 Williams, your feet are literally equal with the front of the tire. So,
yeah, I mean, I had the good fortune of driving. I had an M14 McLaren that I drove at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and Sebastian Vettel was there, and he drove one of the cars, and there's that lot at the top of the hill where you all stand. Well, he walks up to the car, and I'm still sitting, and he said, where's the fuel? And I said, well, it's right here, and it's right here, and it's over my knees. And he said, you're stupid.
Yeah. We're looking at this March with the famous colours. Vito Brambilla, one of the drivers of this one, and in fact drove it in, 1976?
Yep, and that's Steve Romack driving that car, I think. Yeah, great driver. He's a lot further down in the order than I would expect. I suspect he's having a trouble with the car, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, Steve Romack
is fast.
He's super fast.
He's got a field nerd lid on, I think.
Yeah, he raced Atlantic back when I was a kid, and he did very well. I think he raced actually for a shop here at Sonoma Links.
Yeah.
At one point, he's extremely talented. Maybe he's just out there having a good time. And waiting for
I've
tomorrow.
had the misfortune of racing my march against him, and he waves as he goes by. It's very kind.
Let's look at the downside. Parts, maintaining. What is the tough part of this game?
Paying for it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you can. I mean, Richardson and Cosworth cooperate to make engines. The fiberglass stuff is well understood. There's great vendors right here in Sonoma that make parts. Again, I say this because I have a March. They made a lot of Marches, so there's a lot of parts around for those. We face a challenge, I think, with wheels are a problem, getting good wheels, and now we're facing a tire supply problem because one of the major tire suppliers was bought out. So we're all kind of wondering and holding our breath about next year. But really, I think, Michael, you'd agree the biggest problem is getting good guys to work on the car. The guys who have the knowledge in their heads, they're aging out, and it's a real problem because young folks don't want to do this for a living. So it's really tough. That's big. That we're going to run out of that before anything else, I think.
Well, I think it's like any other business. The product really speaks volumes for the people that provide that product.
Yep.
And you have to have great guys that have these incredible machines at these speeds going on a racetrack that was not even designed for a Formula One car.
That's right. When they built these cars, they figured after one season they were throwing it away and getting another one. If you would have told them that, 40 years later there's going to be successful American, executives driving around as fast as you guys did, you guys are crazy. No way.
Well, let's just enjoy this final lap in this Bud Moeller
wheels. Bud Moeller has handily led this race, man. I did not expect that outcome, did you? I thought Bud's a great driver, but I thought Romack drives here so often, and he's so good.
They're both great drivers, and Bud does have a little advantage with the tunnels on the car.
A big advantage.
But this track negates part of that because it's kind of bumpy, and with the lower grip surface that we have here, it's hard to really take advantage of the tunnel. So I thought it was going to be a great battle between him and Romack.
Well, the guy who's actually wheeling a car, who we're not talking about, Martin Lauber, running behind all that time. Martin Lauber, I have a March like that, and I'm telling you, those wings are largely decorative. Yeah, I mean, they are nothing like the Williams.
Lauber's got a
and
huge
Lauber is
history,
driving the wheels off that March to stay with Bud. And, Bud, as you noticed, smooth pace. Didn't even like he was working hard, you know. But believe me, he's working hard.
Well, listen, let's wrap it up by saying Keke Rosberg in 82 drove it, and then it was, retired in the Canadian, third in the German, second in the Austrian, and today in the hands of Bud Moeller, it's a winner at Sonoma Raceway. Well done, Bud, and well done to Williams, who win here in our first historic qualifying race. More to come. Let's head down to Kev, who is in the pits and beetling about. What's up, Kev?
I'm not. Well, how about this then? I'm down in the middle of all of everything that's going on. There was a couple of cars that were absolutely standing out, and we had to find somebody to talk to them. So I found Chase here, who's one of the drivers of the sprint cars that are going out. You're racing these things 5:30 this afternoon?
That is correct. You know, they're dirt sprint cars, but we're here at Sonoma Raceway, obviously, and we're going to give everyone a show on the pavement, and to see and show everyone how cool sprint cars are.
Talk to us about these sprint cars, because there's nothing else here that looks like these. We've got two of them in the middle of the arena here, but I think there's going to be 4 racing. Give us some of the facts and figures on the horsepower and the speeds and what you get up to in these things.
Yeah, so normally we race them on dirt ovals, quarter mile to a half mile dirt ovals, so nothing asphalt-wise, but they're 950 horsepower, 1,500 pounds. They're an absolute animal, and watching, if you guys stick around tonight to watch, you'll see how hard they are to control and how wild and crazy they are. But they're a blast to drive. Tonight, for what we're doing, we have 2 left rear tires on the back. Normally we have a right rear tire, which is quite a bit larger than the left rear. So other than that, not too many modifications. It's just some old tires we had laying around that we're never going to use. And what better way to burn them off and show everyone a good time.
I'm really looking forward to seeing this, and something that you just said that you just glossed over quite quickly was 900 horsepower or something. In a vehicle this size that doesn't weigh all that much, that's a lot of power at your disposal.
It is. It's a ton, and you can see obviously the aero is a big effect on these race cars. So a lot of downforce, a lot of speeds. On a normal, like a half-mile racetrack, we're normally around the speeds of like a 140 to 160 mile per hour, and you don't slow down too much for the corners. Your average is about 110, so it's fast. They're a blast to drive. I absolutely love
110 miles an hour in a corner.
Yes, sir. The speeds don't really slow down at all in the corners, so you can see with the downforce, the whole car is basically designed to turn left and hold a lot of speed.
Yeah. And with that wing that's on top, I noticed there's like a hydraulic piston. Are you adjusting that mid-race?
Yep, that's one of the only adjustments we have in the car is the wing ram. That's a hydraulic, goes straight to the steering hydraulic box, and that can move the wing backwards or forwards.
Listen, Chase, fantastic stuff. You're racing at 5:30 this afternoon. There's going to be 4 of you, is that right?
That is correct, yeah. 5:30 will be right after the Mini versus Mustang Enduro, and the lights will be on in turn 11. And we'll be setting up a little oval, and yeah, it'll be pretty cool.
It's going to be fantastic. If people want to find out more in the meantime, online, social media, how can they take a look at you and what you get up to?
Yeah, we're on all social media platforms. You can go to chasejohnsonracing.com. We're on Facebook with Chase Johnson Racing, and you can follow me on Instagram as well. So we do plenty of cool stuff. There's plenty of racing, and we absolutely love the sprint cars.
Chase, thanks ever so much for talking to us. Don't run away just for a moment, but really looking forward to seeing that. Somebody else that's coming up before that at 5:30, though, at 4 p.m., the McLaren autograph signing session. There's a whole load of McLaren stars here this weekend, and you get their autograph at 4 p.m. For now, though, let's take a short break, and we'll come back with the action right after this.
You can't walk onto this floor and not get excited about what you see. I mean, we build everybody's dreams.
We define excellence in our products, in our vehicles, the things we manufacture, more by what our clients define than what we define.
What makes our shop different from other shops? What we try to specialize in here is how to build incredible vehicles over and over and over again.
Our vehicles are duplicatable because of the systems and processes that we put in place. We're able to create a consistent work of art that's highly engineered. you can only build a car to a certain level before you basically have to go to the next tier. So we're constantly looking for that next tier in order to continuously just improve our cars. I mean, they're already fantastic machines, but you never want to feel like you've reached the top. You always want to continue.
We've been looking at historic cars all day, but now let's take it to the future. We've got our hypercars. Ooh, turned it off so I can hear you a little better. Randy, tell me a little bit about what you got under your seat.
This is a Gunther Works 911 Turbo. Very exclusive car. This one is actually the mule car. We're doing development. It's about 800 horsepower. And what Gunther Works does is they take a Porsche 911. This is a 993 chassis from the 90s, and they reimagine it, making modern technology improvements all the way through it. It's my first time in the car.
First time at Sonoma Raceway on the track?
No, it's my 1,000th time at Sonoma Raceway.
So you get to experience an entirely new car to you on this legendary track. What's the emotions like when you're out there?
I'm an adrenaline junkie, and boy, does it feel great. It focuses my brain the way nothing else will, and I enjoy it so much that I want it all I can get it. So I'm really thankful to Gunther Works for letting me drive this car, and the engineer, Carrie, that you just met. We're going to work on suspension setup a little bit and just show the car off to the fans at Sonoma Raceway.
Absolutely. You've got some stunning cars following behind you as well. What's kind of your dream car that you've seen out here?
I'm sitting in it. The vintage Formula One cars are right next to us. Jackie Stewart's car, the driver's even wearing the same helmet. So striking, but you can't go 2 steps around here at the Velocity Invitational without seeing some amazing car. It makes me want to cry. Actually, some of them bring tears to my eyes because I'm so emotional about it.
You're not alone in that at all. It's been an incredible weekend, and we've only just begun.
Yes, we have. I think that's a song. Keep going. You got the mic.
Absolutely. All right. Well, best of luck. Have some fun out there on the track.
Thank you very much. It's going to be good.
It's going to be really good. Let's head on down. Let's talk to Samori, the stunning Pagani. Who's getting behind the wheel? You're getting behind the wheel.
I am.
Have you? Did you get a chance to take this out yesterday?
No, I did take it out earlier today, though.
How's the track? How's the car?
It's a really fun track. Car's doing good. I mean, it's hard to beat. Nice day out here. Temperatures are warming up, so looks good for the tires, not so much for the engine.
All right, we'll have a good time out there on the track. We've got our 3-minute warning. Who do we have next? Hi, how's it going?
Hi, I'm Damon.
Nice to meet you. I'm Taylor. We're out here having a good time.
That's my son you just met.
Oh, it's a family affair. How'd you guys get into racing?
Just family thing. Love cars.
Who doesn't, right? We're all here loving cars. What are you driving to?
This is the Batista. Fastest car in the world.
Well, what are you doing in third? What are you doing down here?
Well, I mean, it's the first time on a track, so I'm not going to push it too hard.
That's right. Well, you're just going to have a good time. Beautiful. All right. Well, let's see these cars hit the track. Johnny, back to you.
Good work, Taylor. I was hoping you were going to burst into a Carpenter's number there, but never mind. We've got all weekend, and I can maybe get you to do that later. But let's turn our attention to these beautiful hypercars, and I'm joined by Marco Signoriti. And I got it wrong. Signoretti. That's a good Italian name.
Yeah.
So you must be a racing driver.
Well, I am, and I work with Multimatic, test and development driver as well, so I get to see the whole depth of it.
How did you get into it?
Started racing go-karts, and then, got hooked, raced for plenty of years, and finally got sponsored, and then got involved with this great Canadian engineering group, and we've gone from there.
How do you like events like this? Because this is where somebody like you gets to play for real.
Yeah, it's actually my first time to an event like this, first time to Velocity, and I'm actually overwhelmed. I flew in this morning, missed a flight. We had flight issues, actually, and I'm blown away. Walking in here, seeing cars that I've looked at, in magazines my whole life, it's incredible.
Now, I'm going to give you my version, which is what the program tells us, which is highest performing, most technology. I used to have trump cars as a kid, and this is what we used to play, was hypercars, effectively, or trump cars for what we would call exotic cars at the time, and it really was a case of who had the most horsepower, who had the highest speed in a straight line, and so on and so forth. But there is a serious side to hypercars too. How would you describe what we're about to look at here on track?
I would say, that's a tough one. When I think of hypercar, growing up, it'd be like 918 Spider, LaFerrari, P1. And I think it's just like the ultra exclusive, big money and big performance.
Cars that aren't made to be mass produced in any way, shape or form, and where you basically say to the designer, have at it.
Exactly. Like you see right there, Senna rolling out on our incredible cars. And then obviously we're here with our Ford GT Mark IV.
Yes, I want to hear much more about that.
There it is in the pit lane in all its glory.
Yeah, absolutely glorious. The Senna is a good example because Ayrton Senna did have a little bit of input on that car in terms of what he would envision as the ultimate car. And that's what we're really talking about. The ultimate sports car, right?
Right.
And like I said, a have at it attitude, which is not that money is no expense, but it's trying to define, refine, add to lessons learned in Formula One, in sports car racing, and then develop a road car that is turn the key, and off you go, but has a lot of the attributes that would give you the feeling, and you're a racing driver, of being behind the wheel of a racing driver, but it is obviously homologated for the road.
Yeah, and I think they got to scare you a bit.
Yeah, that's actually a better way of putting it. And exactly that, scare you a little bit. So what are some of the cars that we're looking at, and what have you driven any or all or any of these cars?
So the car I have the experience in would be the GT Mark IV out there.
Yeah.
The Ford and Multimatic car, and that thing is absolutely incredible.
Tell us about it. What is it? Why is it incredible?
It's based off the Ford GT, the 2016 that went back in won at Le Mans, and so after they made the race car, the GTLM, they thought, hey, let's do no rules, let's do a Mark II. So they did the Mark II, extremely successful, 730 horsepower, that thing flies. This is the Mark IV, 800 plus horsepower, 2,400 pounds of downforce, 6-speed X-Track gearbox, E-clutch to get going. It's a spaceship. First time I drove it, I laughed the whole back straight.
You had me at Mark IV, by the way.
Yeah. No,
what have they done then? I mean, obviously you go back to 66 and the original GT, and it's not far off looking like that. And then you move forward to 2003, I think it was. This iteration of Ford's has always had a similar look, but everything has been slightly different. What to you stands out that is different to this one?
I think, like compared to the older cars, it's obviously more modern, and they've really focused on getting the surface area down, so it's a very slippery car. Almost too slippery with the GTLM, where they got BOP'd into the ground with no power because it was so efficient in a straight line. But again, this has, the GTLM, when it ended, had 480 horsepower, and this has 800 plus. So it's...
But there comes a point, and maybe you can describe that, but once you get, I work in Trans Am, and once you get over 800 brake horsepower, you're getting to a point where the tires, the suspension, and the wheel, there's only so much you can put down to the ground before it actually becomes a handful and almost undrivable.
Right.
So where is that point? Or this obviously doesn't hit that point because it's designed so it doesn't.
Yeah, I'd say it's a lot of our trick engineering between Ford and Multimatic. It's got DSSV spool valve Multimatic suspension, dynamic spool valve suspension, and we have carbon ceramic brakes, and like the downforce alone is huge. You're talking about a Trans Am car with 800 horsepower. This has 2,400
So
pounds
can you
of
describe a little bit more? I'm sure there's a lot of people interested in the suspension. What can it do then that negates that wheel spin, that ability to keep the wheels to the ground and delivering the horsepower that you want?
So Multimatic's known for its spool valve dampers. The beauty about this car is it actually runs ASV, so it's active suspension. And this car will,
in Formula One again. Yep.
This car will actively, account for a road and set up while you're driving. So if you want to touch more front, you can change the ASV mode to get a sharper front end, and if you want to settle the rear, you can do the same. And it's really incredible feeling the differences one switch in a damper can do. it's incredible, and it's more powerful than just bump and rebound.
There you go. That's what I wanted to know. Now I'm just looking up the Verks cars, because they're made here in California, I believe, and they are a really interesting company too, because they kind of do what you want with the basics of a Porsche. We're looking at the Senna now, and like I said, in this particular case, there was a chance for Senna to kind of have his input a little bit, although you never know. That's what we're told, but we never know whether that was the case. Yeah, I was looking for the Gunter Verks cars, the turbo program that they do with those Porsches, but we're looking at the Senna at the moment. And again, this is an unobtainium for a simple reason that there weren't that many made.
Yeah, and again, it's their, they take their top-of-the-line road car and they make it into a very trick race car, track car.
Yeah. Yeah, they said that the difference between this particular car, it was targeting lap times opposed to outright speed. And the think was that McLaren were looking for a car that was a performance car, because they are a Formula One team, and when they went into sports cars and building production cars, what they wanted to do was develop a car that, like you said, is going to scare you a little bit, but it is able to go on the road.
Exactly. That's the point of it. And then right here we have the Zonda R. I think one of the best sounding cars out there. This thing's wild.
What do you like about this? I love the colors first and foremost.
Yeah,
the black and the blue.
Full carbon, just like the Mark IV. And I don't know, just look at the aero on that. It looks great. Sounds great. V12, naturally aspirated.
So first and foremost, it is a complete carbon bodywork, so therefore it's lightweight, and given the power that it's able to push to the floor and to the wheels, will give it an instant speed, won't it?
Yes. And
what about the cornering?
The corner, it'll probably be the same with the aero, right? So you're just reaping the benefits of that, black magic aero, and it's tricky to get used to driving an aero car because you have to trust the grips there. It's not necessarily mechanically, you don't feel it the whole time. You got to believe it's there, but once you get used to that, it's pretty rewarding driving at the limit of your aero.
It's a tough game. When we took, if you want to think about who goes down this road, McLaren, obviously, we just mentioned them, Ferrari and LaFerrari, and Porsche. Now, they're all production makers, but when you go down the hypercar route, you can go down a rabbit hole and never come back. I was looking at Gordon Murray's car, the new one he's developed, and he, was looking at some of that. This is the fastest production car ever made, and Gordon Murray, again, a Formula One designer, and now designing his own cars. But you've got to be careful how and where you go back, because a lot of these cars not look the same, but they have attributes that may look a bit like a Ferrari or a bit like a McLaren. You'll kind of look at an angle and think, oh, that's a so-and-so, but you may be wrong. So you can put a vast amount of investment and go the wrong way, and then hit the sweet spot and have a car that is legendary and will be sold at Christie's or Pebble Beach, in years to come, that everybody wants. We take a look at another Lamborghini now.
Yeah, this is, I believe, the SV. I can't see. Yeah, I believe that's the SV. So that thing's like, another V12, dying breed. Not seeing as many naturally aspirated, cars like this, but I love the sound of it. Who doesn't?
Well, and a different way of looking at it, Lamborghini, another brilliant manufacturer, also coming into a world whereby Ferrari already exists and Italian sports cars already exist. So where does Lamborghini fit in? And they've always managed to just about find a way to be relevant, be different, and be in that exotic hypercar field. But never easy when you're taking on the likes of Ferrari.
They've come a long way from tractors. And,
yeah, that's a good point.
And no, they do it different, right? Every manufacturer has their own tweaks that they do, and it's like you mentioned before. If everyone plugged into a simulator to make the most optimal car, they'd all look the same. And that's where the beauty of the different manufacturers and the styling comes in, the designers. So you can actually see their flair and see what they put into the car, and each car speaks different than the others.
Let me ask you a left field question. Sims, do you do sim work?
Yeah, we do. Yes,
The reason I ask is because there's nothing like driving the real thing, but for those of us who will never get to drive one of these cars, you can literally sign up for an iRacing, or any other form of software and get yourself a rig and feel what the cars that were built this way can do, and then jump into another one and compare them too. So you could spend a whole weekend where you drive every hypercar ever built, including the Senna, and actually, if you've got the right rig, get a real sense of it.
Yeah, and I think the biggest value in those would be learning tracks and getting a feel for things, racing line, that kind of stuff. But it's really great what iRacing and other simulation companies have done because you look at motorsports and there's such high barriers to entry. It's not like soccer or any other sports where you getting into racing is very, very difficult. And if it can give the kid at home a chance to live his dream or get his fix, it's it's a great thing.
Yeah, and the other side of hypercars, if you will, or these kind of exotic cars and Gunterwerks that we're looking at in the Porsche that's out there, you can customize. If you are at an end where you want to buy your Ferrari, they will give you the seats, the leather you want, the colors you want. You can literally, same with Lamborghini, you can build your own car within the specs of their, obviously, limits and their portfolio, but at the same time, it really does give it your mark. And you can choose so many different iterations and ways of going with colors and schemes and so on and so forth, and personalize it. So if you're at that level, it really is then a personalized car for you.
Yeah, it's like you said, if you're at that level, there's people that don't want, rolling off the lot with a Ferrari that looks the same as their friends. So they'll do things to separate.
We're getting some sideways action here. There, yeah. This is not the DirtFish part of the exhibition, but no, these hypercars are doing their bit. Yes, I once got an amazing opportunity, which was only given to Ferrari owners, of going to Mugello and spending 3 days with their hypercars, and also working with F3 drivers who would be in Alfa Romeo cars ahead of us with radio contact, and they would tell us exactly what to do. And of course, as an Italian heritage man, you'll get it. They would literally tell us as we were going through this very fast Mugello circuit, gas, now brake, gas. It scared the hell out of me because at one point I had a V12 Ferrari in my hands. I really shouldn't have had, but it was a thrilling experience, and you do get, when you get on a racetrack, a sense of what these cars can do. And also, you're not frightened to bejeebers that you're on a road and that anything could happen anywhere. So you do feel a lot safer, and you're willing to push it a little bit more and learn what the car can do.
Yeah, I don't know how these people would ever drive cars like this on the road. You can get into a lot of trouble. It's meant to be on a track. That's where it belongs.
I tell you what I really instantly like about the way the back end of the Ford is kind of zipped back there, and then the airflow goes obviously automatically to that rear wing, but by design obviously, but at the same time it looks neat too. It looks as though it's almost two different cars.
Yeah, no, it's the flying buttresses on the side there. It's iconic with the new gen Ford GT, and that's where the intercoolers are on the side, and I just think, it's adding, like, if you look at it from the top, it almost looks like a teardrop. It's a really neat look, and adding back to how slippery the car is.
What's the plan for this car?
The plan for this car is, we're building 67 of them.
Mm-hmm. Why 67?
1967 is when the Mark IV went out.
There you go.
And
stupid.
Build 67 of them, and this is the final generation of the Ford GT current car.
Now, we've mentioned the 911, the remastered by Gunterwerks turbo program places most of its emphasis on the performance of the car, but also, again, like I was mentioning earlier, those little touches that make these particular cars unique in a world, in a sea of Porsches. These cars stand out, and you know, it's only when you really take a close look you think, hang on a minute, I haven't seen that on a regular 911. I haven't seen those arches or whatever it might be, and bit by bit you see how Gunterwerks works, as it were.
Oh yeah, the attention to detail is very good. If you have a chance to look at it up close, I would definitely recommend that.
Yeah, I've had a chance to, in the last couple of Velocities, to see these cars parked up, and it is actually when they're parked up that you get a real chance to see the idiosyncrasies and the special ways that you can see that it's handcrafted and really it's a work of art. That's as simple as it is. And you'll see them occasionally, in your travels around, especially California, and then they do ping out. You're like, hang on a minute, that's not your regular RSR.
Yeah. In Canada, I've never seen one.
There you go. Yeah, the Strolls might have a couple, but they're Ferrari people and Aston Martin people, of course. Now, about the only person I can see putting on an event in Canada like this would be Lawrence Stroll.
Yeah, they actually have a Drive Fest, I believe is what it's called at Mossport. They kind of run a hill climb in reverse from turn 5 to start finish, and they get a cool lot of whatever cars we have up there. So it's pretty nice.
Well, it's a wonderful display of hypercars. Exciting times for Ford. We've been talking a lot about Ford, and you're obviously integrated with them as well. But, with what's coming up in Formula One with Red Bull, with the launch of the new Mustang, I'd forgotten or hadn't really given thought until Jim Varley mentioned it, that the Mustang was never officially raced. It was in Trans Am, of course, but it was never a factory car, race car.
Yeah, like there's the GT4 cars which have existed, but you might have heard, way back in 2016 when they wanted to go back and try and win at Le Mans, the goal was, or they originally looked at trying to use a Mustang, and they ruled it off, and that's when the GT was, came back. And
just too much to work around the original, well, not original, but the Mustang build.
Maybe I'm not too sure.
There's some fantastic, Cobras out there.
Yeah, I think at the time it would be tough to race against the cars that were out there. But now with the GT3 rule set, it's very exciting. Going to be next few years in sports car racing between the Ford Mustang coming back with their GT3, new revised GT4, and then the Mustang Challenge running that Dark Horse R. If you're a race fan,
and that's going to be a one-make series.
Yeah, it's going to be a one-make series. Wow. That'll be pretty awesome.
Yeah, I just want to do a shameless plug for Coda here, but WEC will be coming back Labor Day next September, and the World Endurance Championship will be live and happening here in the USA, and that's going to be a great circuit for it. It's been there before, but it's been a few years since we've had them here in the States. But like you say, an exciting time for World Championship and IMSA sports car racing. Well, that kind of concludes the Hyper session. I'm going to keep Marco here, though, because he's going to come back, should I say, for the Ford display later. But thank you for coming in. Thank you for sharing your knowledge of hypercars. Fantastic to learn more about these, and we'll learn more as the weekend goes on. But as we sit atop high above Sonoma Raceway, you're watching the Velocity Invitational number 4 here at Sonoma. Stay with us. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Velocity Lane, where Group 6 are getting set to go out, and I've caught up with an old pal of mine, Steve Walker. Steve, great to see you again. You're bringing out a rather special car. Tell us what you're in, and give us some facts and figures on this one.
This is a 1976 BMW CSL. It was the European Touring Car Champion in 76 and the runner-up in 77, so it's got a lot of great history.
A lot of great history, and it's a lot of fun to drive. We were just chatting. You take this thing out about 3 or 4 times a year?
Yes, sir, I do. It's getting to be a lot of work, but it's a fun car.
And quite a striking looking car as well. Nicknamed the Batmobile, that my producer Adam reliably tells me.
Yes, sir. They were known as the Black Bats from Belgium. Run by Luigi Cimorasti, who was an Italian that lived in Belgium and raced the cars.
And I think I'm right in saying as well that you're obviously in the track version, but the road-going version had similar flared wheel arches and the wing on the back.
Yes, sir. They had to have those for homologation purposes. So they took the parts off the race car and put them on the street car.
Phenomenal. What's the plan then for this one, Steve? What's the racecraft going down?
Well, I've got a couple of RSR Porsches in front of me that are pretty quick, and one behind me that's pretty quick, so we'll just see what we can do.
Steve, best of luck. Go well, and we'll see you afterwards. Right now, though, I think Taylor's got somebody else exciting to talk to.
Absolutely do. Our hypercars have come back from the track. There we go. We've got this stunning Pagani, and you just took a little test drive. You obviously have the great seat. Let me come in here with you. How was it out there?
A passenger ride in a car like this is intense. I've got like sweat dripping down the face. The sound, the feeling, just, yeah.
You're no stranger to cars.
No, I've been lucky to ride and drive in some pretty incredible stuff, but this, the Pagani Zonda Revolution, is, I think for many people of my generation, an iconic poster car. The Pagani Zonda is so amazingly special, rare. You don't see them being driven, and to come here and the owner of this today to allow me to hop into this passenger seat and get a feel for what it's about, I mean, how lucky are we all to see this? And then I just need a couple of minutes myself to even take in what I've just experienced.
And how about the event? You've been enjoying yourself. I don't know if this is your first time at Velocity Invitational or not, but it's absolutely top-notch. Have you experienced everything we have here?
Yeah, so first time out here. Definitely not going to be the last time out here. I've brought one of my cars that's over here in the hypercar paddock as well. Just to see these incredible cars being driven, the whole opportunity that you don't normally get, you know, to be here and to see it all and see people actually willing to let their cars be enjoyed and be out there is truly, truly special.
What classes are you looking forward to seeing next?
So, you know, I'm a big fan of the let's say, modern hypercar, but we're spoiled to have the GT1s, the legendary 60s Ferraris, the McLaren F1s. I don't know where to begin, right? And then mixing all the Mustangs racing, mixing everything. It's phenomenal.
Well, thanks for chatting with me, and I'll give you a minute to kind of decompress. I'm kind of jealous I'm not in that seat.
Thank you so much.
All right, talk later, Shmi. Let's go back to you, Johnny, for some more racing.
Exactly. That's why we're here. Great stuff, Taylor. Yeah, you could tell just how thrilled that Pagani ride was, and he was sweating. And well, you might, because those things, yeah, honestly, everybody says to me, oh, you get very excited when you're doing the commentary and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, because I don't think you get a sense of speed on TV as much as you are when you're there at the track, or certainly if you do get a chance to get amongst it, as it were. As we turn our attention now to our next group of racing, as you can see, they are lined up, and this again, a really interesting time, 1968 to 1978. So we're moving forward a little bit, and as you can see, the grandstand's starting to fill up, but look at the paddock, packed with folk looking in the pre-grid and looking at some of the exhibitions. And great to have you all here, folks. Please do come back tomorrow. We'll have more of the same and some very new different things. We've got different drivers in the Formula One cars. Lando Norris will be here, the Formula One star for McLaren, currently racing at Las Vegas next weekend. So close to a win. Will he get it finally? Who knows? It's an unknown Vegas, and it's a gamble, to use the phrase. So, we're looking at the 53 lining up there. That's, oh, the 58, excuse me. There goes the 12. And they'll come out now and get ready for their qualifying race. This is the Group 6. And you could argue that John Bishop, this was his gift to motorsport in many ways, as founder of IMSA. And it had everything. It had fast sports cars from all over the world. And as you say, 68 to 78, fantastic time for IMSA. Decon Monzas, BMWs, you've just seen one BMW. You've got the Datsun 240Z that Paul Newman loves so much. And many other great drivers, of course. But Porsche really dominated in this particular era. This was definitely where the 911 sprung to life as a world beater, and we're going to see plenty of iterations of those out here this afternoon. We've got some great drivers too. Just want to pick out a few, like Ransom Webster, he's in a 935 K3. Rob Fuller in that Datsun 240Z. And Charles Neerberg, good friend of historic racing and a guy who has driven pretty much every form of car there is in historics and has an historic record of his own, a world land speed record holder at over 400 miles an hour. And if you don't know Charles Neerberg, look him up. He's from Dallas, Texas. He's been around a while, and he's out there in the number 60 in a Porsche 914/6. And I'm just welcoming him into the booth as we get ready for this Group 6. Kerry Morris, who's joined us, thankfully. And again, I'm very privileged to have so many of you guys that are out there working, because that's what you really are doing. I know it's work, but not work. Kerry, first and foremost, welcome. Tell me a little bit about how you got involved in this crazy game.
Speed,
yeah,
beauty, fashion, women, the usual.
All those delightful things.
Well, what we're looking at right at present is a perfect representation for those that have followed IMSA since its beginning, through the 70s and the 80s, of cars that represented several different classes that, again, like today, were always on track. And in those days, you would have had GTO, which would have been the normally aspirated up to 3-liter, especially in the cases of the Porsches. And then with the BMW, which ran, you had then GTU, of which several like the Alfa Romeo and the 914s would be running in GTU, meaning under, was basically a 2-liter class, up to 2.5.
Let me ask you a question. I think I know the answer, but let's tell the audience. IMSA took its time to establish itself. Now, current days, it is, second to none. There's no bigger sports car championship in the world, and drivers from all over the world come to race here in America in IMSA. But it didn't start off that way. Is it because at the time Trans Am, Can-Am and all those were so popular?
That's correct, especially in the sense of with Can-Am. And you have here an example in this qualifying race, normally aspirated in the sense of the Corvette versus a 935 twin turbo. And John Bishop at the time of IMSA specifically did not want the turbo cars.
Right.
And it took some convincing to end up doing where the Decon Monzas for a short period of time were ruling the roost.
Okay.
Were big, big powerful V8s, not in the Can-Am quality of horsepower, but certainly within sports and GT racing.
Now we've got a huge field here. What, if any, would you draw our audience's attention to, or what do you particularly like that you've seen that you've either had a part with or just like you mentioned the Decon there, but what else?
Well, I've been fortunate through my time on the planet to have owned both a Porsche 935 and a Decon Monza, and there is nothing like the ground pounding of the big Chevy, especially in the Ryan Falconer motors, and it took some acquainting to get with the turbo car, which occupies a completely different style of driving. Rear engine turbo, especially in the early days of turbocharging, the turbo lag was definitely an issue. On a course like this, the Decon Monza is able to use with the torque and the power to get down were really something to watch. The Budweiser car number 20, which was originally driven by Chris Cord and prepared by Don Spencer, and always an immaculate presentation, and the car continues to look as good as it did back in the day, perhaps even better.
Somebody just squealed their Monza, just squealed their wheels through as we watch the 20 as the Budweiser car, Ken Epsman, in that 1976 Decon Monza, built by Decon Engineering and modified by Don Spencer, driven by Chris Cord and Jim Adams through 1982.
That's correct. And, you can't overlook, you had said about with regards to the favors, specifically looking back at the Datsuns, the 240Zs, mixing it up with the Alphas in the GTU class, also put on their own spectacular shows and period.
Great circuit for these types of cars too, because it's a real driver's circuit, isn't it, this?
How would you compare this with Could you name a circuit in the UK or Europe that you would compare Sears Point to, or Sonoma? For those of us that are out there that still remember when this was known as Sears Point, I'm one of those.
You know, I would go with, and that's a hard question because you're right, I would actually go with Alton Park and Cadwell Park.
Alton Park, that's an interesting comparison.
Simply because of the undulations and yet the mid-speed, high-speed, tricky corners, not a lot of straights, hardly any here, really, but a chance to let it go now and again. But Alton Park particularly makes sense for what you're trying to compare with the original Sears Point stroke. Yeah, that would be my first go-to, and maybe throw in a bit of Donington.
There were people when the Cobras first went over and ran at Alton Park. That was a real educational for the Shelby team.
I'll bet. Yeah. Come on in. We've got another guest. Sir, introduce yourself.
Yes, hello. Sorry I'm a little bit late. I was working on my HDA Camaro 1967, and
there's worse things to do of a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I appreciate you having me. I've been in this sport for the last 10, 15 years. My father, 93 years old, was out watching me race yesterday. He ran pre-war cars up until about 3 years ago. Did it for 25 years. Was very active in the group. Armstrong, Sidley, Triumph. Had a Turner, and when I saw him out here doing what he's been doing, I had to get involved.
93?
So, 93 years old.
My dad's tuning in. Dad, you haven't even got out of your 80s yet. Come on!
My question is, did your father tell you what you were doing wrong?
Yeah, he would. I'm sure he would.
So it's funny. So my very first...
What is your name, sir?
My name is Rick Jeffrey.
There you go.
I'm from Diablo, California, and my very first vintage car was a 1966 Alfa Romeo GTA. And my father was running the 65 Turner, and I've got some pictures on my wall at home where my dad and I were racing together in the same run group down at the Monterey Historics, and those are some of the best times and best memories that I'll be able to take with me for the rest of my life, just racing with my father. And fortunately, I didn't get into the racing as soon as I would have liked, and had more experience with him, but it was a fabulous time.
You know, the more I'm around the historics, the more I realize this father-son, father-daughter, mother-daughter, whatever combination, it's a family affair. And whether it be forced on you because you're at a racetrack every weekend, or you fall in love with it yourself, as I did and as you did, I think there is just that it is actually a really good thing for family in any form.
You also have to look at the cars, though, that are involved. There's an individualism at everything that we're looking out in there today. We're not dealing with BOP, with balance of performance.
No.
We're not dealing with spec chassis and spec cars. That there was a freedom, and in that same sense, there was an attraction to it, also from the family sense, because you had your own identity. Could easily be wrapped up in a car. Like you brought up your Camaro. For example, people end up looking at it, and those that have an interest are going to know specifically from what era that you're looking at.
Right. Well, I gotta say, so you see this jolly this Decon Monza driven by Richard Goldsmith.
Yeah.
He's in our HDA car. He drives the Sam Posey car. And I've got a Decon Monza being built for me right now by Chad Raynal and Impeccable Motorsports. And
he was in here earlier, yeah.
It's a 1010. It's a great Pickett car that I hope to be racing out here next week. And we also have Ken Epsman in the Cord car. I know you were talking about that earlier. I think he has his number 1011, I believe, right after mine. But yeah, I'm really excited to get that Decon Monza.
The Decon Monzas that ran at Le Mans, first with Michael Kaiser in, I believe, 76, and then Brad Fursell in 78. And the car, I was at Le Mans in 78 when Fursell ran. He went through several motors. Ryan Falconer was not particularly happy about that. They cobbled up one together to make the race. And the car was hit, I believe, the chicane on the original Mulsanne Straight at 212 miles per hour.
Wow.
And the Europeans were just blown away by the size of the Decon. I mean, we were used to seeing it running in IMSA, but to see it in Europe at that time and running against, remember Porsche was running Moby Dick at that time, and you had the Renault A442s, the Porsche 936 in Group 6, and there was this big Chevy with a huge wing, and it was easily the loudest car on circuit.
Right, yeah. So I think my car, 1010, has a wing that was originally run by a fellow that ran the 935s and had that big wing. So I think Pickett wanted to have that big wing with that downforce on the rear end, and so and all the Monzas are a little bit different in their body styles.
Well, this particular car you're looking at, the 55, this 1974 Porsche SRSS, number 55 that you're out there, competed in the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, 12 hours of Sebring, and the Daytona 24 hours.
There were those times where you could almost look at Daytona, the 24-hour race, specifically back in the 70s. The grids were so large with it that you could literally, at early, when it was late afternoon when it would start, early nightfall, it's almost you could see all the lights all the way around the circuit. You know, this was pre-bus stop.
That's right.
And it was spectacular. But we used to joke that the bulk of the entries on the lower part on the grid were the Florida version of Cal Club.
Okay. Which must have scared the big runners, the guys at the front looking to, you know, represent factories and get through traffic going, what am I coming up against here? Who is this guy? Because there was a big difference between certainly the drivers and the equipment.
Oh, there absolutely, because so many of the cars were basically home prepared, or, you know, guys that just wanted to go race and felt fortunate they were able to be accepted. So preparation was always a bit questionable, but, you know, you worked within your budget and did the best you could do.
Martin Lauber, a busy man. He's been out already. Didn't go so well in the Formula One, but he's out now in the 64. This 1975 Porsche 911 RSR.
And we mustn't overlook the BMW CSLs.
Yes,
who wrote their own way into the history books. In fact, BMW just recently built a new version of a CSL for customers. I believe it was a run of 50 cars. They sold out by telephone within an hour.
Gosh.
And
doesn't surprise me, though. You put the CSL word out with a BMW and it's done, isn't it?
Yes.
So I got to shout out again a couple of my co-drivers in the HTA group. We've got Patrick Byrne in the number 40 car with that 1977 Greenwood Corvette, which I think this is his first time out with that car, being the current owner. And that thing is a beast. I was watching it come out of turn 11 yesterday, and the patch of rubber he would lay down as he got on the accelerator coming up into turn 1 was amazing. And then you've also got this another first-time car, I believe, is Chris Liebenberg, and that number 23, 1975 Kemp Cobra 2 is another fabulous-looking car. I think it looks to me like a lot like a Decon Monza.
I'm sure I'm not in the minority here. What is a Kemp Cobra?
You know, that's a great question.
Charlie Kemp was a well-known U.S. racer. He ran in the original Can-Am, and he also had very good relations with Ford.
Okay.
And so the Mustang that he is running is an example of that. I guess you could refer to it as the pre-Roush days.
Yeah.
Remember when Roush was with Protofab?
Oh, yeah.
You know, when they were running where they went. So that is a tribute in that sense to Charlie Kemp. So well-known racer at the time.
Well, speaking of Protofab, so I also, one of my other race cars is a 1986 Protofab Camaro, also driven by Greg Pickett and Wally Dallenbach from back in the day.
I was with Wally last weekend.
A fabulous car. Unfortunately, it didn't didn't get entered into this event this weekend, but that's another fabulous car that is really fun to drive, very driver-friendly, and just really great history.
You'll be pleased to know Wally Dallenbach was on the podium in T8 just last weekend at Cont.
Is that right?
And he won the Masters, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, still going.
Still going.
He was behind Boris Said. Go figure. Not bad. And Gar Robinson, another two-time Trans Am champion, won the race. So it's quite a day for TA.
Well, we currently, for the lead, have the ongoing battle that's been going on for years between Bruce Canepa in his 935 and Kevin Epsman in the ex-Chris Cord Decon Monza. These guys have battled back and forth in vintage and historic racing in these two cars now for, God, I can't even remember the first time they did. I remember when Epsman was looking to originally buy a McLaren M8, and he rang me and asked me what I thought about Decons, and I said, you want to buy the Monza. You'd be a lot better off.
Mm-hmm. Bruce could write a book, I'm sure he will, on every car he's driven in historics, because every event you go to, Bruce Canepa on the list, the list.
So is it true that this car Bruce is driving is a 935?
This is a 935.
Which is a twin turbo?
This is a twin turbo. When he purchased it, he is the original owner of that car, and he ran here. I remember him running here after he got it, and then he did what everybody else did. He put 935 Kramer bodywork, K3 bodywork on the car, and then eventually restored it back to those are the original factory panels that he took off the car.
Right.
So it's as close to being in its original as-delivered condition now as possible. The Kramer bodywork, for those who remember the old radio station K-Fat, it was pre-K-Pig, and Bruce proudly had K-Fat stickers on his 935 back in the day.
So is it also true that in the year prior, the 934s were running and Decon Monzas were dominating in that year, and so that's when Porsche decided to up their game a little bit and go with that twin-turbo 935?
No, that was primarily already based for FIA Group 5. They were going to do that anyways. Sad to say in that sense, the U.S. was always an afterthought. Porsche Motorsport was not really officially became part of the U.S. until they had a P.O. box, I guess you could say, before the transport and the parts. They were distributed through Volkswagen of America back during those years, through Joe Hoppen. You ordered your car through them, and there were examples such as like the Interscope team. Almost all their cars came through Vasek Polak Porsche. And you did, having a direct factory connection at the time was considerably more difficult, and they would just refer to it.
That seems amazing now when you see the influence that Porsche have had on sports car racing here in the States, that you had to go through VW to get.
Back in the day,
yeah.
Yes. All right, so Ken got a little showmanship here.
Yep.
Now will the turbos spool up?
Yeah, well, we got a lap to go, and they're going to split another Porsche in front of them, or they're going to try. Oh, this is nip and tuck. Into turn one. He's got the advantage, has Canepa. But Epsman is on it. Up the hill they go then. For the last time, this is our IMSA group, Group 6. First time of asking. This is 1968 to 78. Delighted to have Carrie Morris and Rick Jeffrey alongside to enjoy this and tell us more about it, because this is what we're learning, is what these cars are all about.
Well, I tell you, it's a pleasure to be up here with you fellas, you know, being out on the track and driving behind the wheel and experiencing all the adrenaline going on, and then being up here to watch it on a nice video screen here and talk with you guys has been truly a real treat.
And we've managed a good spot here, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's taken me 4 years to negotiate, but I've done it. Started off, I was up the hill on my own. I had Howden Ganley one year who just sought me out because he could hear me on the loudspeaker. Good friend of mine, and of course, one of the original McLaren guys. Howden, Formula One guy. Look at this. This is fantastic. Side by side, guys. Who says this is exhibition? I don't doubt that we've had some of the best racing I've seen in historics in a long time.
Yeah, we'll have to go check the boost gauge on Bruce's 935 to see where it is. You know, anything above 1.2 has dollar signs.
Okay. You think he's going to show you? I'll tell you what, he's got enough trouble. They both got enough trouble with the traffic as they come to the completion of this.
Well, you know, you're looking at a perfect period presentation.
Exactly,
you would have had traffic in the day when these cars run, and especially turn 11. You know, is where many a race here, just like at Laguna Seca when it was turn 9, were decided.
Nicely done. Bruce Canepa comes across the line and takes the win here in his group qualifying race of Group 6, and does it in style. Ken Epsman kept him honest the whole way in that Decon Monza, but it is the Porsche that takes the victory. And coming across the line, Mike Thurlow in third place in the 76 Chevrolet Greenwood Corvette that you mentioned earlier.
I did. Nice job, guys.
Patrick Byrne taking fourth, Ranson Webster in fifth, Rob Fuller in sixth, and Richard Goldsmith seventh, Chet Taylor in eighth. My thanks to Carrie Morris and Rick Jeffrey. Feel free to come back again, gents. I love hearing your stories and also hearing your knowledge about these cars, because that's what it's all about here. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back from Sonoma and Velocity Invitational after this. Welcome back, and I'm delighted to be in a moment joined by a good friend of mine who has been around the racing scene, and a bit father and son too, but father, son and daughter, because we've had his daughter, and I'm talking about Steve Rimmer. Steve Rimmer, a good friend of mine from England originally, but now living in the Pacific Northwest. I said to your sister Josie, yeah, you guys based in Oregon? She goes, no, we're not. We're based in Washington, but James Rimmer is here alongside me, and you will have seen James in action out on the track. What's it like out there in a rally car on asphalt?
Well, it's always fun coming to an event like this where you're doing the exact opposite of what everyone else is doing.
Yeah.
It feels wrong, but no, it's fun. It's great weather. It's a good turnout so far. I drove Sonoma for the first time last night at 10 p.m. in a rental car.
Okay.
And that was my only introduction to the track.
How many laps did you get before they threw you off?
2 laps.
Okay.
So I knew which direction to go this morning, and that was about it.
Well, hang on a sec, because I'm going to go down to my friend Kev and see what he's got down in the pit lane. But stay with us, because I want to talk more. Kev, over to you.
It's good, though. It's good.
Everything's good.
Well, how about this? We are down here in the pits by all of the Group 7 cars, and the noise is deafening because the Group 7 cars are Can-Am cars like this 1971 McLaren that's behind me. And Martin DeBard, the owner, is with me now. Martin, you started it up because it hasn't run since yesterday. How's she sounding?
Sounds great. They adjusted a few things last night, and it's running good.
Tell us a little about this car, because you've owned it since 2015.
Yes, this car was run in 1971. It was purchased by Roy Woods for ARA Racing, American Racing Associates. Vic Elford drove it. He crashed it at Laguna Seca, and it went into storage for almost 20 years. And then it came out. Henry Alexander and Wes McNabe rebuilt the car. Bill Moyer built it for them. Used the original tub, which was wrecked, but he rebuilt it. The left side pod is original, a lot of parts original. The front bulkhead, the dash, a lot of parts. The suspension came back. Bill Moyer bought that, so it's all done in 1990. It's been through about 5-6 owners since then. I'm the last. My son drives it for me here, Bo.
Bo, listen, you're going to be going out in this in about 20 minutes' time. I know you haven't driven it a lot in its history, but what is it like to drive?
It's a handful. That's probably the best way to describe it. A whole lot of power. It goes straight very quickly. You know, the technology is a little older in the 70s, but it handles pretty good. You know, it doesn't have the downforce like these other cars have, but we did qualify pretty good, 4th place, and a few ahead of a few of the Bat-looking mobile cars. They were actually a little bit later models, so pretty happy about that.
One thing you just said there as well, they don't have the downforce of some of the other cars. When you watch them, I mean, it's like raw power, and it's sort of, you know, you can see it hauling itself down the straight, can't you?
Yeah.
They're powerful things.
George Fulmer said it was like being shot out of a cannon. You know, so.
And back in the day, these things were faster than Formula One cars, and in the end, they almost became too powerful.
Yes, they did. The Porsches, the 917s, kind of ruined the sport because they had 1,200 horsepower or something, and it's just crazy.
So, Bo, just tell me as well, how does a guy like you, a young man like yourself, end up racing one of these? You've raced other things, I understand, but it all started in karting?
I started with karts. I did that for about 5 years. I was, after that, in a NASCAR development team for a couple years. And it's just kind of the luck of the draw. The car was up for sale, and we were looking for something like that. I haven't driven it really a whole lot since 2015. 2016 and 2018 historics at Laguna, we did those. 2020 we were going to go to it, but it was canceled from COVID. And it's just been sitting for 5 years pretty much. A couple practice sessions here or there, a couple at this track. But other than that, I mean, I've probably been in the car maybe about 7 or 8 times total since 2015. So it's a little bit of a learning curve.
Well, listen, best of luck, guys. The noise down here is absolutely deafening. I'm really looking forward to seeing a run. Just remind us, is it, I think, 2:45 you're on track, or?
I think so, yeah, the schedule.
Okay, 245 Group 7 Can-Am cars. They are incredible. But now, though, thanks ever so much, chaps. I think we're going to join Taylor and see who she's talking to.
Well, we're going to wait to get Taylor. She's just getting to her position, but she's running around just as Kev is. Good job, boys and girls. Thank you for doing and getting these guys, wrangling them up. It's not easy. It's like wrangling cats trying to find racing drivers. I know. I've been doing it most of my life. But I've got one sat next to me, and his name is James Rimmer. And part of DirtFish, in fact, more than part of DirtFish, you grew up with it. But give a quick plug as to what we're seeing, what you're going to be driving, what you've driven, and what we've got here, because it is different.
No, it is different. And, we're thankful to Velocity. For the first year last year, we went when it was at Laguna, brought some fun cars that are a little out of the norm. And this year we decided to expand it, and Velocity really wanted to do it. So we have some thrill rides on the backside of the track in gravel, about a 2-mile track. You can purchase those here under the grandstands, and then we're running.
By the way, if you've not done a ride with you or anybody else, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, if you find me out there and you tag me, I'll give you a ride.
There you go. Hey, a lot of people here too, so it's a good time to tell everybody on the big screens that you've got your own track here, and you can really witness rally at its finest, because there's no better place than to actually let these things go on the dirt, is there?
No, not at all. So we're thankful for Velocity having us out here. It's been a great partnership for 2 years now, and we are going to have a great time this weekend, and it's been great so far.
And DirtFish going from strength to strength, just a great location. I mean, if you've not been up there, as I have been privileged to do so, just a great weekend out, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a great weekend, and it's a good team-building thing for corporate side of things as well. It's a fun weekend one as well. So,
fair enough. You've been listening to James Rimmer. He'll be out in action with the rally cars, but let's now head down to Taylor. Taylor, what's going on with you?
I am off of Velocity Lane, and I've actually head into the fan zone. We've got a lot going on here, and it's not just wine, not just for the parents. We've got some of the kids involved, and as you can see, they've got these Traxxas Bandit RC cars. These will go about 30 miles an hour. These have almost as much work that go into them as full-size cars. They're pretty incredible. So the kids can actually get their hands on, get a taste of that little horsepower. I'm telling you, once you get a hand on one of these, your love of motorsports will not go away. I had one of these when I was a kid, and I know a lot of people here did as well. So if you check out these kids over here, how's it going?
Good.
Are you having fun driving that Traxxas car?
Yes.
Yeah? Are you going very fast?
Yeah.
What's your plans for the future? What's your goal?
Well, I want to be good at it, I guess.
Yeah. Are you going to be a race car driver when you grow up?
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite driver or a favorite brand?
My favorite brand is the Marlboro car.
Oh, yeah. So you're an enthusiast. I love it. Who got you started? Your family?
Yeah, my dad.
Awesome. Are you having a good time at the event so far?
Yeah.
Are you coming back tomorrow?
Yes.
I love it. Well, these kids are having a great time out here, so make sure you don't just watch the cars, but you head down into the fan zone, grab a glass of wine, try out a Traxxas RC car, and have a little fun. But let's head back to Johnny.
Taylor, done with aplomb, as they say. No question about it, and never easy to interview the kids. They give those one-word answers. You've got to be ready with the next one, because it's yes, like that, going to be a racing driver, yep, like Marlboro, I like that. New, I'm sure Philip Morris will be delighted to hear that. That could be the new future for them, Marlboro. But RC cars, brilliant, and I'll tell you what, those things are so fast. I'm joined once again by Marco, who's going to talk with me about, well, more performance cars. We'd looked at the hypercars, Marco, and now we're going to look at some Ford performance cars, and this I know is right in your wheelhouse, because Ford Performance have got a huge presence here. You're part of it as a development driver with them. Looking forward to seeing this. What have we got?
Ford GT Mark IV, and it's Scott Maxwell driving, and he's taking people out for joyrides, and I'm sure they're loving it.
Not to be too modern, but of course the attention span of the average human is about 20 seconds these days, so they'll have forgotten what you told us half an hour ago, and I certainly have, because I've got about 4 more guests that have come in since you were here last. Signoretti.
Yeah.
I'll get it right. Marco Signoretti joins me, and I'm being flippant, but I'm not, because I think you should repeat some of the stuff you told us a while back about this beautiful car out on track right now, going past our commentary position as we speak and back into the pit lane. So I hope there's not a problem, but I think they were just giving it a sort of shakedown lap, yeah?
Yeah, I think they'll do a driver change here. Sorry, a co-driver change.
You're not meant to be out there, are you?
No.
Okay, good. So tell us about this car.
Yeah, so again, 2,400 pounds of downforce, just over 1,200 kilos. There it is. 800 plus horsepower, carbon ceramic brakes, 6-speed X-Track gearbox, E-clutch to get going. And no, it's a very special car, and yeah, no, it's great to see it out there, and hopefully we can see it turn some laps here.
It's a beautiful looking car, but you mentioned, I mean, how do you create that much downforce?
Yeah, that's well, you should see the diffuser on this thing. It's one of my favorite parts of this car is the back, and you know, just starting at the front, big splitter. All the way to the rear wing, just creating loads of downforce. We can even create more actually.
I'm going to ask the devilish question because I kind of think I know the answer. But how tall is this car? Is it true to history in terms of the GT lineage? Is it the GT40? Is it 40 inches?
No, I don't think we're 40 anymore.
Yeah.
But
of course, that was the original back in '66.
Yeah, that
won Le Mans.
The intake on the roof doesn't help.
Yeah, exactly. But exciting times for Ford. We mentioned that we were talking earlier. So much going on. Not just this. They're going back to racing in a big way, and surprisingly for the first time with Ford Mustang as well. And there's going to be a Mustang Challenge series as well.
Yeah, as a car enthusiast, you really got to respect what Ford's been doing recently. There's some great cars coming out. That road car they're coming out with, the GTD, that thing's looked pretty incredible. In development with Multimatic as well as Ford Performance. But for racing, they're doing the GT3, GT4, and that Mustang Challenge Dark Horse R Series. So it's just great to see Ford represented in the
How do you
racing
think they'll go? I mean, Ford have got this history of coming in and winning Le Mans or doing what, setting about doing something and then doing it right and doing it first time. Never that easy in an IMSA World Championship, in an IMSA Championship or at Le Mans. Where do you see, how long will it take before they really get to grips with developing these cars and getting them to be winning cars?
I think it'll win in the spec series right out of the gate.
Nicely done. I should have prefaced that.
No, but like GT3 is immensely competitive. I think it's, if you look at the races there and, IMSA, SRO, it's incredible. They have some of the best racing around. You could have the best car, but, it just comes down to racing at that point. Anything can happen. I think they'll come out of the gate ready to race and ready to win, as well as the GT4. And, it's racing. It all comes down to, BOP, how it lands. You'll have your strengths, you'll have your weaknesses, and you just play around them. And I would expect Ford to do well.
I'm looking at these wonderful shots of everybody milling around in the paddock, which is how it was designed. This is an inclusive, go up and sit in the grandstand, sure, but then come down, enjoy a glass of wine, and you can see all the tents set up and get a chance to wander around and see some of these displays, like Ford's Performance Lane. Look at this display. We started there this morning, and some of the beautiful hypercars are there. We were talking about these cars just half an hour ago, but there's a lovely Ford GT right there. But absolutely fantastic displays here, and the point is you can get up close and personal and stick your head in the door and have a look at it.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it's my first time here, and it's overwhelming the amount of cars that are here, and we want to be in multiple places at once. It's tough.
Going back to the Ford that we just looked at, I was watching a little fella look inside of it, and it's got all the mod screens. So you've also got that they've done away with mirrors, which, by the way, has been around in sports car racing for a while. But let's just talk about that, because you've got rear view access video-wise.
Yeah, and the car is back on track now, so it'd be great if we could see it flying. But exactly, it's got a big center Motec dash, and then we've got a screen on each side for the mirrors.
Do you know who's at the wheel now?
Scott Maxwell.
Okay.
Yep. Ford and Multimatic driver. Very experienced. He's been doing majority of the development in this car, as well as the other cars. Yeah, he's taking people out for some rides that they'll definitely love. But it's great because something with like gentleman drivers, they might get intimidated by like a foot clutch or some of those racing clutches are pretty hard to get away with, and this has an E-clutch, so start the car up, select first gear, press a button, and you can just drive away like a normal car.
And it does the rest. It sets the revs. It will change gear for you. Same with going down.
You have the option to do paddles, or you can do auto shift. If you do auto shift, it'll always upshift optimally. And
so if you brake hard for the hairpin here at 11,
yeah,
it will automatically downshift for you.
You select the downshifts, but it'll give you the peak upshift. And
okay.
Yeah, and with these carbon ceramics, it's well over 3G of braking, and it's pretty special.
I was going to say, as a professional racer driver, you've obviously driven a fair few cars. You probably just described what grabs you about this particular car.
It's how it keeps pulling. Each time you shift a gear, you're back in the power, and like I said, it's pushing to the back of the seat. First time I drove it, I laughed the whole entire back straight at Road Atlanta. And
that's a long way too.
Yeah, and
down
then
into turn 10.
And then I went into turn 10, hit the brakes, and I looked at the ground for a few seconds, lifted my head, and the apex was 100 meters in front of me.
Wow.
The performance is incredible.
You don't want to get turn 10 at Road Atlanta wrong.
No, but
this
gives you tons of confidence, and when you really find out how to utilize the car, it's so rewarding. It's such a quick car.
It just looks so nimble as well. By the way he's changing direction there, you can see that the headlights, the wheels are telling the car, right, we're going here, we're going there, and it just looks effortless from the outside. Does it feel effortless on the inside?
It's Scott right now, I guarantee you he's barely over 80%. He's not pushing. He's got a passenger with him. He hasn't he doesn't want to risk anything, and this car's just so quick. Just watching it drive by our booth right now, it's flying. It's great to see, and it's very capable, and it's not as scary to drive. If you rode passenger, you'd be scared. But once you get behind the wheel and you feel like how much feel you get from the steering and understand how powerful the brakes are, it really comes to you, and you really start driving it pretty hard.
We're talking to scary. Mark, I've got to tell you, the only thing that really scares me in life is Taylor by a merchandise stand. Taylor, take it away.
That scares my wallet too, I think, because there's some incredible pieces down here in the merch center. Not only is it incredible racing, but you really have to look the part, right? So I know I have a couple of these jackets. There's some incredible female items, some children's items, but of course, lots of men in here buying some hats. What are you gentlemen looking at today? How's it going?
Some Polo Velocity shirts here. Yeah.
Which one are you going to get? This black one right here? Get some hats? Are you guys having a good time today?
Awesome time today. Yeah.
Who'd you come to see?
Everybody. Oh, you. Her. Yep.
Mostly me in the merch center. No, who's your top drivers out here, or top cars that you're looking at?
Top drivers. I don't think I have one, honestly. I think everyone's just the same. Just awesome. They're all awesome. Yeah. I'm just excited to be here and see tons of cool cars. Wide variety here, I'd say. We're super excited. We both been taking lots of photos today too. So. And
this is historic racing. Do you guys have a lot of experience with it, or are you just excited to learn more about the past and all of these incredible machines?
We have some knowledge of it, and we're learning more too. Every time we come to an event like this, we learn a lot.
Absolutely. You guys are going to be here. The autograph session is at 4 p.m. There's some incredible drivers here. Lando Norris, Pato O'Ward, Tony Kanaan. Some legends in racing. Are you going to be back here for it?
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Awesome. All right. Well, they're going to head around the merch center. Thanks for talking to me, you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. But if you guys want to stop by, this is where all the wine is. This is where all the merch is. This is the place to be. Get a little shade. It's a little bit toasty out here. Get yourself a hat, and then make sure you're down here again for that autograph session at 4 p.m.
Great stuff, Taylor. Don't buy too much. I know what you like. You were talking about it this morning. I know you're going to load up, and if you're in the mood to load up, I'll have a bubble jacket, please, with Velocity Invitational. Just saying. But I'm here with Marco again, and we just watched the Ford come back in. It looks as though they're just doing lots of joyrides. That's what's really happening. I keep thinking there's something wrong with the car, but it's nothing wrong with the car. It's just another joyride, and that would be the ultimate joyride, wouldn't it?
I think a lot of people would like to be in that right seat right now.
Yeah,
but,
no kidding.
Yeah, let's see if they can get another lap, and I'm not sure the session goes for a few more minutes.
Well, let's see. While we're waiting for the next session to come back out, let's go down to Kev. Kev Harris has got somebody else. Who have you got, Kev?
Well, how about this? Down here in the garage of the Group 9 cars, look at what you can see, like this Flying Lizard 911 here, and you come across just the way here, another hugely important Porsche that's raced in all kinds of things, IMSA and Le Mans, and the two young gentlemen who are the proud owners and drivers of this car stood alongside me now, Tom and Laurent Parmenter. Tom, great to see you. I was looking at this track from up high yesterday, and me and my pal Adam were watching that going, that car looks awesome, that's stuck to the road. And now here we are, we're having a chat to you about it. Tell us about it.
Yeah, no, I'm super lucky to be able to drive this weekend. A dream, really. Really happy to own this car. It ran in LMS in 2010. It ran in this track in Laguna, and so really happy to bring it back here as well.
And Tom, just tell us a little bit about it, because you've owned it for, sorry, Laurent rather. Laurent, just tell us how you came to own this, because I think the owner previous to you didn't really know what he had his hands on.
Yeah, so we bought this car about 2 years ago. It ran, as Thomas explained, in 2010, 2011, 2012 as a Porsche car in ALMS and Daytona 24 Hours as well. And it was owned by a gentleman for a few years who ran some Porsche Owners Club races. With it, brought it back to its original livery with Alex Job Racing. They did the whole restoration for us. We still have all of the original stickers inside of the car, etc. So it's just a pleasure to be here. Great event, and yeah, it's just a lot of fun.
It was a bit of a discovery to see like the chassis number and all the bits and pieces are on the inside, and somebody said, hang on a minute, that car's got a little bit of heritage. This was a race car that did some things, and it ended up looking like this.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, four podium back in the day, finished second at the 12-hour Sebring. Alex Job Racing secure the 3 top spots, so really cool piece of history and great livery, so awesome.
And just tell me about you two guys here, because I said to you, Thomas and Laurent Parmentier, I said, are you French? And they went, no. And I said, Belgium, and they said, yes. And you grew up right next door to a famous racetrack.
Yeah, we grew up about 30 minutes from Spa, and grew up watching these cars race at Spa. Always dreamed about, being able to do this one day, coming to the US and finally being able to do this. I would love to take this car one day to maybe Le Mans or Spa, so that would be kind of a dream of ours. But in the meantime, like being here is still pretty cool. So.
Like so many, whether you're pro or recreational, it all started at the wheel of a go-kart.
Correct. This is where it started for me at like around 10 years old. So I've been doing go-kart ever since, still doing it today. So I really enjoy that as well.
What time are you out on track, chaps? When can we see you running it in anger?
Thomas is going to be racing at 3:30 today, so cheer for him.
We will cheer for him.
We'll have maybe some tequila afterwards.
Patron tequila, of course. And so Thomas today, and then you'll be in it tomorrow, Laurent?
No, he's just
me all weekend. I'm the lucky guy this weekend for sure.
Listen, chaps, thanks ever so much for talking to us. We're standing here in the California sunshine, surrounded by beautiful cars. But it's not just me, because I tell you what, Taylor has found someone really rather important this weekend, and he's celebrating his birthday.
I absolutely do. I have the man himself. He's actually getting his helmet on. We'll see if we can get a quick chat with him before he gets in the car. Strong results so far. How are you feeling in this McLaren?
Tired already, but looking forward to it.
Absolutely. How's the track feeling out there? It's getting a little toasty. Tires are working through their way through the course?
Yeah, no, it's good. It lets the tires get up to temperature a little bit quicker, but it's a little bit harder on those old guys.
And you are running in 2 classes, correct?
I am. I'm inflicting maximum pain on myself.
All right, well, I'll let you get in the car and get going, but have a great time out there. And check out this McLaren. What a beauty that is in that papaya color and all of these. This is actually an exceptional class. Look at Mario and Luigi. If you head on over here, George will come with me over to the top of the grid. Follow me. You've got to check out this Porsche. It's Gunnar. I spoke to him earlier. Are you starting here at the front? You're starting out here in the front, right? How's it going? You got to get in your car.
I've got to get in my car, yeah.
Get in your car. You're at the top of the pole. You ready to go?
Yep. Very ready to go. Very excited to drive this beautiful Porsche 917 PA and around Sonoma.
This is your bread and butter right here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. Well, have a good race out there, Gunnar. These guys are ready to go. They're getting in. Lots of focus, lots of prep going out on here. But check it out. Let's go back to Johnny. Let's get these cars on track.
Great work, Taylor. Yeah, we're getting ready for our Can-Am. So I'm going to say thanks to Marco coming in here. It looks as though we're going to talk more Ford as the weekend goes on. It's doing its last run as we speak. But as you can see, Formula One getting ready, but Can-Am coming up. And I've got two budding Can-Amites, if that's even a word, to talk to in a moment. But thanks for coming in. Come in tomorrow if you can, and we'll talk hypercars and Ford performance again. So feel free. Thank you very much. So I'm just getting my commentators sorted out. I've got a cast of thousands. Mr. Skidmore's here. We're having an arm wrestle now as to who's going to get in the commentary booth, which I absolutely love. Come on, Mr. Skidmore, jump in. Okay, come on in. But we can all share it. If you've got something to say, jump on a mic. That's what we want. Even my good friend, Mr. Aldo, is here. How are you, sir? Miserable. No, we're on. We're already on. We'll have to wait. Mr. Skidmore, come on in. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
What have you been doing in the last half hour?
We've been getting two Can-Am McLarens ready to go.
Good. And are they ready to go?
They are ready to go, yes. We've got Martin DeBard in an M8E McLaren. He's P4. And we have Nick Colonna in a McLaren M8C.
And how are you? What's been going on?
I'm fine. Scott Durnick, remember? And we had a Can-Am car, but we had trouble in practice. We lost a valve, so we're not part of the race. But I've been involved with Can-Am ever since I was a kid. Bert and I have certainly raced together in the same races many times.
Now let's just put this in perspective, because we are celebrating Bruce McLaren and McLaren's 60th anniversary this weekend. But let's just talk about what this series did and what Bruce, Denny, the rest that came with him and took part in this Can-Am series and what it meant. This was pretty much as close as it got to anything goes, right?
Yeah, there really weren't any rules other than an internal combustion engine, 4 wheels. The rules were quite open and had to burn gasoline. But it really was limitless in terms of power, aerodynamic aids, and all sort of other innovations. What McLaren was able to figure out that it took everybody else a while to figure out was that they could make money racing Can-Am cars. And they did so by building a reliable and robust car that used relatively conventional technology instead of trying to be innovators like some of the other teams like Shadow or Chaparral.
Just been having a quick chat with my good friend Kevin Buckley, who's here. And he says he's not racing, but we'll get him in the booth later. But what amazed me about this whole era was the way the drivers literally bebopped around the world to come and do this. And I guess, without putting too blunt a point on it, the money was good.
Yeah, the money was very good, and it was also great publicity. It was very popular with fans. They got bigger crowds for Can-Am races in the U.S. than they did for Formula One races. So Group 7 cars were it. They were the biggest, baddest things you could drive. 9-liter Chevys, hundreds and hundreds of horsepower. They were truly the macho race car.
Yeah, and, to put another fine point on it, you couldn't be a fool racing one of these. These would show you who was boss immediately. If you weren't of a very, very high-level professional racing driver, this was a handful. You would get in trouble very quickly. Would you agree?
I would agree with that. Driving small block cars are pretty simple to drive. Driving the big block cars is a whole different animal. Scott would probably testify to that.
Yeah, the big block car is not less nimble than the small block car, but has a lot of horsepower. At a track like Sonoma or Laguna, really the small block cars have an advantage because they weigh less. And there's not a lot of full throttle time, as we talk about when you talk about how you drive a race car. One of the things you look at is the percentage of time you have the pedal to the floor. A track like Sonoma, you might have noticed there's not a lot of straights, so you don't have a lot of full throttle time.
It's difficult to hold a big block Chevy to the floor for a long period of time.
Yeah, if you have any survival instinct whatsoever, it's something that you're gonna do with great caution.
So I'm just chatting away with lots of commentary people that are coming in. Peter Harbuck's just walked in as well. This is what we wanted, though, from this event particularly, is to have people come in and join us. So, guys, again, looking down the list, it's not a huge field, but boy, it's rare that we get this many Can-Am cars here. And like I said, the influence of McLaren on this and the results that they had were stunning. That 917 kind of stands out. Gunnar Jeanette's going to try to hold off a battle, isn't he?
Well, I mean, the 917's got a huge weight and braking advantage, and the naturally aspirated 12-cylinder still has plenty of horsepower. It's got, it's on the order of 450 to 500 horsepower, but Gunnar's car probably weighs 300 to 400 pounds less than an M8D McLaren. It's air-cooled, so it doesn't have the weight of the cooling system. It's a aluminum and magnesium chassis, very thin fiberglass. The car is from the Collier collection, and it's simply breathtaking. And, of course, Gunnar's driving ability needs no introduction. He's a fabulous driver. So the combination of that machine and that car is pretty potent at this course. You're going to have some pretty tough sledding to upset the #1 position here.
I think with Alex McAllister being on the outside of the front row, he's got to get the start. He's got to get him at the start. If he can't get him at the start, it's not going to happen.
Well, Chris just came in here, and I know he was half looking at his boy and half looking at coming and joining us in commentary. But I said, come back. I know you're busy because he's in and out cars himself all day.
Yeah. I don't know about you, Bert. I would shamelessly jump the start and take my chances on retribution later.
Spoken like a true
racer. I think
racer.
they're going to throw the green any way you look at it.
Yeah, they're going to throw it any way you
green.
look at it. Yeah, but there's some interesting cars further back in the field here too. That TI-22 that you see, that was an innovative car in its period. That car is a reproduction of the original car, but it's a titanium chassis. Got a lot of interesting technology. In Can-Am in period. There were really only two companies that sold a car for a racer to use, McLaren and Lola. Everybody else, the constructors were running their own cars, whether it was Shadow or Porsche or, like the TI-22, all kinds of cars.
I was about to say, using titanium must have been hugely kind of like, wow, what are you bringing to the table here?
And expensive.
Yeah, it was really expensive. And back then, they didn't quite have the same heat treatment and processing of titanium that they did now. The car was relatively unsuccessful in period because it had a lot of structural failures. But now this recreation, of course, is able to embrace 40 or 50 years of development of use of titanium. So they've got what is certainly a better car than what was there in period. And Bob Lee has restored a number of really cool cars, and this is another one.
Well, we've had some cracking races. You've been part of it already, you two, and so I think we're in for another cracker of a race.
Yeah, I think Mr. McAllister and Mr. Jeanette are probably going to pace themselves off from the field a little bit, and then there will be some more battles for second, third, and fourth, and all the way up and down the field.
Can-Am at its finest as we celebrate McLaren 60th year. This is where the Bruce and Deddy show came to be, so to speak. I'm taking a look at that 22 of Scott Durnick in that Sting Can-Am. I've seen plenty of pictures of that around. And it does stand out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not out there now, unfortunately. That's why I'm here. We had a failure of a valve train component that we caught in our post-race inspection. So the good news is we didn't blow up a fairly expensive engine. The bad news is I'm here instead of there.
Yes.
Much as I like this, I'd much rather be there.
I get that.
He said he lost the valve. They actually know where the valve is, but it's not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Oh, good.
We're thinking of giving them all little Apple tags so we can keep better track of them. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that expression. We dropped a valve. We just don't know where we dropped it.
So these guys obviously have two pace laps. They're coming around.
Yeah.
Is that turn 10 now? Coming into 11.
What's Sonoma like to drive? It looks bumpy. It looks challenging.
Well, the track's a lot bumpier now than it used to be. I guess they're going to repave it in
January.
February. I remember, it used to be quite smooth when we used to run 2-liter cars here quite often and stuff. It was very smooth, but now it's a lot bumpier, especially in turn 2.
Come on,
so
Chris.
Here we go then. Group 7 roars into action as Can-Am takes off to the green flag here at Sonoma Raceway.
So that'd be pretty tough sledding. See, if you look at how the car in the lead, the 917, if you look at how it changes direction and how it copes with bumps, you can see that it's significantly lighter than the other cars. It's also not making a lot of aerodynamic downforce, but it has the same size tires as the other Can-Am cars. So its mass to tire and mass to downforce ratio is really quite good on what's a relatively tight course at Sonoma. It's absolutely the right weapon for the job.
You have to be a good driver to do that, though, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And they got the right guy in the seat, that's
yes,
for sure.
They do. Yes, they do.
That's
But,
for sure.
Yeah, the 917 was, was created for Le Mans, surely, and so therefore it is kind of restricting itself in a Can-Am championship, isn't it?
No, the 917 PA chassis was a little bit different, you can see. If you look at how far things have come, look how high that Porsche is off the ground.
Yeah,
that's the way they ran them. That's the way they worked. And as you move further back the field to newer cars, the cars got lower and they squatted more and they had wings. Again, you've got a pretty potent combination here of that car with Gunter. But Alex McAllister is a great driver and it's a great car. And I'm sure these two guys are going to have a lot of fun.
As you say, the popularity of Can-Am racing both in Canada and the USA just really got the imagination of race fans everywhere. The noise, everything.
Well, and then also got the involvement of manufacturers.
Yeah.
I mean, in period, there were Ford-powered cars, there were Buick-powered cars, there were other powered cars. Chevrolet got to the big block party first, and they really kind of dominated because of their engines. But there was a lot of innovation in Can-Am. A lot of aerodynamic changes. Chaparral, for example, changed the face of racing. The first racing car in a major series to show up with a wing was Chaparral.
Yeah.
And it just took everybody's breath away when it showed up when they pushed it off the trailer.
And also at a time where, Trans Am, IMSA coming in, these were heydays for racing full stop. If you were just a general race fan and you weren't bothered, you just want to see fast cars, but you had a choice.
Well, and the
Formula
drivers
well,
were also characters. Yeah, if you look at George Fulmer, he raced in Trans Am, he raced in Indianapolis, he raced in Formula One, he raced in Can-Am, probably one of the best Group 7 drivers that ever lived. Denny Holmey was another one, Formula One champion, Can-Am champion, raced in sports cars. They made their living racing cars, and it isn't like today where they had huge sponsorship. They had to get paid a salary driving a race car.
And they did.
And winners got paid more than second place finishers.
That's kind of how it goes. Well, it says Chris McAllister. It's actually Alex, right?
Yes.
Yeah, just a double check, because Chris just came in, and I sent him away because I know he wanted to watch the boy go about it. What are the innovations that you like, the little touches that you like for, let's just take a look at this car, particularly?
Well, McLaren was as well as a great racer, they were great business people, and they figured out, they knew their cars had to finish in order to get their share of the prize money. And you look at their aerodynamic developments, like the fences on the fenders that help keep the airflow attached. If you look at, they're running the low wing laid back, which gives more leverage to the rear suspension. The wings are mounted to the body instead of mounted to the suspension like a Lola. So they had a winning formula. McLaren, more so than any other competitor in Can-Am, finished every race. And they knew if they finished races and they figured in the points, that then they were going to get the trophy and then they were going to get the prize money. Shadow was fabulous at innovation. Chaparral was fabulous at innovation. But innovators generally aren't reliable. So... Man, McLaren used big block Chevys built by Traco, brand new Hewland gearboxes, chassis of their own construction, bodies by Specialized Design. They put them together, they brought spares, they won races.
Yeah. And like you talk about the business end, they also, when they won championships, then sold those cars on people who wanted to be as successful.
Right. The championship cars from 1972 were sold to clients, and then the 73 cars were built. That's why there's all these iterations of M8, A, B, C, D, E, F. The Fs were team cars when the Ds were customer cars.
Yeah, I'd love to be Lando Norris going, God, this car just doesn't feel right. Zach, I can't drive this. It just doesn't feel right.
Right.
And then he just turns around and goes, listen, son.
It has 3 pedals, not 2.
Yeah. Get in there, shut up. I'm paying you a lot of money.
Well, and there's nothing, I think Bert can speak to this, there's nothing quite like coming out of the front straight at Laguna or coming out of the carousel here and putting the pedal to the floor. The acceleration is really hard to explain. There are other cars that accelerate the same way, but you're also aware that the thing you're driving has about 1,800 pounds of mass.
Yeah.
So it's like a really fast locomotive. And they're just a wonderful thing to drive. It's my favorite race car.
You know, I don't know if it was this particular car, but Zach was driving at Monterey not that long ago this year, and there's some onboards of him at the start of the race where he was blocked, or not blocked, but he was out of position. He was trying to get a good start, and he got pushed out wide. And he was on the dirt, and he kept his foot in, and I was like, I was suddenly going, wow, I've got more admiration for this guy than I thought I had.
You have to. And in the big block Can-Am cars, like a typical one, mine's a 9-liter Chevy, and it's 13-to-1 compression. There's so much compression braking from the engine. If you jump out of the throttle in third gear at 100 miles an hour, you're going to trip the tires the wrong way. So you really have throttle management is a big deal with these cars.
I'll bet. Chris Springer in that M8F. Very similar. Just a beautiful sound, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Yeah, Chris Springer raced that car at Monterey. He had a pretty good run there. He's relatively new to West Coast Can-Am racing.
I thought he won the race at Monterey.
He did, I think he spun in one, but then he won in the other. So, yeah, I don't know that he's run that car much at Sonoma before, though.
I was joking around with him on the velocity stacks. You can see that the big block Chevy, they're unequal lengths. There's long ones and short ones, and they're supposed to be in a position where the number one cylinder, which is the left front, should get the long ram tube or velocity stack.
Oh, no.
Just pulled off.
Well, you know, there's more legends about that, but Bert, you know the real reason, and I got this from the horse's mouth?
How's that?
If the stacks are all the same lengths, the bell mouths hit each other.
That's true, and then they do. You can see in Zach's car where they're at an angle.
They're angled, yeah. So they hit each other. So they've got the unequal length thing isn't quite. Now this car with these long stacks, that's generally the high-speed setup, and the injectors are mounted higher in the stacks, so the fuel gets atomized and chilled. Yeah.
Yep. That's one of our clients, Bo
DeBard.
Bo DeBard, yeah.
Good racing
a great
name.
car. That's an ex-Vic Elford car.
Yeah.
John Lane had that car for a while. That car's been around.
Yep. There was, who was the other guy? Jelnick.
Frank Jelnick had a great history in that car. It's been around a long time. And that's the neat thing about a lot of Can-Am cars. Because they were not a car for dabblers, they a lot of them stayed as racing cars. They weren't turned into something else. And you know, now their history is really interesting. One of our clients has a car that started 37 Can-Am races. High wing, low wing, big block, small block. It was the two-beer girl of Can-Am. Everybody got a turn.
There's the 29 coming into shot.
Great looking car.
Yeah.
He's not on my list, actually. Oh, yes, he is.
No, that's Bo.
That is Bo still. Yeah,
Bo DeBard, No, he's doing well.
Let's see where he is. Yeah, currently in fourth at the moment.
And 74. You can see how he's literally, you know, throwing the car into the corner, how it's drifting full around the corner, and he's managing its trajectory with the throttle as he was coming through the S's there. And that's the way you need to drive one of these cars.
That car was dropped in our lap at Intrepid here 2 weeks ago for race car prep, and it had been sitting for 4 or 5 years. And you can see as it's having some issues, they're smoking. But long story short, it had a head gasket problem, which we didn't know. We had one of the cylinder heads off, and we had to replace that.
So I'm intrigued. What's the first thing you do? Do you strip it completely down, or do you then...
You don't have that kind of time.
You don't have the time.
2 weeks, you just walk around the car scratching your head, like, okay, now what do we do?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
So with this particular instance, what did you do?
We had the cylinder head off. We cracked suspension components, needed new hydraulics, brake master cylinders. We had to go through all the calipers. It was a fair amount of work, and it's going to get a big restoration job this winter.
So 5 years, that's a long time for a racing car to sit.
Yeah, and these don't age like fine wine. Sitting around doesn't do any good for them. The fuel cell foam goes away and everything else. And, you know, it's difficult to convey to someone how much stress is on each of these little parts. There's all the power from that engine is going through a shaft that's, an inch in diameter. And when you look at the size of some of these components and then you realize how much force they're transmitting, it's amazing it works at all.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
What goes wrong?
Everything. A Can-Am car is a self-licking ice cream cone. What is it being eaten is melting.
Oh, gosh.
It's like a hand grenade. You got to pull the pin to make it operate.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a great way of describing it. Rob Kaufman in the M8/P. M8F/P. There's the 6.
Who's driving the 6? Bruce?
Dan
Yeah, Bruce
Cowdery.
Marquand. No, Bruce Marquand is driving.
Oh,
that
sorry,
one.
yeah, there's 2 6s, excuse me. Dan Cowdery's in 1. This is the 67 M68, yeah.
Intrepid painted that car here, gosh, 10 or 15 years ago, maybe longer.
That was that back when it was
Carl Moore's.
Carl Moore's car, yeah.
And you can't see it in the TV right now, but there's a lot of pinstriping.
Yeah.
And my painter...
I have seen that car up close, yeah.
My painter was pinstriping that car for a week.
And that's a really historic car. That was a Penske team car.
Yes, absolutely.
And it was an M6 with a big block, which that was the only one that was that way, to my knowledge. And
it was
really
shoehorned. It was shoehorned in there. Let me tell you, it was tight.
We're just doing a quick swap. We've got 3 laps to go, and I'm going to bring another gentleman in. Please introduce yourself. I've got so many commentators today. Come on down. Thank you, Bert. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Who do we have here?
My name is Ike Smith.
You're Ike Smith. Got it.
I did Can-Am cars for several years, from the beginning of the Can-Am through 72.
I know, we spoke, I think, at Monterey about these cars, and we've just had a lovely chat here about just, what's on track here. What springs to mind? And like you say, you've been there, done that, got the T-shirt, but seeing this group out here, we're looking at Zach Brown right now, but what springs to mind in terms of your memories of racing Can-Am?
It's great to see all the cars here. The McLaren customer cars as well as the team cars. There's a lot of history here.
Yeah, I think that was one of
the other cars too, with the Lolas and the the TI and the Sting and that sort of thing. There's a whole history here. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, we were just saying. The stories here that you could go on for days, and books have been written, as you know. But an amazing era and a moment in time. Trans Am had that 68 to 72, and Can-Am had its own period. Where there was nothing else like it.
No.
They were just the grandest racing cars. Yeah.
You didn't realize it at the time.
No,
but it was.
It's always the way. It's
it
like,
was really
so the
a
Beatles.
Special era.
Well, Ike's being very modest. I think he's forgotten more about Can-Am cars than most of us will ever know. So it'd be easier to name the cars he hasn't worked on than the cars he has. So,
which particular ones did you enjoy working on?
Everything, really. We ran a McLaren in 1966 and won the U.S. Road Racing Championship. And then I went in a Goodyear deal to Carl Haas, Gil Munz and I, and then Carl became the Lola distributor, so it was Lola's after that. And
which do you prefer to work on, the Lolas or the McLarens? Did it make any difference?
Lolas are harder to work on.
Okay.
McLaren made everything mechanic friendly.
Right. And was that Bruce's nature, or just because?
The number 2 car here, Chris McAllister, looks like he's lost gear shift.
Alex, yeah.
And there he was in solid second place. So
on
Zach
the final lap
Brown,
as well,
I think, or is inherited, or Alex or Chris Springer. I don't know. Let's see here.
And there's a bit of smoke coming out the leader as well, so it's all happening. No, Gunnar Jeanette. No, he's okay.
Gunner's rocking. He's okay.
No, Alex McAllister's pulled out.
Yeah, Alex McAllister's pulled out, which is a bummer.
71, excuse me.
And
Zach's now up
Gunner,
to third.
that's lap traffic that Gunner's coming upon here. This is the final lap, and Gunner's coming up on Dan Cowdery in the Lola T70. Talk about David and Goliath there. Just look at the scale of those two cars. But the T70 won the first championship in 1965, driven by John Surtees. And it's ironic, Porsche is the thing that ended the championship in 1974.
What'd you make of the Porsche?
But Gunner's cruising home to victory here. Well done. Looks like he didn't put a wheel wrong. And hats off to his crew for keeping that car running as good as it is.
You knew when this car came in 1969 with Sifford.
Yeah.
That
one of the greats.
It was a preliminary of them
it
coming.
was a warning shot.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
It was the warning shot.
Yeah, they came prepared, but they didn't kill the Can-Am. The Can-Am was already on
its last legs. Yeah,
decline before that. happened.
So let's see who finished out the rest of the race here.
Well, Gunnar Jeanette did get across the line, as you saw there, no problem. And yeah, you say Joe Siffert and that combination would have been pretty meteoric at the time. Chris McAllister, unfortunately, sadly, breaking... Alex McAllister, excuse me. Chris has swapped the cars. Zach Brown now moves to second place, and Beau DeBard, we were talking about, takes third position. So that's a big change around in the last lap, so that's good news.
Yeah. Great.
There, he's prepared that car, so he's happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chris McAllister still is placed fourth because he was on the lead lap, I guess. No, he's falling down the order.
And we've only had you for a couple of laps, but it's always fascinating. When you get talking, it's always good. Bit like one of these cars. We'll take you a while to get warm up, but if we kept you for another hour, we'd probably hear all your stories. But just give us a sum up of that era. You worked on so much of it and were a huge part of it. It must be nice to see all these years on, to see these cars.
Yes, it is. And you only remember the good times. You don't remember the...
No, of course not.
The all-nighters and all the rest of it. And it's nice that they are being maintained properly and run, and people still get to see them because generations have gone by since the Can-Am. And my son, who was born way later, he was born in '81, and he didn't understand the Can-Am and this sort of thing. And he came here one year when they ran the Can-Am cars here at the Vintage event. And on the grid, when they started all the cars and got ready to run, he looked at me and he goes, "Dad, I get it now."
Yeah. It is one of those things. You've got to be there, you've got to hear the roar, you've got to hear the thunder go through your body. There's no question about it. Well, listen, Ike, thank you so much. Please come back again. Can-Am will be back on track, so come a little earlier. We'll get you. Thank you so much again. Please stay with us here at Velocity Invitational. We'll take a short break. We've got plenty more action to come from this fantastic and auspicious event.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm late.
Don't worry.
Thursday practice, I ran 136 here. Fuck, we got it. Let's go, boys.
Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway here in the heart of California. And talking of Californians, I had a chat with my good friend Alexander Rossi, who is from Nevada City originally, and of course is the current Indy driver for McLaren IndyCar, and will be starting the 2024 championship very soon indeed, and came along yesterday to kind of, like Tony Kanaan, live out a bit of a dream and drive one of the classic McLarens. He got a chance to drive what David Malukas was driving today, and that is the James Hunt 1977 McLaren. And I spoke to him about sort of getting away from Indy and enjoying what was a very different event for a current IndyCar driver. Here's Alexander Rossi. Well, Alex, good to see you again. And I know somebody who loves his racing, but also loves the whole sport of racing. This is something special, something different, and giving you a chance to relax, but also carry on, you know, kind of seeing different parts of racing, which I know you enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. I had never actually been to this event before. I hadn't really heard about it until this year, and kind of the display that not only McLaren puts on, but everyone brings to this event is pretty spectacular. And obviously it being McLaren's 60th anniversary of being in the sport is pretty phenomenal. So to be able to honor that, and we, you know, having the heritage cars that we have here is pretty amazing. So to be involved in that is a huge honor, and looking forward to getting out on track later.
I'm sure you, like everybody else involved in McLaren, are aware of a lot of the history that Bruce brought to it. But he was much more than a driver. He was a designer as well, and you see that when you see his cars and you see the Can-Am cars. Is that of an interest to you, the sort of design and the engineering side of it, not just driving?
Yeah, I think certainly watching the evolution of how the sport changed over the years, and just the continual progression that exists in motorsports is something that we're all fascinated with, being involved in it. But to be able to see it in such a small platform like we have here behind us is very amazing. So obviously Bruce and the entire McLaren organization, they're innovators, right? And that's what they want to do, is continually push the limits of what we think is possible, and that exists even today in 2023. So again, it's great to be here at this event and to be a very small part of it.
I know growing up you were a study of Formula One. You must have seen James Hunt in the pictures going around. So very special to get a chance to drive what he drove back in the day. What are your thoughts going into getting a seat in this? I'm sure half of you wants to see what it can do, and the other half wants, God, this is priceless.
No, I think all of us are going to drive him pretty hard, honestly. Like that's what we're here for. But yeah, certainly the M26 kind of speaks for itself in terms of that era with James, and obviously the presence that he brought to Formula One as to who he was, not only as a driver but a personality on and off the track. So to get to drive his car is pretty awesome. Unfortunately, I'm only here for the day, or else I would have loved to have jumped in some of the other cars as well. But like I said, just to be here, to be a small part of it is a huge honor.
And Alexander Rossi, just one of several McLaren drivers here this weekend, and we're about to get another display of their Formula One. There's Marshall Pruitt up and down for Racer Magazine, doesn't miss a trick. He's going to be looking for an interview or two, because we turn our attention now to this Formula One display. Like I mentioned that the James Hunt car was out earlier, and Alex drove it yesterday. Not here today, he's at a wedding today. So we now have, we've got a group of cars. We've got Pato O'Ward, we've got Rob Garofal, Stefan Johansson, and if you don't know that name, you should, because a great Indy and Formula One driver, but still involved with Ganassi Racing. And this afternoon, we've got Stefan, Rob, and Pato O'Ward, but also our first appearance of the man himself, Lando Norris. And I say the man himself because at the moment in Formula One, I think if Bruce were looking down right now, he'd be pretty happy to see another guy making his way in Formula One as a youngster, but also turning the tide. Funnily enough, I was with Lando as a 15-year-old in New Zealand when he first won his first major international title of the Toyota Racing Series, and of course that brought a great deal of glee to his career and marched him forward towards Formula One. But now to be with McLaren and sort of look back at what he achieved back then, I'm sure still as a youngster, and like Bruce, he's a kind of guy, he's a modern tinkerer, and what I mean by that is he loves all aspects of the sport. When during the pandemic, Lando Norris was on Twitch, he was on The Sims, he was getting the audience going, he was having fun with the crowd and that was watching and tuning in, and so I think he fits nicely into the history of McLaren, even at 24. Scott, you're still with me, and I'm delighted you're here because this is totally different, but actually another fantastic piece of history as we watch a Prost Senna car take to the track as well.
MP4 cars, of course, they signal the beginning of the Ron Dennis era, and people don't realize what that stands for. When Ron Dennis in the 70s was running a Formula 2 team sponsored by Motul, that was called Project 4. So when he then moved into the lead of McLaren, that was McLaren Project 4, and that's when he was with Neil Trundle, and they had a very competitive F2 team. Now, the early MP4s, of course, were TAG Porsche powered, so it was a V6 1.5 liter twin turbo. Techniques Avant-Garde, the company from Menso Orge, and they again were game changers in Formula One. They were utterly dominant, having the power of an OEM behind them, Porsche, building engines that were specific for their chassis, and that was one of the advantages McLaren had early on in Formula One of that era.
Now, Pato Ward, who is at the wheel of this car as we speak, has had a pretty fun relationship with his boss, as did Daniel Ricciardo, I may add. Daniel Ricciardo got to drive, I think, a Richard Petty car that Zach owns, but now and previously he has driven both Zach's current Formula One cars, and now he's driving a championship-winning McLaren as driven by Lewis Hamilton in 2008. And while I'm not a big fan of the shape of this particular McLaren, it does fit into the history of it. And of course, this was the controversial year that Lewis had to finish in what, 5th place. And were it not for a last lap change with Massa taking the victory, Massa would have won the World Championship, and Lewis Hamilton wouldn't, and it changed very quickly in a matter of seconds, and it was a lot of confusion. And would you believe it? It's what, 2023, and they're still debating it today.
Yeah, well, it was the whole notion of team orders and everything, and you know, people like to believe that they're athletes, they're champions, whatever, you know, that it's a fair fight and that everyone's trying to do the best they can for themselves. But Formula One racing is a team effort. There's 1,000 people behind this car. And McLaren wants a championship. They're not worried about a particular driver's standing or ego. They want the team to win the championship.
I hope somebody's got a watch on this, because I know Pato well enough to know that he is not going to hold back. He is obviously an IndyCar driver. He's raced Sonoma in an IndyCar many a time. He's been here to do these exhibitions as well. He's done Laguna. Look at him taking a little bit of dust and dirt. He is going for it.
Yeah, he is putting the hammer down when you're using going over the berms on the exit of turn 3A. That's pretty good. And he's certainly carrying a lot of speed into the carousel. Just look how the car is loaded up, and look how he's running out. I mean, he's really running the car well. I don't know what kind of times he's turning. We don't have access to that, but I'm sure he's not standing around.
No, he certainly is not standing around, and just watching him come through the top of the circuit now, just going through the gearbox, now through the S's and down towards that hairpin again, but he is absolutely on it. Mercedes powered, of course. And this was designed by Neil Otley as the executive engineer at the time. Paddy Lowe still involved in Formula One, of course.
Yeah, and it was one of the earliest cars to use that curved front compound wing. You know, when they first came out, everybody thought they were ugly and that they wouldn't work. And if you look at the cars back then, they were on a week-by-week basis evolving the wings and the winglets.
It changed every week, didn't it?
Whereas earlier on, you know, the design was pretty much, you know, established at the beginning of the season, and they worked on refining it. Whereas, boy, by the time you got to 2008, there were wholesale changes made every week on these cars.
Yeah, and of course, at the time, we'll move on in a moment, but at the time, that other car was driven by Heikki Kovalainen. Successful year it was for McLaren, winning both the World Championship and second in the Constructors as well. And
yeah, you can hear the very different sound of the 6-cylinder turbo tag cars versus the later 2008 car. You know, all these eras, the engines have their own growl.
But again, those colors synonymous with the Ron Dennis cars of that time, the Philip Morris sponsorship, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, when you look at Ron accomplished, I mean, when he got McLaren in the late 1970s versus the empire that it is now, you can say what you will about his management style and what he did or didn't do or what he was or wasn't good at, but wow, talk about evolving and growing a company. It's truly remarkable.
Yeah, so as I said, at the wheel of the MP4 6A-10, Rob Garofal, a accomplished test driver for McLaren and European Le Mans champion in his time. You've got Pato Award, Stefan Johansson's in the MP4 2B03, and Lando in that MP4 2A.
And talk about somebody who's driven a lot of race cars. Is there anything that Stefan Johansson hasn't driven? I mean, you know, he's won in the rain in a 956 in a Porsche at Spa. He's driven Formula One cars. I mean, he's driven just about everything.
Yeah. And you mentioned Ron. You know, not everybody knows that Ron started as a mechanic for McLaren.
Right. No, and that was the beginning of Project 4. It was Neil Trundle and Ron Dennis and Alan Rees and another gentleman I don't remember, but they formed Project 4, and that was near and dear to Ron's heart and always was, and that's why all the cars to this day are MP4/something.
The Prost-Senna battle, the drivers' battle, almost kind of negated the brilliance of the car itself. They won everything. There was one year where I think they won 15 out of 16 races between them, but their bitter rivalry was unbelievable. And, you know, with Prost saying, you know, I'll do another year, but not if he's in the team and this sort of stuff. And
well, but you talk about what...
He retired because of it.
You know, what drives an engineering team to put the best car they could on the track. Imagine if you're an engineer for Senna or you're a technician on the Senna team and I'm on the Prost team. Man, you know, they really made leaps and bounds because they knew they had a driver. They knew that if they did their best work and gave their driver the best car, they had a chance of winning.
Yeah, and also what distinguished the pair of them was that their styles were completely different. Prost, the Frenchman, the quiet Frenchman, the thinking man's driver, and his quotes were obvious. He believed that the slower you can drive a car and win, the better. Because, and by the way, very good philosophy, because that means it holds together. Mechanically, you've got more chance of it not falling apart. Whereas Senna rang the neck out of everything he drove, whether it was a hire car, a bicycle, or a racing car. And his emphasis was all on speed.
When you look at times when Senna had a truly awful car, like the very first active suspension Williams, the pure force of will.
The Ford-powered McLaren before that.
Yeah, the pure force of will, just hurling that thing around and still putting it on the pole, getting out of the car shaking.
Yeah.
I mean, he was trying so hard that it's just unbelievable the force of nature that guy was in driving a car, and it's a shame we lost him so soon.
And I think it wasn't until '94 when he did have that Williams that just wasn't competitive that we saw it clearly. But when he came into Formula One in Tolman, for example, or Lotus,
which was nothing but an F2 car with a bigger engine, it was unbelievable. Yeah,
and he was doing, and that's where I think the racing world that were involved in Formula One at the time knew that they had something.
They had something there.
Well, they knew it in Formula 3 days at Macau when he won there back in '83, and everybody went, "Who the heck is this?" Even Gerhard Berger. I did an interview with Gerhard, and he was at the race in at Macau in '83. And he even said that day he realized that in the years to come, whatever happened in his career, he just wasn't. I mean, they were great friends. They became great friends. But he knew that Ayrton Senna was just top drawer and kind of out of this world.
And there's a lot of times we talk about the body language of the car when it's racing. And when you look at when Senna was driving a car, it was very clear that he was master and commander of what was happening. That if he came within an inch of the wall, that's because he wanted to come within an inch of the wall.
Yeah.
It was truly something to see. I was very fortunate to see him, in live when he was still alive.
Yeah, and if you wanted to pinpoint, the two sort of opposites as we look at Lando Norris in that MP4 2A, but if you want to put a point on it. We think of Japan, championships won and lost over 2 years with those two throwing each other into the gravel effectively, or kind of that's how it ended up. And then looking at Monaco, where both of them had unbelievable careers there. And again, different styles. Senna going home to his apartment for 3 days after losing while leading, but also winning 6 times.
Yes.
Incredible. Now, what's happening here? We've got the 08.
Yep. No, that's the latest car. That's the 23A.
Yeah. So that's Pato. We got Lando
Looks like
out
they're
there.
Extracting the driver.
I wonder with Pato how much he kind of, he's been in the middle of this maelstrom that involved Palou and all the rest of it. The potential of being a reserve driver for McLaren Formula One. He's loving his time. Oh, he's not happy by the looks of things. His Mission Foods sponsorship, but or he's more than happy. I don't know whether he's just shaking his head. He's happy.
Yeah.
I know that look.
Yeah.
He's happy. Yeah, he's enjoying that. He said that was fantastic.
I mean, what's not to enjoy when you've got, first of all, when you've got his skill set, and then you can put it to use with that tool. that's about as good as it gets.
Well, and I just wonder, because I know Pato pretty good, and I was asking him about having runs, because he made a bet with Zach to run the Abu Dhabi tests. He said, if I win, I can't remember what it was, one of the Indy races for him, he said, I want to test your F1 car. He said, you're on. And he said, okay. And I think it was 21 that he got a chance to finally get a Formula One run. And that was a bet. And then, of course, it led to a serious, well, why don't you be our reserve driver? And then Pillow came into the picture, as it were, and he was on those blocks. And now, you know, then Ricciardo, there was a lot going on.
More
then Lando,
drama than Peyton Place.
Oh, great. But you wonder, I would love to see, and here I am, maybe kind of getting a misty eye, but I'd love to see Lando and Pato as a team to reckon with in Formula One.
That would certainly be a formidable combination.
And I'd love to see Lando do an Alonso, which is come out and do the 500, just for, excuse my French, shits and grins, because he would.
And it's funny, Lando, I'm sure there was a choice involved. Lando's driving the oldest MP4 car out there now, the MP4 2A. There's actually an older McLaren here. Ranson Webster has an MP4/1 that's on exhibit.
Yeah, we've got quite the field is deep. It's not just McLaren bringing their Formula One cars. There is a lot of other, like you say, Ranson Webster and a few others in the actual group coverage.
I was very fortunate for a number of years. I owned a M14 that was Bruce McLaren's last Formula One car. It's the car he drove at Monaco in May before he was killed at Goodwood in June.
How did he go?
I'm sorry?
How did he go at Monaco?
I think he was 5th or 6th. Bruce was not the driver Denny was, and Bruce was very smart. He hired drivers who were better than him to run his cars in Formula One. But the car had an interesting history, and then was identified by the rivet patterns on the tub and pictures in Monaco with Bruce sitting in the car, that it was that car. And just a lot of history and a lot of fun.
How cool is it that we are able, in this sort of window of 2 weeks, to get Lando here? And I don't mean to I mean, you're a racing driver, but this is a guy...
No, I'm a racing dabbler. He's a racing driver.
but of a guy of this quality, we're outside of, Verstappen right now. This guy is on top of his game. He's yet to win a Formula One race, but my word, when he does, and his teammate Piastri has already won, but it could happen in Vegas in 3 days' time. It really could.
Well, when you see an interview with him, he's having so much fun. I mean, he's just like, this is it. This is what I want to do, and... he's going to develop into a fabulous driver. He's got all the tools available, and he's clearly got the natural talent, and he's certainly got the determination. And from what I've seen, he's pretty fearless.
Well, let's see if we can get a word with Lando Norris. Kev's right there with him. Let's head down there.
I can tell you the atmosphere down here on the pit lane is absolutely fantastic as the main man himself, number 4, Lando Norris, gets out of his car. The fans have been queuing up to see him all day, and he's just lit up the track. I'm going to leap straight in there and try and get a word with him, because I think we're allowed to do that. Lando, great to see you here, sir. The fans have come out in force for it, and they loved hearing that thing go around here at Sonoma. What was it like where you were sat?
Sound good?
It sounds phenomenal.
I had my earplugs so hard into my ears I couldn't hear anything, but no, it was amazing, honestly. It's the first time I've ever been able to take a car like this around the track. I've done Goodwood, but this is a different experience to Goodwood for me. So very special, a different experience of driving a Formula One car. No paddles and clutch. Like now I have to do a clutch and I have to do all the paddles and everything again. So a lot of fun, as you can see.
You are grinning from ear to ear, and the fans are loving it. Just tell us as well, Pato O'Ward was just ahead of you in Lewis Hamilton's 2008 car. He was giving it some. What was it like going alongside that car, of course? Because you're still racing with Lewis now, and there's a car that he was winning championships in.
Yeah, that's how old he is. But he's doing well for an old guy, So, yeah, it's amazing. I mean, Lewis was a guy I watched on TV growing up. He was a guy I looked at and I admired, and now I'm racing against him. It does feel weird, but I have a lot of respect for Lewis. We get on really well together, and I love racing him. I have a lot of respect for everyone that I race against, and also people who have raced in Formula One and just racing motorsport in general. So, I've loved it.
Well, listen, thanks so much for coming to talk to us. It's a busy weekend, obviously in the US last weekend, at Las Vegas next weekend. You've had a great end to your season. Quick question, come on, that top step of the podium, it's only a race or two away, isn't it? When's it going to happen?
I mean, there's only 2 more left this season, but I know it's coming. It's we've given that a good shot. I don't think you can fault us for what we've tried. We've been very close the last few weekends. I've had a lot of second places this year. There's just one guy and one team in the way, but we're getting there. I'm very proud of the whole team, and we have a lot of people here from McLaren. So to keep up the McLaren name and continue to try and push and get another world championship, it's coming.
Lando, thanks so much for talking to us. You're a busy man. You got an autograph signing for him. Thank you. Ladies and gents, how about that? Lando Norris. Taylor, I'm going to go back to you because I think Group 9 are going to be going on track shortly.
Group 9 is here, and I've actually found the perfect person to talk to. I found Steve here on the grid, and you've actually got a special connection this weekend, a family affair, if you may.
Yes, we've been doing this for a long time. My dad started this back in the 70s, and we're still doing it today, but he's very, very excited to be here. He's the Grand Marshal for the weekend, and he's really embracing the whole event and having a super fun time with it. So it's special to be here out racing when he's the Grand Marshal, so he's having a great time. We both are.
Absolutely, and what an incredible event it is. But let's talk a little bit about your class. What really drew you to this? You are the owner and driver of this model right here, so tell me a little bit more about your passion for Class 9.
Well, just years of watching Le Mans racing and the prototypes, and always thought they were just the pinnacle of the sport. Loved it so much, and then we found this one. It was, everything's for sale at some point, so we found this. And we've had a good time with it. We've had it for a few years. It's a 2013 Pescarolo Morgan LMP2 car, and it's absolutely a treat. It's a blast to race around here, and I've got a friend Spencer here and friend Keith over here, so we have some good camaraderie out here while we're racing, and we'll have a good time.
Camaraderie for sure, but also a little bit of competitiveness, I hope, out there on the track?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Everybody pedals pretty hard, so which makes it fun. We all have a good respect for each other, and we boogie.
Absolutely. All right, well, they're giving you the 3-minute warning, so best of luck out there on the track today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, well, that was Steve. Make sure you watch for his father, the Grand Marshal. What a cool family affair here at Velocity Invitational. But for now, let's get some cars on track. Back to you, Johnny.
Great stuff. Thank you, Taylor. Yeah, and I just want to bring in real quick while we've got a chance, Stephen Donnell from McLaren, who has been with this group, as it were, all weekend. A big weekend for McLaren, a big undertaking by Zach and the team. Just give me an insight as to, what the likes of Stefan Johansson, obviously Tony Kanaan, well, give us an insight into what the feeling is to be here for this event.
Well, first of all, I should say that I'm actually the son-in-law of Bruce McLaren, so Amanda McLaren, Bruce's daughter, is my wife.
Hey, brilliant.
And we weren't expecting to come here, but a call from McLaren a half ago, they said, can you fit it into your schedule? So we've been on the road for 3.5 months.
So you're a real Kiwi?
I'm a Kiwi, yes.
Ah, fantastic. Finally. That's what I wanted to meet. But this is special for Bruce, and I think if he were here today, he would really be, touched by how it's continued and how McLaren are now getting back to the top of their game.
Absolutely. I think Bruce would be impressed with every aspect of McLaren and the way it's gone since his unfortunate untimely death in 1970. But to celebrate 60 years of McLaren this year is something really special, both to the automotive side of the company and also especially to the racing side of the company. The diversification that Bruce had when he was running the company and getting into Indy cars and Can-Am and Formula 5000, Formula 1, Formula 2, he was in there to race. And the road car, which he developed, was a special part of it as well, because he really wanted to get in the road cars. And of course, when he died, Indy cars, Formula 1 and Can-Am carried on for a period, then just reduced down to Formula 1. So, to see what's been done with McLaren over the years, the last 10, 15 years, I think is pretty fantastic. And with Zach on board and the way he's enabling us to diversify with Extreme E, and Shadow and Formula E and Formula 1 and Indy cars, especially with Arrow, it's phenomenal what's been achieved and the publicity we've got and the interest that there is here. We walk around the paddock there and there's just so many orange shirts and McLaren shirts and hats and everything there. And it's just phenomenal what it's become for McLaren. It's become very international, and I think, you really can't say it's international if it hasn't got to the States. But here it's become something very, very special.
And it's incredible what the Bruce and Denny show, as it was called in Can-Am, has created, because now you Kiwis, I mean, you look at the Indy field, you look at Formula One. Lando, of course, product of the Toyota Racing Series back in the day. And so many others have come through that. The Stroll, Lance Stroll coming through it. And it is absolutely, truly amazing what a small country like New Zealand has produced in drivers. And just looking at the Indy field alone, incredible.
It certainly is, and I think having won there with Scott Dixon for so long, when others come along, people think, well, they must be pretty good. Scott, the way Scott's turned out, because Stefan Johansson was his first manager and the first team, so there's some great links back there, but it seems we punch well above our weight when it comes to motorsport.
No kidding.
And different areas. Emma Gilmore in the Extreme E now, the first woman to drive for a McLaren.
Yep.
We've now got a second one on board as well, so that's great to know. But she's not a Kiwi like Emma is, obviously. But I think this year of 2023, 60 years since Bruce formed the company, is turning out to be a special year. We wondered about the Formula One team at the beginning of the year, but with Piers Tyne and with Andrea Stella, running the ship there, they are doing an absolutely fantastic job. And we spent time with them back at the factory the last couple of months, and just to see what they're doing and the way they're running the operation there, it's absolutely way and above where it's been for the last few years. So we're very excited about the prospects, and we're looking forward, as Lando was talking about, that top step is not far away for him now.
And when Zach first took over at McLaren, and let's face it, with Alonso there and all the rest of it, it wasn't a good time. McLaren were right in the doldrums, and not a joke, but especially if you've been around the Ron Dennis era, which I was when I first started in Formula One, it was tough. It was very tough, and you could see it hurt. And now to see what Zach is doing, and the way he's embracing the legacy of both Bruce and all of McLaren and its heritage, it's quite spectacular, and I think he's the right guy for the job.
Absolutely, I think he's done a phenomenal job. I think he had a lot of people who were sort of saying he's not the right man for the job, but the way he's managed the company and the racing side and division of the company has been really spectacular, and he's made it work.
Yeah.
And people say, well, how can he also run McLaren and also run United Autosports? Well, he's shown he can. And for him to own a number of McLarens and get out there and race them this weekend just shows the value the man brings to the company, and I think it's tremendous to have him there.
Well, it's great to have a real part of the legacy from New Zealand. I've been waiting for a Kiwi to show up. Howden Ganley's been here at Velocity before, so that's another part. We're going to turn our attention now to Group 9. Thank you for coming in. I've got another couple of guest commentators, but thanks for being here.
I'm staying for the parade laps, the McLaren parade laps.
Well, you hang out then. Well, just hang out with us, and I'm going to bring Martin Labra and Kevin Buckley in here for now as we take through Group 9. So hang with us.
Thanks very much.
So here we are. We're underway in our Group 9 coverage, and I'm just getting our co-commentators situated. And I'm going to ask both of you. Come on in, boys. Jump on the mics. I'm trying to turn them off while they make a noise. But we're underway with 9 laps to go. And first of all, Martin, you've had a busy day.
I have. I had the privilege and the honor of driving a '76 Penske Formula One car.
Cool.
The only race-winning Penske F1 car, won the Austrian Grand Prix in 1976.
Very nice.
That car belongs to Doug Mockett, who let me use it for this wonderful event. And my dear friend and co-owner of a car is out in this Group 9. He's in the number 79 Flying Lizards RSR, Alan Turpins. So, and I'll be out in a Mini here in about 45 minutes.
I'm going to say you to finish your day on a high. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that because that's going to be fun. And I've also got Kevin Buckler here, who, of course, well, he's a resident here in Sonoma and a vintner and Adobe Wines, going from strength to strength. But you've also got your own. You've won a fair few Daytonas and IMSAs and obviously Sebrings and you name it. But were you out this morning, right?
Don't forget that little race in France.
Oh, yes, you've won Le Mans. I forgot. No, I know.
That was fun.
I'm well aware. A wonderful history that you've got.
You know, we just got our 66, the overall Daytona winner, fully restored, but I'm in the middle of solving a rotator cuff. So
oh, God.
I drove last time here. It's just an amazing job what Jeff has done, and I just need to be here next time. So.
What were you driving this morning?
I wasn't driving.
Oh, I thought you were out there. I'm
No,
sorry. Anyway, great to have you. What have you seen?
Well, I can tell you talk about the track for a second.
Yeah.
Okay. So I remember my first time when I had a good finish, and someone offered to build a car for me, and I didn't know any better. So out here training, and I ski a lot too. So like this is moguls. And Laguna Seca's powder. So you don't ski moguls well for 45 minutes, but I did. And I had my very first pro race, and we won flag to flag, but I didn't even think about it because it's hard to drive fast here, but it's really hard to drive really fast here without making a mistake or, doing it whatever. And so I love this is the right configuration, of course.
Oh, we've got an answer. Martin rightly pointing my eye to the fact that we've got some recovery trucks on. Did you see what happened?
No.
We're just looking at the pictures, but we've seen recovery trucks heading out onto the circuit. So I hope nobody from our Group 9 boys is in trouble, but they're still racing. And there's no flags out at the moment. Maybe they're just getting into position, so let's hope. But as we speak, Keith Fraser in the Zytek in LMP1, just ahead of Steve Romack, we just saw that, and Spencer Trenery, who is a regular historic driver. I'm sure you've raced against him before now.
Roy's with us and raced against him.
Yep,
Good
I'll
guy.
bet.
No, it's like if you learn how to drive this track well, you can pretty much take those skills almost anywhere. It's like a little bit like this in Mid-Ohio, and then just, you got all sorts of stuff with off-camber and blind corners and big hang-on turn 9 and 10, and so I think it's a great track to learn how to drive.
Adding to the complexity of the track itself is the lateness of the year.
Yep.
These guys are driving. A lot of these guys are, as I was yesterday, going up into turn 2. And the sun is directly in your eyes.
Yeah.
So there's a right turn up there somewhere, and you're just hunting around for it. And so it's unusual for us to be racing, this late in the year.
Yeah.
I mean, phenomenal weather, and Jeff and his team have done an incredible job. So happy to be here. But that is one little element that none of us were really prepared for.
I know. I was at COTA last weekend, and similar thing with Trans Am and SVRA is that we were racing at 5, 6 at night, and the sun was literally right in your eyes. And so it is hard at this time of year. You're absolutely right to race it, and they're going to resurface it. It is bumping. I think your analogy there of the skiing is a good one because you're right. This is moguls. There's a lot of bumps out there. Which cars do you want to point our audience at, or that some?
Well, I've got a car actually. Alan and I co-own a '79 Flying Lizards 997 RSR. But my son, my 7-year-old, this is his favorite car, the one we're seeing here.
Hot Wheels, of course it is.
Yeah, the RSR, the wide body. This thing is so cool. Yeah, it's a very special. I mean, Kevin, you know about these more than I do, certainly. Oh,
Nice.
Moment.
Faster driver in a GT car. Imagine him not watching his mirrors.
And
luckily that was avoided.
Full course yellow too. So
is that like we had that car, the RSR, originally the first time with the
sequential box?
Sequential, yeah, it was in 04. Patrick Long drove for us the first time when he came to the U.S. in that car in IMSA. So I don't know what year that one is, but.
Yeah, I had a long chat with Patrick Long recently, and great guy to be sat next to, and probably a great guy to race with, a great racing driver.
It's funny, when he came here, they gave him to us, and he was coming fresh from Europe, and he was an angry little redhead, and I was dad, so.
Oh, right.
But it's turned into he has done such an amazing job of being a representative for Porsche. I'm glad they kept him an American driver doing that, and he's a friend and does a great job on all his shit.
I interviewed Riley Dickinson the other day, who's just won the Porsche Carrera Cup, a young Texan making a way, just 21 years of age, and I said, what's your ambition? And for the first time I'd ever heard this comment. He goes, I want to be the next American factory Porsche driver since Patrick Long.
Woo.
And I thought, wow, that's a different perspective by a young 21-year-old.
Very specific.
Very specific. And also, I want to be in Formula One. I want to be an IndyCar 500 winner. I thought that was really interesting. But what a great ambition. What's happened here, guys? What do you think?
Looks like maybe the 4 GT is off at 3A.
Okay, well, we're under caution, as you can see. The pace car is out, and we've got all sorts of vehicles trying to get to whatever is strewn out on track. There we go. No. Which car is it? There it is. Yeah, you're absolutely right. One of the Fords. So it has come to a conk. It's conked out, sadly. How's the wine going, Kevin?
We are busy. I've really put laser focus in the project, and we're about to finish our foundation. We pour our slab on Thursday. You know, that is, and every time I look at what we've pulled off is not a right word, but what we've done over the course of the last 7 or 8 years to get where we are, we're building, I don't like using the word disruptor. It's like a slapstick tech kid, but we are definitely a disruptor in the wine world right here. Good. Closest city to, the San Francisco, hottest little city in Northern California, Petaluma. Right on the riverfront, 15,000 square feet, and we're starting construction.
And that only opened, what, a couple of years ago?
It's still under construction.
Oh, it's still going? Okay, good.
$25 million later.
Oh, so that's a big undertaking.
It's big, and that's what I'm going to be focusing on the next year. I'll do small things with this, but we'll get the team back going again.
Good. Well, a local here to this area, of course, and loves his racing as much as he loves his wine, I'm sure.
Oh, he's throwing against that SunTrust car.
Yeah? Yeah, that's a famous car. There's a lot of cars here that you recognize and you think, oh, I remember that car at Daytona, whatever it might be. So, Martin, for the drivers out there, who you're friends with?
Well, leading the race right now is my friend Keith Frazier, and he's from Canada, and he's been racing all over the world in that LMP1 car. And then in P2 is Steve Romack, who is a fixture here in Northern California, and he was also in our F1 race. Poor guy got a flat tire driving to the grid in his F1 car, and he was P1. So he started dead last, and he's got a little bit of catching up to do tomorrow. But
we were asking
he'll catch
what was
us.
happening to you guys, because we were like,
and then of course Spencer Chenery in the Daytona prototype in P3 right now, who's he and his father, Bruce, have just a wonderful Fantasy Junction over in Emeryville. Most of us have gone there to dream and imagine or to actually, partake. And then as I mentioned, my friend Alan Turpin's he's in 6th position currently. And then a great story, car in 9th position, the number 23 car, the Parmentier brothers.
We interviewed them earlier, the Belgian guys.
Yeah, just fantastic. They're quick in everything. Formula Fords, Formula Atlantics, the Cup car.
It's in the blood when you grow up near Spa.
Well, exactly. That's just it. And their father apparently was instrumental in keeping that track going back in the day. So it's in their blood, absolutely.
And I'm sure you've raced against plenty of these guys too, Kevin.
Yeah, it's funny. We almost overlay each other because, yes, we both agree about Spencer, and he drove for us, and I drove against him. And he's just a great guy and a great family, like you said. Going down through here, in my early days, getting started with POC down in Southern California, and a great group of guys that stayed together. It was like a homeboys. Doug Barron, I see there. We used to hang and do stuff. Lauren Beggs in 8th, same thing. And then at the bottom there, Kerry Eisenlohr. He's a parts manufacturer. He used to make parts for my early car, the one that we actually won here with, and he's been around a long time, and I'm glad to see him driving. So, I like this fact that, racing is a family. And we got friends out there and doing stuff, and, again, good job, Jeff, on bringing everyone together.
Guys, you've raced around the world. Jeffrey O'Neill's done something special. 4 years in now. I think he's pulled it off, don't you?
Big time.
Absolutely, yeah. It's so nice to have it, back here in Sonoma too, where it all started.
I agree.
So, and I hope he builds on this location and this way. So, no, he's to be congratulated, and all the people that the team of people that he has working on this.
Yeah.
So it's tremendous.
Well, I've had them wrangling you to come on in here, which is great, because I made a point to both Ryan and to Jeffrey that it's great to sit and talk about it, but you guys live it and breathe it and have been part of it and succeeded in it, both of you and all of you, and your passion for it needs to come over to the audience, and that's what they're tuning in to hear about, the stories of who you know, the cars that you know, and why that you have this passion for this sport that everybody in this paddock has.
Well, and Jeff really understands that this is entertainment, because he made a wonderful comment in the drivers' meeting. He said, if you're much quicker than everybody, do not drive away and lap the field. He said, it's called an invitational for a reason.
Yeah, no question. That's a very good comment. Listen, we've got Kev down in the pits, and I'm sure he's got somebody special. Let's get it down to Kev.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. How about this? Somebody special indeed. Andy Thomas from McLaren, about to lead out, Andy, a fantastic collection of your road-going automobiles. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, so to celebrate our 60th anniversary and 13 years as a car company as well as a race team, we wanted to show everyone a procession of all the cars we built in the last 13 years and to engage our owners to help us do it.
And this is a great procession of cars behind us. These are the road-going cars, but the noise is still ringing around the California hills from the Formula One cars that have just been out. That was something special, wasn't it?
It's really special. I mean, you don't see those cars leave England very often. And to come here is a once-in-a-lifetime experience to see them.
And what about Lando Norris and Pato O'Ward? The crowd are going wild for those young lads down there.
Oh, they're great guys. We just had them over to show a car that a limited edition we launched to commemorate the Triple Crown of Motorsport. They're just fantastic guys.
I'm going to just move quickly around to the other side if I can, so bear with me, I'm coming around. Amanda, I just want to have a quick word with you because obviously, you know, it's your name that's above the door this year. How are you enjoying the birthday celebrations?
Well, it's really Dad's name, not my name, but yes, it's incredible. You know, 60 years of the company in Formula One, second oldest in the history of the sport. That Red Italian team have just been around a wee bit longer than us. But with automotive, a company that's only 13 years old now, and what an incredible achievement, and my dad's success is just mirrored by what they're doing now. So fantastic to be a part of this. It's been a wonderful weekend. We've got tomorrow yet, so really looking forward to it.
What do you think your dad would be saying right now if he was standing looking at all of this?
Look, he would be so proud. He really would. So yeah, I have no doubt about that.
Guys, listen, thanks ever so much. It's probably almost time for visors down, so I'm going to leave you to enjoy this, Amanda. And Andy, thanks ever so much for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, the action continues here from the Velocity Invitational.
Good to see you. I'm probably good, but thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Thank you. As always. Are you going to get out this weekend at all? Rotator cuff's killing you. Welcome back. We are under racing again. It was actually Rob Kaufman in the number 66 2016 Ford GTLM that came to a stop at the top of the hill, which caused our pace car. And now we're back under racing again. Freischer in the Zytek and Steve Romack in the Pescarola from 2011 going at it. Spencer Trenere in the Riley just behind in third position, but the lights are on and they are going hell-bent for leather for the final lap here, as Freischer will have probably bided his time and thought about what to be. Trenere's coming, you know, in third place, not far away. This is the final lap and the sun is going down. It's a very good point made by Buckler and Martin Lauber there about the shadows here, because very rarely in certain racing circumstances would you get a race at this time of night, especially with these fast cars the way they are. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a challenge coming in and out of the sunlight. especially going uphill and especially coming down under the carousel here and then right back into the light. But it's nip and tuck here. I've got Stephen Donnell right alongside me again, but we're about to do the parade, which will be a little bit slower and a little bit more thought out. But this is a cracking race, isn't it? Lights on and flaring. And the 24 trying to make his way in that Morgan Pescarola from 2000 rally, named after, of course, Henri Pescarola, the absolute doyen of Le Mans over the years. His name will ever be synonymous with Le Mans. But it looks as though, with the laps counting down, and there is the checkered flag. I wasn't sure if it was one more to go, but there is the checkered flag, and sure enough it is the number 20 with the win in the Zytek LMP1 from 2009. That's Keith Freiser of Alberta, Canada. So we are about to get a McLaren parade in a moment, and here it is. And I'm once again joined by Stephen Donnell and a Kiwi, my favourites. Got a big passion for everything Kiwi motorsport. I spent a lot of time down there doing the Toyota Racing Series. We're going back there in January. But let's talk about what is special. Amanda's out there, obviously. What have we got coming? We've got a whole bunch of different road cars from McLaren. Of course, that's a completely different aspect of McLaren, which I don't know if Bruce ever kind of envisioned that to be, but I'm pretty sure he probably did.
It's interesting that after he won the 1966 Le Mans with Chris Amon, he had a feeling that he could do well too. And when the Can-Am cars came out, the M6s, he knew he was onto something good. The thought of a road car never left his mind, and at the end of '69, he built his first road car, which was an M6B GT. The B being it was an M6B. Mm-hmm. It was a GT car. And he wanted to race that at Le Mans. And he was told he needed 5 prototypes, and he could do it. Unfortunately, being French, they changed their minds and said, no, you don't need 5, now you need 50. So he sort of put it to one side and left it. And then, unfortunately, he passed away in June 1970. He was unable to carry it on any further. And the team didn't really have all the knowledge that Bruce had, because in those days, without computers, mobile phones, all those sorts of things, you weren't able to actually record all that information, and it was all in his head. Anyway, the years went by after that. But, by the way, it was the second supercar ever to be built. The first one was the Lamborghini Miura. And
Malukas, sorry, just want to pick you up. David Malukas is about to put... Somebody's going to get a ride of a lifetime here. That's David Malukas, who is the current IndyCar McLaren driver, will be in 2024. And so whoever that passenger is, I didn't want to stop you in full flow, but I just wanted to interrupt you there and let our audience know that who that is. It's not just anybody driving that car. It is actually an IndyCar driver. Go ahead.
So, yeah, the Lamborghini Miura was the first, and the McLaren M6B GT was the second supercar to be built. Now, roll forward a number of years after that, and the Ron Dennis era with Gordon Murray, they designed the F1.
Yeah.
It was a car that no one had ever seen the like of before, and it was voted the supercar of the 20th century, and I think it was quite valid. Still today, when you see it there, and there's one here in the field, a red one, it's a remarkable car. And a lot of the technology that's in that car hasn't been met by a lot of other people who are still manufacturing cars. They haven't really caught up with it. Bearing in mind it's digital, so there's no computers in it at all. And it's not a turbo-powered engine, it's a standard engine.
Yeah, and I was around to see that come to fruition back when I was living in England, and there's no question that Ron Dennis spent a lot of time pushing that, as well as obviously running the Formula One team, but it was a passion of his too, and knowing that he had Gordon Murray on board, and that it was a passion of Gordon's, and it still is. I saw him just a couple of months ago with his latest car that he's come up with, but that particular thing, and also Ferrari were in the works of kind of basically telling the world that they were going to put F1 technology in some of their road cars. And so Gordon and Ron said, we can do that. And that's exactly what they did here. And like you say, it was streets ahead of its time, and kind of still is.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's interesting that was the first production car ever to have a carbon fibre chassis. So as well as leading the field in F1 with carbon fibre tubs back in 1981, here we are with our road car. It took 4,000 man-hours to build one chassis.
What? That's insane.
It
So,
is.
do you know how many they produced?
108.
That's incredible.
And most of them are still out there and they're
Yeah.
running
Yeah.
as either race cars or road cars. But it was designed as a road car. It wasn't designed as a race car, but the pressure from owners to race it came to the fore, and sort of thus Le Mans 1995.
You know,
fabulous results there.
Yeah, I talked to some of the McLaren drivers in the 650s, and I was living in Asia at the time, and McLaren started racing their road cars, as it were, or GT cars. And the one thing that they couldn't keep up with at the time is that everybody wanted to race them, but they weren't supplying enough parts to keep up with racing. It wasn't, it wasn't a part of the racing division at the time.
That's absolutely right. You know, it was designed as a road car, so any parts had to be specially made for those cars. But phenomenal results there. But we moved on from there once that era finished, and we were getting our engines for Formula One from Mercedes, and they wanted to do a joint project with us. So the Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren came to the fore.
Is this your friend?
Certainly is. Roger Ormisher.
Come on, Roger, jump in. Grab the mic. We're having a wee chat about these cars that are about to unleash themselves on the Sonoma Raceway, and we've got a few handy drivers as well, and some very probably scared to death passengers, or excited and elated passengers. Welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us. Well,
the SLR. Was a compromise. So a lot of it was Mercedes what they wanted, and a lot of it was McLaren what they wanted.
That would be an interesting meeting of the minds, wouldn't it?
It was, and a lot of the compromises that McLaren went heavy about, and I guess Mercedes were the same. But McLaren built all those cars.
Yeah.
They were built in Woking at the factory there. So they're a very special car. Now, we talked about carbon fibre construction. The F1, 4,000 man-hours. These ones, 400 man-hours.
Okay.
Significant. Why is that car important? Because really it's the link. Building all those cars, the McLaren staff knew that they could design and build a car of their own design. And so the team that have been building those cars stuck together, and they went on, and that's where McLaren cars came about. Now, every one of the cars we build today is a supercar. We don't build any other models. They're all supercars. And the MP412C was the first one. And it's amazing. Amanda and I were here in 2011, and they had the first one on show here, a Supernova silver car here, and also just a plain carbon fibre tub so people could see the construction of the car. And it's sort of gone on from there. But we probably should talk about what's going on the track now.
That's all right.
The first car in line there
Yep.
has Amanda McLaren in the passenger seat, and it's being driven by Andy.
I'm not sure.
Andy,
the VP of marketing.
Andy Thomas. Andy Thomas.
Yeah.
Roger
VP.
saves us.
Thanks, Roger. Andy Thomas, for the VP for marketing in the US.
Right.
And it's a great car. That car, some of you may recall it if you've seen some of the Elvis movies. If you saw Spin Out, you would have seen that car in the movie. That's the car, the same car, and it's up and running, and it's used at a number of classic events as well. The beautiful gold and white car is a real testament to what Bruce was doing. It was a McLaren Elva, and it's paved the way to McLaren actually taking on the brand, or taking over the brand Elva as well.
I believe it was the first car sold to a customer by Bruce, that actual car.
Yes.
So it was the first car he ever actually sold as a manufacturer to a member of the public.
Roger, let me bring you in here. Obviously, you're with McLaren yourself. Tell us your background or what you do within all of this.
Right. Well, I've been with McLaren 6 years now, which amazingly enough is half of the company's history as an automotive company, which I find rather interesting.
Which is actually saying something, because it feels like they've been doing this for like 50 years.
Exactly.
In terms of supercars, as we're just describing.
Exactly. So I'm in charge of public relations for McLaren in the Americas. So I deal with the media all day, which is
great fun.
Great fun. Great fun.
But I know from McLaren being in Dallas and in New York, and I've sort of cross paths with doing Formula One, but the interest in McLaren is growing exponentially here in the US. In my opinion, anyway. Do you feel that?
Absolutely. In the 6 years I've been there, the brand has become more and more recognised, and I think Formula One has really helped that. But especially the Drive to Survive series on Netflix. Where I live, nobody knew who McLaren was, literally. And I think they thought I sold baby strollers. I think that's what they think I was doing. So that was rather embarrassing, really. And they were a bit surprised when
Beautiful baby strollers, don't mind.
But when I turned up in a supercar, they suddenly got it. But most of them had no interest until it was COVID. Drive to Survive came on. They all watched, and then suddenly the interest level has spiked exponentially for the brand in North America because of that series.
I know that we look back in history, there'll be kids in 40 years' time studying the pandemic era and what it meant to the world. Both bad and good, I may add, but there's a lot of good that came out of it, and that's just one example, but there are many of people doing different things that they wouldn't normally do and changing their whole lives around because they had time to think about it.
Yeah, and I think it's also a brand that people have warmed to in the US as well because it has a humanistic characteristic about it. It's we still feel like we work for Bruce McLaren. Every day. When we go in, there's that spirit, that whole, it runs throughout the company, which I find amazing. It makes it such a wonderful company to work for, obviously. But although we're an exclusive company in terms of the product that we produce, we all want to be an inclusive company. So we want people to sit in the cars. We want people to experience them. We want people to get close to them. That's really the MO of what we do every day, is exposing the brand to a new generation and new customers and new enthusiasts. It doesn't matter. We just opened a brand experience center in the Wynn Las Vegas hotel. And it's all about, we've had 20,000 people go through in the first 5 weeks. Literally, take a picture with the car, sit in a simulator, configure your own McLaren, get them close to the brand. They're not necessarily customers now, but who knows?
Yeah, and I remember back in the mid-90s when I was doing Formula One and I got close to Ron and his wife in terms of being there every weekend. And, we talked quite a lot about the development of the road cars and just the challenge of getting over that Italian sort of mentality that you can't build supercars. Lamborghini and Ferrari and Alfa, they do the they do the supercars. What are you doing in this area? Stick to Formula One. That was the message that Ron got clearly.
Oh, that's interesting.
Definitely. Yeah. And not that they couldn't do it, and a one-off center here or whatever it might be was a nice thing, but they never thought that they would actually get in and start to be part of this market.
Which made it easier for us at the beginning because there was no attention on us. So I think necessarily when we came into the market, it was like, that would be a puff of smoke and gone.
Yes.
And I think as we established ourselves and then we started winning the comparison tests and winning lightning lap contests at Car and Driver, suddenly people started to take notice. They kind of give us a free ride, I think, for the first 4 or 5 years. And then suddenly when 720 came and Ferrari are pulling one apart in Maranello to try and figure out how we did it, you're being taken seriously.
Yeah,
and I think that was the biggest difference. But think back to the garagistes, Enzo Ferrari and his view of Ken Tyrrell, and Bruce and everybody else who he dismissed as garagistes. There's always been an engineering thing in the UK where there was that spirit, that entrepreneurial, that maybe it was a backyard woodshed. Who cares? They could build a really cool car in a woodshed, and that's
exactly
the mentality.
Well, listen, let me pause for a second while we've got our parade on because Taylor's down, and I think she's in the autograph session. Taylor, what's going on?
Absolutely. If you don't see anybody in the grandstands right now, it's, I think, because they're all right here at the autograph session. I've talked to some of these ladies that were here at 8 a.m. waiting in line just to meet some of these drivers out here. Let's see if we can grab. How long have you been waiting here in this line?
For 4 hours, since 12. 4 hours, 12 noon.
Yeah. Who's your favorite driver that you're ready to see?
Lando.
Do you know any of the other drivers yet? We just want Lando, right?
Yeah. Mostly Lando. Yeah. I know Zach Brown too. Zach Brown.
Yeah. Do we have a new fondness for historic racing now, though?
Yes. It was really cool seeing all the cars. Yes. It's amazing how fast these cars are.
New fans, and we're ready to meet Lando. All right, let's head down. If you guys want to check out some of the drivers, let's see if I can catch a word with one of them. Come on down. How's it going? How's your day been so far?
Yeah, it's been great. Obviously running on the track with the rally cars, but then driving the DirtFish school cars on the other side in the gravel has been good fun.
spoke to some of the ride-along passengers. They've had the time of their life out there.
Yeah, no, I think for us it's good to show the cars on the track, but to show them on the gravel where they belong is really good, and hopefully everybody enjoys it.
All right, well, we'll see you tomorrow out there.
Will do. Cheers.
Thanks, McRae. All right, let's talk to some more fans, yeah? Anybody want to be interviewed? Ooh, all right. How long have you been waiting here in line?
4 hours.
4 hours?
Yeah.
Very excited, right?
Really super excited.
Super excited.
Yeah.
Who are you ready to meet?
Lando, Pato, Zach, everybody. I have a hat to get signed. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. What about, well, obviously, I know who you're here to see.
Indeed. I just want the fist bump. That's what I'm here for.
The fist bump is what we're here for. All right. Who else wants to talk? Can I talk to you? How are you doing today?
Good.
How was your race day? Did you get a chance to drive RC cars out there?
No.
No? Did you get racing out there on the track?
Yeah.
What do you think your favorite cars are? You can just describe it to me.
The one that Lando drove.
The one that Lando drove, of course. That's why we're here. Did you check out any other cars while you were here?
Yeah, some of them.
Some of them? All right, you going to come back tomorrow?
No.
No, just today, all of it today. All right, let's see who else we can talk to. Whoops, sorry, love. Come on over here. Another race fan. You having fun? Yeah? You guys having fun out here?
Yeah, we would prefer to be there, but we're okay here. We're okay here.
When'd you get here in line? What time?
We're not in line. We got in line at 1, all the way down there. Too far. They told us no autographs.
Really?
But they'll hook us up with tickets.
You can reach for that fist bump and that selfie, right, with the guys?
We tried.
You having a good time at the event, though?
We had a great time. Yeah.
What did you enjoy most? The wine, the sounds, the smells?
The F1 cars. The F1 cars, the McLaren cars. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, well, thanks for chatting with me, guys. All right, let's head back to Johnny. I'm going to stay down here and speak with some more fans and hang out with these drivers.
Can't blame you. This is it. I'm sat here with two other maestros of motor racing, and in terms of their experience around Formula One anyway, and we're just gobsmacked. You know, the following of Formula One, particularly of Lando Norris, that guy was at a McLaren sweatshirt. He's been here since 1 o'clock, and they won't let him into the autograph line. This is Beatles sort of era kind of fandom, or at least popularity that we kind of associate with musicians rather than Formula One guys. It's incredible. I mean, I'm happy to see it. I don't know if all the Formula One guys have embraced it that well. We were just chatting off camera about it. Roger, this is incredible, really, isn't it?
I think the way it's taken off, yes. It's been absolutely amazing to see how people have embraced the sport in the last few years. And I think there were characters in the sport, if you go back to the 70s and 80s, there were real characters in the sport, and then it kind of went away a bit, but now I think they're blossoming again, and there's so much of a difference between Lando and, say, Daniel Ricciardo. Totally different characters, but people warm to them, and again, they're warming to the McLaren team. I mean, when we had Dan Rick as part of the team, I think we were they did that big fan survey about 18 months ago, and I think we were number one team, and Lando was number one, and Danny Rick was number 3 or something in the popularity stakes. So, yeah, it's
Cisco and WebEx picked up on it and were doing national ads saying, "Oh, let's do a poll on who's the most popular." Yeah. And you know, two companies that are involved currently with the Formula One team, but the tech company, I think there's a few catalysts. The tech companies, obviously, with the money, the new tobacco money, as I call it, because it kind of, if you know Formula One, that makes sense, because the real money is obviously coming from those companies. Drive to Survive, another catalyst. But I think the other thing is, with all due respect to the great Bernie Ecclestone, his approach to Formula One couldn't be more different than Liberty's, and the opening of social media stroke the world to Formula One and the access to Formula One that Bernie did never allow, I think, right or wrong, has changed it forever. And I think that's why we've got the fans the way they are, because they have access to the drivers, and the drivers have instant access to them. I don't know, would you reckon Bruce would have embraced social media? I think he would, if he'd have been around in this area.
Well, he was very innovative himself with his car design and all those sorts of things. So it wouldn't surprise me, if his brain was ticking over and thinking, let's do this, let's get the name out there.
Yeah, and he was a businessman to boot, just as Ron Dennis was. I think whatever tool you can use to grow your gravitas, you've got 10 teams you're fighting against, possibly 11th. You do whatever it takes. And I've been around Formula One a long time and know just how hard, working in PR, and trying to get your team to be noted or notarized and more popular than the other, and especially up against Max Verstappen and the Dutch Orange Army, cannot be an easy time.
No, but I think it's the genuineness of those drivers. You talk about Lando and now Oscar. So they're really genuine people. They're down to earth. They're relatable. You know, they could be your next door neighbour, effectively. They're not some, like we were talking about musicians, right? They're not these global superstars. They just see themselves as racing drivers that want to win races. They don't see themselves as celebrities, which I think means people can interact with them a lot easier. I think they can relate to them a lot easier, and that's why they've attracted this huge following, because they're relatable.
Yeah, and I also think in my era of 30 years of following these sorts of motor racing, to take the helmets off and to see them as humans rather than these sort of spaceman stroke, fighter pilots, which they are too, because not many of them can do what they do, and certainly I can't, and most normal people can't. So that's why we idolize them in that way. But to see them take their helmets off and realize they have a bad day at the office, or they're having a rotten time, or they're miffed that their car wasn't working, or they broke down and they're not very happy about it, just means they're human, and then suddenly they're more relatable immediately, I think. Tell us more about the cars out here, Stephen, because we've got some fantastic cars and we're watching this parade, but we were just taken aside there by the amazing adoration, really, of the fans that have come to see this.
There's a wide variety of cars there, selected from many of the cars that have been shipped, the models that have been shipped to the US over the last 13 years, I guess it is now. And you probably see the big flashy ones, the red and white one and some other coloured ones with great big wings on them and all sorts of things. That's the McLaren Senna, which was specially done. There's one on screen just gone out of sight.
That was that blue and white.
The white and blue one there. And there's a number of them coming around. They are absolutely amazing cars.
I don't know if I spoke out of turn, but am I right in saying that to a certain extent Senna had a bit of an input on the Senna car, or at least wanted to?
Bruno Senna.
Yeah, well, that's a different story, yes.
He was involved right through. The family was involved right through too, and Bruno did a lot of test driving for that ar.
Okay. So now, that was before he raced for Williams, or?
No, it was after. He's now a brand ambassador for McLaren.
Perfect.
So that connection with the Senna family, and it's a wonderful thing to have the family and the foundation that the Senna family run in Brazil for educating the Brazilian children is a phenomenal exercise that they've been working through for many years, and it's all starting to come to fruition with some big numbers of children and teachers and reading material and teaching material that has been sent to schools and other educational institutions in Brazil. It's a fantastic scheme.
Well, I know, knowing Bruno, what a tinker he is for all things technical, as well as being a fantastic racing driver, I may add. I remember him doing Formula 3 at Macau the first time I met him, and I looked into those eyes and I was like, oh my gosh, it was almost like eerie, because those were those same dull, kind of focused eyes that Ayrton always showed, and you could tell he was definitely a part of that family, and his ability in a car, second to none. But also, he was all into electronics and gadgets and gizmos, and now he's doing what he's doing. He's doing what do you call it? The drone flying, the drone series, and a big part of developing that too. So it wouldn't surprise me when you tell me that he had an input into the car, because I'm sure that would be right up his alley.
You'll also notice that out there is a bright green car which has no windscreen and no roof, no nothing. And it's called a McLaren Alva. Now, Alva was a company originally known as Trojan that Bruce was involved with, who made all the customer cars for McLaren. So
here in the States,
McLaren made all the team cars. He didn't realise, but as a result of Can-Am over here, the market for customer cars became a big thing. And so he couldn't afford it, he didn't have the time to do it, so he entered into an engagement with Trojan, and they built all the customer cars for them.
And that Alva name, of course, has become synonymous with historic racing here in the US, and so it's a name that we know very well here, and because of that, because of Bruce.
Well, McLaren now own that name, and so that's why we've been able to call that car the McLaren Alva. It's just gone past us now up here.
Interesting.
So some amazing cars out there. People often wonder about the terminology where we talk about a 765 LT. What does the LT mean? So I'll let Roger explain that, because I've done quite a bit of talking.
Right, no, it stands for long tail. So if you go back to the original racing cars, the long tails were the ones that we raced at Le Mans.
Yes.
In modern terminology, in the McLaren range, a long tail is really the stripped out version of a car. So a 765 long tail is a 720 with up power. Basically a stripped out car. You'll take at least 100 pounds out of the car, if not more, 150 to 200 in some of them, to make them exceptionally light. I mean, even down to engineering a tyre cap that's a gram less to get the weight out of the car. So it really is a challenge for the engineers to see already a very lightweight car. How can you take another couple of £100 out of it to make the long tail version? So those are the special ones, and they're always limited as well. So yeah. No, it's definitely a part of our heritage is long tail, and those cars are very sought after by customers.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, as we look at this parade of both historical and supercars, I don't know. I'll throw it both at you. What do you think? I mean, we're trying to get into Bruce's head because he's not here anymore, sadly. Obviously, we've spoken about Ron Dennis and Zach Brown. But what of the future? What next in this form of road cars do you think McLaren will do? Or will they just follow on, as many of the supercar companies have done, which is just develop from the latest, and then, you mentioned the long tail, that's just another version in some ways. What next?
Well, I think we've done a lot of listening to our customers.
Okay.
And what they want. And you'll find that looking at the cars out there, they all look pretty good on the road, but they all have different characteristics, because a lot of the cars are road focused with trackability, but a lot of them too are track focused with road going capabilities.
Yeah.
So there's a blend. There's also the GT car, which is a great touring car, but it's still a supercar.
Yep.
And it has all those characteristics as well. So depending on what people want, there's an everyday driver there, or there's some which are solely track focused, and that's it. So the Solus, which has just come out, which was in response to a lot of requests from people who'd played the PlayStation game and seen the car on there and said, well, it's on there, why can't you build it?
Yeah.
So
great.
McLaren had the opportunity to bring fantasy into reality, and they built 25 of those models, all pre-sold.
Wow, that's a good story, and one I didn't know. That's really good.
The first one was unveiled at Quail this year down at Pebble Beach.
Pebble Beach.
Pretty amazing.
And Roger, what are your thoughts?
I think one way we're going to go is hybridization. So we just introduced with the McLaren Artura our first high-performance hybrid car. Now we've done hybrids in the what we call the hypercars, so the P1 and the Speedtail are hybrids. The Artura is our first series hybrid car, so built in numbers beyond the 200-300 that you build on a hypercar. It's fascinating because every bit of that car, 95% plus, is absolutely brand new. So from the MP412C, everything's been an evolution. Artura is the start of the second decade in McLaren's history because it's all new. So you've got a brand new carbon fibre tub, specially designed. We always used to engineer and design our tubs, but we had them built by an outside supplier. We now have our own facility in England where we build our own tubs, so we will lead the world in carbon fibre technology in road cars. And the Artura is the first iteration of that. But also in terms of, brand new V6 engine, twin turbo V6 engine. It's got, a 94 horsepower electric motor in it. It's got totally new electrical architecture. It's a moonshot for us, honestly. That's the way we look at Artura. We really pushed the boundaries like any racing team would. We didn't go for simple. Like when we did the media launch, one of the journalists got out of it at the lunch stop and he said, Roger, he said, not even Toyota would attempt to do this in one car at once. It's crazy. Yeah. Because it's all, you either do a new engine, or you do a new gearbox, or you do a new electrical architecture. You don't put them all in one car.
But that's the philosophy that is ingrained, if you like, at Woking, because you're making Formula One cars, and that's bog standard for a week. I mean, McLaren's year this year epitomizes exactly that. They have had to change that car. Zach and his team, Lando included, have had to go from a car that they all admitted was not competitive to a point where Lando is now second place every other week, and boy, if he's not first place at Vegas this weekend, because there's no reason why he can't be, because that's where you guys have come in less than a year. It's a fun. I think the 2023 season is going to go down not in McLaren's history as some of the greats where you win 15 and 16 races, but one of the amazing turnaround years, which brings you back into the relevance that McLaren fans expect of you.
Absolutely. And I think when you look at how the year has gone, the work and effort that has gone into it, the technology, it's still the same people building the cars.
Yeah.
But there's been a whole change in focus in the way in which they go about designing the cars and the parts that they're putting on the cars. And Amanda and I have just spent 2.5 months in the UK spending time with automotive and with the racing team there, and just to see the work ethics of the people who are building those cars and designing those cars and meeting a lot of those people for the first time. It's unbelievable what they've achieved, and they are just so excited about what the future holds for McLaren in Formula One, because they're certainly racing ahead. Talking about technology, one of the things about McLaren is that we are always chasing the cutting edge in technology. So all our cars, competitors try and copy what we've done, but they're not where we're at because we've already moved on from the next stage. And
moving
so
target.
When you're putting the sort of technology into the cars we've got, customers love that, and they're excited to be part of the trip that we're going on with those cars. And they're sort of saying, well, you've done this time, what are you going to do next?
Yeah.
And it's exciting for them, and it's exciting for us too, just to see what does come out.
Great words. And guys, I could talk to you guys all day. Please come back tomorrow when we do the parade again. It's been fascinating talking about McLaren, its history, its future, and its present. Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing this amazing array of cars and history to this American event. It's truly an honor to have both a Kiwi and a Brit. That's the essence of McLaren. We're going to take a short break. We've got more racing to come because we've got a doozy for you. Mini versus Mustang. It doesn't get any better than that. Join us after the break. Welcome back. As you can see, we are dancing in the streets here at Sonoma. And Kev, well, he's always ready to dance, Kev, especially with that shirt he's wearing today. Kev, what's going on down there? Because I can see Minis and I can see Mustangs.
Oh, here we go. Well, how about this, Johnny? I'm in one of the garages that's been drawing quite a crowd this weekend. Every time I come by, this man, Alan Law here, is chatting away. One of the most passionate aficionados of cars, and indeed Mercedes-Benz cars, that I think you'll see anywhere. Alan, great to see you. Thanks for stopping to
come by.
No, thanks so much. You've been trying to chat to you all day. We walked by yesterday, and you really love these cars. And
absolutely.
And you're a man who has a great job for the last 8 years now. You've been the curator of the collection of all of these.
Yes, I have, and it's been a fantastic job. I love it. So we have a good time with this collection. Love the cars. The entire crew is just passionate as I am about the cars, and we have a good time getting around, showing the cars off to the world, and driving them. That's what we do.
Just talk to me, because some people here might not have ever realised that Mr. Mercedes and Mr. Benz were two separate people, and you got cars here that demonstrate that.
Yeah, so Carl Benz started it all back in 1886 with the 1886 Benz, the very first patented automobile. Very quickly after that, in late 1886, 1887, Gustav Daimler started the DMG company, Daimler Motor Gesellschaft. It wasn't until the late 20s that Mercedes and Benz came together to form the company Mercedes-Benz. And at that point, Carl Benz hired Ferdinand Porsche to design the cars. But before that, we had just Mercedes and just Benz. And Benz used the Laurel Leaf and Mercedes used the Star. And so later on, did we actually get the both together? So
and this is all at a time as well when Gordon Bennett was a name that was being thrown around because pre-Grand Prix, pre-Formula One, countries were going wheel to wheel fighting out.
Yes, and so the car behind us was really designed as a Gordon Bennett car, but the race stopped in, I believe, 1905 or 06, so which transitioned to like the French Grand Prix. The car we have here was driven by Fritz Earl in the French Grand Prix. It didn't win, but it was actually beaten by a Mercedes, believe it or not.
Alan, I'm going to leap in because we're going to walk this way. Let's walk and talk, right? Because we're going to go over here and we're going to see what is the first Mercedes-Benz. Not the first off the production line, but the first model.
So this will be the first model of the Mercedes-Benz. This is part of the S, SS, and SSK crew. This being an SS, it's a 7.1 liter SS. This, we think, one of the best SSs in the world. This was owned by Caracciola, or actually given by Mercedes to Caracciola to race in the Tourist Trophy. And this is the car that Caracciola got his nickname Rainmaster in. And so he won the Tourist Trophy. The car was then sold to Lord Howe, who raced it for so many years. It passed on to the last owner, who vintage raced it for so many years. And now we have it. And we don't really vintage race it, but we drive it. And we drive this car a lot. We put a lot of miles on this. In fact, last month we had the car out for about a 400-mile rally. From Pebble Beach all the way up to here around Sonoma for 4 days. And it's just a fantastic car.
That is absolutely amazing. 400 miles in this thing. Let's keep walking. Let's just go over here as well because we move through the styles and we move through the kind of the eras here. And we might actually, well, just give us a quick word on this because I think what we'll do, come on in, nice and close, come on in. Just give us a quick word on this because I think we might come back and speak to you again tomorrow, but quick word on this.
This is one of the early prototypes of the 300 SL. So before this at Le Mans, the doors came down about halfway and they were jumping in and out of the roof. So this is one of the first cars where they had the full doors. It was delivered for the Rome Liège. It won the Rome Liège, first or second, I believe. It did some more racing and then it was sold off and is actually modified to more of a production car when it was sold. And yeah, it's a wonderful prototype. It is a full alloy car, so it's lightweight. It drives fantastic. We love the way it drives and handles, and we like to put miles on it.
Yeah, and it looks fantastic. Alan, listen, I'm going to come back and speak to you tomorrow. Stay right here, stay here, don't run away, don't run away. We're going to go down to, come this way. We're going to wrap up just quickly. We're going to come and speak to you tomorrow, but Taylor is waiting on Velocity Lane because the Minis and Mustangs are going out.
Minis, that's a fun group of cars going out. That's a fun one to watch, but I guess we should talk about the C9.
Give me a quick word on this then as well.
This is the car Jochen Moss brought out to Le Mans in '88. After that, I really don't know all the history about this car, but it is probably one of the wildest Le Mans cars of all time. It's 850 horsepower. It is just a beast. There's no driver's controls, and it takes a real man to drive this car. And so we had it out yesterday and today with some demonstration laps to put some miles on it, and basically we're here to preserve this piece of history is what we're doing.
And Alan, you're doing a great job. Thank you ever so much for talking to us. I will come back and speak to you tomorrow. But right now, let's go to Velocity Lane where Taylor is waiting with those Minis versus Mustang.
That's right. We have about 3 minutes left. These cars are about to take off. Jim, I'm not sure if you can hear me a little bit.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Minis or Mustangs?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
You can't hear. All right, these guys are ready to go. He cannot hear because these cars have horsepower and they're ready to go. But if you walk down with me, these are some of my favorite drivers down here. I don't know if I'll be able to get a word with some of them, but are you Minis or Mustangs?
Well, Minis.
And this car, I've seen this car last year. Incredible performance out there on the track. You can see obviously all the places it's gone. An incredible history.
She has a lot of history. We ran it for the first time at Monterey in August, so this is their second time in the car.
I love it.
He's doing really well.
He is doing really well, and we wish him all the best out there on the track. This is going to be one of the hottest races. Don't miss it. Johnny, let's check it out.
Oh, I love this. I love this. He can't see out of his side window, but it doesn't matter because he's been to every event there is. And that's what he's telling the competition that Don Racine may be up against. Get out of my way. Blow the bloody doors off, as Michael Caine once said in a very famous movie about Minis. Right. I'm going to move on and not be silly because I've got Maurice Merrick and Patrick Byrne joining me for this fun festivity to end the day. And while it is fun, guys, there's a serious side to this which kind of sums up the day, which is I've been talking all day long with some very learned folk about the American emergence and evolution of motor racing and how it crossed over with European cars and evolved from European cars, and how European cars came here and raced against the mighty cars that were the big displacement cars of America. But this example of taking a Mustang and taking a Mini and racing them in the same race pretty much sums up all the attributes of everything you were here earlier today we've been talking about. Guys, I'll start with you, Patrick, because this is such a fun thing to do, but also, like I said, kind of a serious question mark, which is better, big displacement monster, big muscle cars, or the nimble Mini?
Yeah, it's kind of been a fight forever, right?
Yeah.
So you have the high horsepower, a little bit heavier, and then you have the lower power to weight ratio of a Mini. So those Minis are going to be attacking under braking, and then those high horsepower cars are going to be taking off on acceleration if they can put the power down.
And last time they were doing this, it was Laguna, which is a very different circuit, and I just got a feeling that my Minis might just actually pull one off here on this Laguna, on this Sonoma circuit. But let me ask you, Maurice, what do you think? What's your take on all of this?
Well, I'm with Patrick in the sense that, you know, the Minis can afford to brake much later than the Mustangs. You know, it's interesting. The Mini Cooper was Great Britain's answer to the people's car, if you will.
Yeah.
And Alex Issigonis was a genius designer, and his charge was to build a car for the masses, and he could scarcely imagine that it would be such a successful competition car. And then we had guys like Paddy Hopkirk, who really proved it in rally, places like Monte Carlo,
which
and so
I would
forth.
never have imagined.
But the genius of the car, the genius of the packaging of the car as a consumer car also translated to competition, which is just fantastic.
I have a co-commentator who's from Tennessee, of all places, but he's a Mini Maestro man, or not Maestro, but he's a Mini man, and he says it's the most fun he can have within the speed limit in any car. And I actually I get that.
Well, the Mini was the car that sort of proved that sometimes it's more fun to drive a slow car fast.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. But again, we'll get to the Mustang in a moment, but the Mini is an anomaly as a car, and certainly as a racing car, because just the tiny wheelbase, the tiny tires, and yet you talk to Martin Lauber, who's out there right now and has driven every car that's imaginable, and he says he cannot believe that when you turn a Mini's wheel, it just goes the direction you want it to go, and it wants to go, and there is just no question mark. It's got this innate ability to apex when it needs to.
Well, and that's the other thing, is it's one of the first very successful mass production front drive cars.
Yeah, very true. And I don't know whether the weight distribution stroke, the size of the chassis stroke, wheelbase, as I mentioned, just gives it, an amazing ability to do what it does. That said, let's talk about the Mustang, because of course the Ford Mustang, one of the greatest cars in Trans Am, and certainly one of the greatest road cars in America, the people's car. Certainly, if the Model T was the people's car, the Mustang kind of was the modern forerunner to it in the 60s, I would argue.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, not as short of a wheelbase as the Mini, but you'll see its legs here, especially down the front straightaway. And then remember, all those brake zones right before them is a big acceleration zone. So those Minis are going to have to make up a little bit of ground on the Mustangs in the brake zone, but the Mustangs will take off.
And by the way, I may add that I mentioned Don Racine, who is kind of one of the organizers of Minis here in the States and has put a lot of the Minis together. The drivers you've got out there are some very good drivers. Jim Hague is out there. Kenny Epsman is going to be driving. You've got guys that Martin Lauber I mentioned, but some guys that can drive pretty much any kind of car. Matt Johnson has a storied history in driving these sorts of nine. Jeff O'Neill, the organizer of the event, is out there today. Great to see. So these guys are good pedalers, and they know a thing or two about racing cars. So it's not like this is club racing by any means. This is some of the best historic drivers you'll see in the day driving these Mustangs and these Minis. Great. We're away. Here we go. Good clean start. Mustang leading at the moment, 1 and 2 in 3, I think. First, I think, is Don Racine as he goes around the outside at the carousel and does it in style.
There's that power coming on right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
So away they go, and it's Seth. So we've got a change as well. This is an endurance race, and so we will have a change of drivers. Some of them won't, but there are mostly 2-man efforts here. So we get a mandatory pit stop, and if I remember from the rules last time we did this, I think it's you've got a window of some 15 minutes that you have to change drivers, come in, and therefore do a pit stop. As we take a look at the 61. Going about it, Oliver Ramlet pushing that car hard. He's up to 4th place, and Gear Ramlet. So it's a family affair. Gear Ramlet again, another one of the popular drivers here in historic racing. But it's Mustangs 1, 2, and 3 at the moment, and I think it's Oliver Ramlet at the wheel of that first Mini with the lights blazing on. Of course, you've got to put the 4 lights on, the full rally experience to intimidate. It's hard to intimidate anybody in a Mini, but it's one way of doing it. So Mike Balacco and Ethan Wilson pick up the lead early on in this one, doing a 2:07.4 early on. And now we see the Mini stretching its legs up the hill. You know what's amazing? I've got a brother-in-law who's 6'3", I think, and he sits in a Mini no problem.
Yeah, they're bigger on the inside than they are on the outside.
Now, go figure. That's like a TARDIS, then. You just described a Doctor Who TARDIS. I don't know how
exactly
that.
Right.
I don't know how that is even possible, but it's true. It is absolutely true. And I don't know if you've ever seen any of the. I can't remember his name, but there's a guy that does sort of trick demonstrations in a Mini, where he's doing 2 wheels, 3 wheels, all sort of stuff, and doing
pirouettes,
you name it. And what it can do, the dexterity of the tiny little Mini is unbelievable. And I just made a joke about the Italian Job, as you well know, another movie that moved it forward as an iconic figure. Great film, and if you haven't seen it, see both, because there's an old one, original, and there's a new one.
And the stunt sequences were
real.
They were just designed for the car. They were designed around the car.
Going down steps, yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Got a good little battle here between. Oh, I set up on 2 wheels. That was the 37. Oh, that was a little bit of a moment there, but all's well that ends well, almost. But it was the 37. Let me see who that was, because that was a bit of a moment for that driver. He just got on the inside there a little too tight and bounced over the curbs. Well, it's not on my list of Minis at the moment. Never mind. Could have been Christopher Fitch. No, it's Blue Mini. Well, we'll get to it.
It's always thrilling to see American iron and British or European cars mix it up on the same grid. Well, there's so many different approaches to racing.
Yeah, it's great to see so many Americans driving Minis as well. I'm loving that.
True. And we've got a Ford Falcon in there too. We shouldn't ignore that car. It's a wonderful car.
Yep, let's not leave the Australians out of it. Or at least that's where the Ford Falcon became so popular. Side-by-side racing then. These 2 Minis going at it and creating nice closed door for the Mustang behind. And we've got a nice spread at the moment as this race is underway. Like I said, this is an enduro race. We'll run 1 today and 1 tomorrow. But it's a great way to finish the day, no question about it. And like I said, packed with fun, race cars and guys that really want to throw them around. And I'm just looking down the whole list, and it was a pole position for David Cooper and Christopher Lyon. Tyler Hagan and Dave Hagan, we spoke to Dave earlier in the day, and they've been really looking forward to it. That's a father-son combination. So they had the front row start, but as we say, we're trying to catch up with the Mustangs at the moment. Well, let's talk a little bit about who we've got here in the booth. Patrick, you're a GT and Prototype Championship driver. What's your background, if you will? How did you get into racing?
Yeah, that's right. So started big into just motors in general, into anything motorsports, and then worked my way through a couple different race schools and ended up on the racetrack as my main job. So, and then
what's your preference? What do you like doing?
I really like GT cars a lot. The prototypes are awesome. They do every single thing that you ask them to. It's a lot more physical on you. They're a lot faster. But GT cars are just more relatable, right? The battles are better. You don't have to worry about aero wash and things as such, so you can be nice and tight. You know, if you tell the general public you're driving a prototype, they don't really know what that is. Yeah, exactly. Whereas if you're saying you're driving some of the GT cars, whether it's a Ferrari or Mercedes or something along the lines, they can relate to it immediately. Plus, the battles are quite good, kind of as you're seeing right now.
Yeah, John Chip Fudge, the man at the wheel of that Falcon that you mentioned, the 1963 Ford Falcon in all black. And co-driver Jonathan Taylorface. So again, another family affair. Maurice, how did you get into this silly game of motor racing?
Well, my bio is much more humble than Patrick's, but my background is in television production, and I'm the host of the Horsepower Heritage podcast, which you can find on any of the podcast apps. I encourage people to listen, but my lens is focused on the historic side of automotive. I do a lot of competition profiles, interview racing drivers, and I talk a lot about the history of motorsport as well as production cars. So that's my focus, but I just love vintage racing. I take every opportunity to watch it and be a part of it and learn from the folks who are doing it, whether it's a mechanic or a driver or team manager. So it's just so gratifying.
And you sat here in your Duesenberg overall, so have you fixed it?
That's right. So I'm here with my good friend Bobby Green, who has just finished the restoration of this 1920 Duesenberg racer, and it is an authentic period racer. The history of the car is a little murky because it was kind of out of the public eye for about 40 years, but he's just finished the car, so this is our inaugural weekend out here. So I am his riding mechanic, as it were, for the weekend.
Interesting.
Yes.
And Patrick, I noticed on your sort of CV, Asia Le Mans. I spent a lot of time in Asia, and again, another part of the world where I don't think you'd believe just the love and interest they have in all things racing. And while you could point at very few great Asian drivers in the past, anyway, historically. The Bira brothers, perhaps, who made it to the dizzy heights, the two ties. But now the scene out there is growing exponentially, and I was I was there at the start of it back in the early 90s. But it's now a hotbed, as we see I think it was the Ford Falcon that's just gone off track there. I'm just watching out the corner of my eye here. But a great place to go racing. Have you enjoyed going out there?
Yeah, Asia Le Mans was awesome. You wouldn't believe some of the quality of tracks that are tucked away in the middle of Asia.
Right.
Of course, Shanghai and some of the big ones, Kuala Lumpur and things. There's some fantastic tracks that we see in F1. But there's other hidden tracks, in rural Thailand.
Yep.
And they're pretty good flow. Exactly, yep.
Been there.
Yep. Home of Chang Beer, right?
That's it, and the good football team, too.
That's right, yep. So.
But you haven't been to Subic Bay, though, have you?
I have not.
You've missed out a treat there.
Yep.
The Philippines. In fact, they raced there since World War II because there was an American air base there. So a lot of interesting cars. They even raced Trans Am out there, so who'd figure?
That's a surprise to me. I've not heard that before.
Yeah.
But yes, Asia, total blast. I mean, you're traveling.
I used to race at Shah Alam before Malaysia Formula One was built. That was a great track. So, my days out in Asia, brilliant. Now, we have lost one of the Falcons, I think, and we, as you can see, picking up cars left, right, and centre. But the race continues as our Mini Mustang Enduro. Here there was lots of shenanigans. Look at this, drifting a Mini, nothing better. On asphalt, I may add.
You mentioned Asia. I have to interject here that Prince Bira was racing Grand Prix in the 1930s.
Correct.
And he was
and his brother.
Siamese royalty. Yeah,
that's exactly right. Yeah, that was a rare period where we did have two royal princes racing in Formula One, and they were a real anomaly at the time, for sure. And now we've got Albon. I actually know his dad pretty well. He used to do GTs in Asia. He was an airline pilot and raced Carrera Cup in Asia. So and I saw Darrell O'Young the other day, another Asian pedal. who's at the Formula One looking after another young Filipino driver. She's in the F1 Academy. So we are underway, and we've lost a few already. Mike Bacacchio and Ethan Wilson are still leading. Seth Burgett and, well, Seth's on his own.
And we're under a yellow flag.
Yeah, we are. We're under a safety car, in fact. Yeah, so we are under caution at the moment. That's why I'm kind of going through it. Jim Haig and Ken Epsman are in 3rd place. Oliver and Gare Ramleth in 4th place. Andrew Waite and Martin Lauber in 5th. Gary Dreen and Chris Copley are in 6th in the 424. And in the number 37, it's Steve Phillips and Brian Watts in a 1966 Austin Mini Cooper S. Now, there is some cars now coming. I can see a Mustang coming out of the corner of my eye into the pits. Now, whether this is a driver change or it's a forced pit stop, I don't know. But there's a lot of people down on pit lane. Like I said, there is a window, but I don't know if it's open yet. I don't think it is. So, still 38 minutes to go in this one, folks, but we're under caution. As you can see, it's 1, 2, 3 for the Mustangs, but that could all change. And at the front, we've got a 66 Ford Mustang, a Shelby GT500 from 67 in 2nd, and we've got the another 66 Ford Mustang in 3rd.
You mentioned the name Shelby, and it's interesting to think about what things would have been like had Carroll Shelby not had that relationship with Ford, and what would have become of the Mustang? Would it have been the competition car that it became?
I think you're right.
You know, it's a fascinating history, and it was known as, you know, on its debut, kind of as a secretary's car. It was really a development of the Falcon.
Yeah, and you make a good point, because Ford have admitted that up until recently they never intended to race the Mustang, and in fact they were going to stop making them at one point, which would be criminal. But yeah, and only recently have they announced that they're actually going to go and race the darn thing. I remember Jim Farley being interviewed and saying, yeah, people don't know or don't think that we as Ford, you had the Trans Am series, but that was, Ford didn't build a race car to go racing. That was a stock car that went racing. So Ford have only just started going, okay, let's make a Mustang to go racing.
That's right.
So, interesting.
And in the late 50s and early 60s, factory sponsorship of racing was dead. After the 55 Le Mans disaster and USAC pulled out of racing. And so...
Hang on, he's getting his sandwiches out the back. What's going on here? He's opened the back, the fire extinguisher's out. This is the Morris Mini Cooper S from 67.
Taking on some fuel, maybe?
Well, yeah, they're having a look around. He's got the fire extinguisher just in case it goes awry, but he's fiddling in the back there. Yeah, I don't know. Can't be refueling, surely. They don't need to refuel, surely. Some sort of adjustment being made, but as you can see, half the field coming in, half the field staying out. So the pit stops are going to get fast and furious, folks. This is going to be a bit like the Italian job in a minute. Here they come. Meanwhile, the 3 Mustangs leading the way at the moment. The Fire and Safety Tundra, that's right in front of my commentary booth, is getting ready to pick up another car by the looks of things. So there's a lot of action going on. Meanwhile, there is a host of 5 Minis coming right into the pit lane right this moment, all to make their pit stops and changes. Here we go. So they are putting a bit of fuel in, okay. Well, maybe they can't go the full distance. Here's the 35. That's Christopher Fritsch and Randy Unsby with that checkered flag on the top. Excellent stuff. Nicely prepared. Look at those lovely little Hoosier tires. Props to the guys that make the tires still to this day, because that's no easy thing at a historic event. I remember doing an interview with the tire guys and go, well, how do you fit 400 different race cars? And he goes, not with ease.
That's absolutely right. In fact, one of the Ragtime racers lost a spare tire. The spare tire mount broke today on the track. And as the guys came into the pits, one of the one of the fire guys was carrying the spare. I said, I bet that's the first time you've carried a spare off the track into the paddock.
Yeah.
He said, absolutely.
Now, the 00 of Thomas Parmentier, one of the Belgians, getting strapped in there also. And there's the 177. That's the Austin Mini Cooper S of Don Racine and Chris Copley. We spoke to Don earlier. I like the digital readout there on the top. That's very nice. But this is becoming a mini tradition. We're only 4 years old at Velocity, but this has become definitely one of the highlights of the weekend. It's great to see so many, because the temperature drops quickly here in California, especially in November. So for people to be still out there in the grandstands, it's pretty hearty. Yeah, nice and warm probably in the cars, but a lot of work to do, or a lot of warmth to be had out there in the grandstands or out there in the hinterlands of the Sonoma Raceway. So thank you for staying. There's a first real close look. It's nice to have them under safety, or at least to have a closer look at these cars, but they're beautifully prepared. That was Ken Adams and Brian Ferrin in their 65 GTO 350.
Looks like the lights are out on the safety car there, so we should expect that to be going green.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Good eye. Now, surely the Mustangs should pull away and get into their own race at this point.
Yeah, if I was that Mustang in the back, I'd be looking for that immediately.
Yeah, and really, the Minis are kind of hand-tied a little bit when it comes to this hill, because it's not just the first corner. It goes second corner, third corner. See Jeffrey O'Neill out of his car and making his way back. Maybe he'll come and join us at the booth. Who knows? But he's out of the car. He's done his first stint. Wave at him. You never know. Here we go. Away go the muscle cars. 1, 2, and 3, and they immediately pull away from 7 Minis, and then a Mustang chasing down. That Mustang in the fourth Mustang in this group is going to have a real tough time, because there's 7 Minis in front of him. In comes the 969. That is the green Anita Wiemeyers coming in, and she's out of the car. One of the cars, the 960, parked up. I hope that's not terminal. And then the last car to cross the green flag was another one of the Mustangs. Didn't catch its number. Don't you love how the drone has totally transformed coverage of motor racing? You really did get a perspective of where the race is from here, don't you?
We even take it for granted, It's not that long that drones have been involved in motorsport and sporting events in general, but it's so seamless.
Yeah,
you don't even think about it.
Well, I jokingly said to one of our first pilots that, it wouldn't be long before they were doing race coverage, and he kind of quipped and said, that'd be ridiculous. And literally 2 weeks later, a car went off while he was doing his overhead shot from the drone, and it was our race coverage shot and replay. So there you go.
Here comes the front 3 runner.
I know.
Coming up to a pit out car.
Yeah.
Somebody left the pits, and all of a sudden he's going to be clobbered with the entire field.
This is great. And he is pushing hard. Now, yes, as you say, coming up to some traffic. They'll want to get by him before the hairpin here. And in fact, it's given a chance for the race to open up as well, but he does go a wide line for them. The Mustangs take the inside line. And the number 80 looking for a way path. That's Seth Bergett at the wheel. And as they cross the line again, is that the black flag out?
It was.
It was. Okay.
We had Jim Hager, Kenny there, make the pass in the kink onto the front straightaway. It's pretty tight. Nice, clean driving, though.
Still half an hour left in this. The Ramleths currently in 4th. Waite and Lauber 5th. Dreen and Copley in 6th, the 424. Phillips and Waters in 7th. Kearney and Peterson 8th. Cooper Lyon in 9th. And Adams Ferrin in 10th position. But at the moment, it's Mustangs with the advantage here, as you'd kind of expect, or certainly on paper you'd expect, but you'd be a fool to count out the Minis. And in fact, fastest lap at 2:01.7, so they are pushing on now and pushing each other, because all in that restart, I think we got several. Oh, look at this, the attack of the orange Minis. Sounds like a war film.
Jim Hague with 2 minis through the carousel.
I know.
One on each side.
Yep. Well, they do run in packs. I've noticed these minis. They clump together and go, okay, we're in this together, boys. It's the Self-Preservation Society. '89 is the 1966 Ford Mustang in all black. That's Jim Hague and Ken Epsman. And they've had a busy day of both of those drivers.
I raced wheel-to-wheel with them in the vintage of the HTA group.
Yep.
And they're very good.
Yeah, very good drivers. I don't think historic drivers get the credit, not just because that this is what they do for a living and they're not, household names, but to drive an historic car takes a deft touch at one, but also a huge amount of skill, because you're not driving a paddle-shifted, ABS brake, blah, blah, blah car with all the accoutrement of everything that the designers can give you. So it just takes a little bit more skill to drive a car. I remember talking to Pat O'Ward, who got a run at one of the Penske Trans Am historic cars last year and almost blew it up because he doesn't change gear with revs. He didn't know what to do. He was like, what am I doing here? Now, we've got all sorts of signs being thrown out. I'm looking out my window here.
What you said also speaks to how important it was for the drivers of the day to be in tune with the machine.
Yeah.
A good example was Jim Clark, who could give his mechanics and team excellent input into what the car was doing and get it fine-tuned.
I actually think that's the difference between a good driver and a great driver, is just that ability, and Jim Clark is one of those great drivers. You could look at a Formula One field any given year and say there are 5/10 maybe between their abilities to race the same car, let's say, around a track. Different styles, different ways of getting there, but maybe half a second, no more. And you could add another 200 drivers and you'd probably have a result pretty similar, let's say 0.7. But the guys that can come in and relate how to get that 1/10 more, those are the greats. Those are the guys that can tell an engineer, you can't just come and go, it doesn't feel right. You've got to actually explain.
Exactly right.
Otherwise, it can't help you.
The standing yellow here in turn 1.
Okay.
Happen. I don't know. I don't see. Oh, here comes the tow truck.
Oh. Well, we knew there would be drama, and it has ensued. Here comes the 22 into the pits. And that's Ken Adams and Brian Ferrin. They had been running well. In fact, they were in the top 10 before they pitted. So let's see where they come out. And, yep, the tow truck takes the lead. The ambulance just behind in second. And hopefully they'll be out of the way. But some pit stops as well.
Let's hope the ambulance doesn't overtake the tow truck.
This is a good thought. Side by side again, as through goes the 80. Once again, as Seth Burgett gets the lead. I think traffic's going to be what puts paid to who wins this race, because it seems to, it depends where you hit traffic, basically. I thought you were going to do a little bit of a song and dance for us there, Patrick. I thought you were off then. Phone's ringing. 61 coming in. And that's the all-orange gear Ramlet and Oliver Ramlet. So that should be Gear getting into the car. And I know both of you gentlemen, Gear Ramlet, very good driver as well.
Very good.
Yep. I'm so pleased that so many have taken the opportunity to jump in a Mini, because this is really great to see. Some really good exponents of racing. And there you go. Pure Minis. This is the lead Mini we're looking at before the pit stops, of course. So, as always, the Racine prepared all-orange Minis are dominating that side of things. 61 and the 62 all in. You can see the stopwatch there. That's just that they have to be, there's a certain period of time that they have to stick to, and if they do, obviously they do the driver change quickly, but they have to wait, and that's why you've got the stopwatch there, to go back out again, so that everybody has got an equal pit stop. It's not a case of trying to do something quick, because you don't want to mess about. You want to have an equal stop, but everybody's got to go through that. It's mandatory. Now, Seth Burgett, I think it's Burgett rather than, is it Burgett or Burgett? Doesn't matter. He's just gone fastest lap, 2:01.7. There you go. There you go, old school.
Yeah, the driver hopped out of this one, and his co-driver goes to get in and stopped and goes, "No, we need you for the fire extinguisher."
Yeah. Don't go home yet.
True team effort.
Yep. Yeah, and it is small teams, isn't it? 2 or 3 people, as it should be, as it was. So it's America's stock cars up against the UK's stock cars. The Mini versus the Mustang, the mighty David and Goliath challenge that is our final race of the day. Group 10 we call it, and as you can see, we've got a recovery vehicle out on track at the moment, just trying to see what they're trying to recover. There's one Mustang by the look of it. That's okay, so the one truck that's at the top of 3 is more of a warning to say, hey, you're about to come across this. It's out of the way though, so it shouldn't cause too much of a problem, and hopefully they'll get that logo. And there's the ambulance. Well, he was going well too, but both the Minis and the Mustang are a better pace. And a driver change, a driver swap for the 111. Ethan Wilson now will step up to the plate and jump in the car, and away goes Mike Boccaccio.
It's one of the first Mustangs to pit. I suspect that they can take on enough fuel to last the 40 minutes total. So I don't think I'll see them refuel, but we'll find out.
Interesting here to see the leader coming up on one of the Minis. He just can't get by him, and he's not racing him because that's the leader of the overall race, but he just can't seem to get on level terms with the Mini ahead of him, which is a lap behind him or at the back of this group. So we'll see how this goes. But all the headlights are on as the sun has gone down, and this is another interesting part of this race because we don't often race Sonoma at night, and it's going to be pretty tricky as we go through.
It's your second place car there.
Yep.
For the pit stop.
That's Ethan Wilson, as I mentioned, getting in the car, getting the belts on. No rush, no panic because you're on a timer, so as long as you keep an eye on the watch, you're not losing anything. And here comes the leader into the pit. This is an important pit stop for the Golf livery number 80. Meanwhile, it's almost all systems go for the 111. All hands on deck as we get the straps tightened, get the radio contact in. That's Chris McAllister helping out there. But here comes your leader down the pit lane. Now, this shouldn't be a driver swap if my timing monitor is correct. Now, the Minis have got to make hay now as quickly as they can. We've got 21 minutes to go. Not seen much advantage for the Minis yet. Like I said, they're going to have to get together. Out goes the 61 of Gear Ramleth at the wheel and immediately passes another Mini. And the board changing fast at the moment. But the leader currently in the pits, and this is the opportunity for the others to catch. Still some safety vehicles. As soon as we get them out of the way, we'll go properly racing again because everybody's a bit tentative, as you can imagine. Never easy to race with that in the way.
You know, as exciting as it is to see the cars at speed, the dedication, the passion, and all of the commitment is really demonstrated on pit row, right? I mean, these guys spend so many hours. What's the ratio of hours of maintenance and tweaking versus actual track time?
Yeah, no kidding.
You know, it's just so great to see.
I agree. You really do see that, like you say, dedication. And at the moment, Mini leading, and we believe it is Don Racine's and Dennis Racine's little Mini in the 177 leading the way since Seth Burgett came in the 80. And he's now going to pass him. He's had his pit stop. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's been in and out because we saw him come in earlier. So Mini retakes the lead, and it seems a long stop for the number 80. But of course, they're all 2 o'clock unless there's a problem of sorts. So this makes things pretty interesting. Oh, we've got the day glow out there now. Look at that.
Yeah, he's got some LED lights in the car.
LED blue lights on the Mini. Will that slow him down, or will it make him faster? I wonder. I would argue faster.
Braking hard into the hairpin. Side by side.
Oh, yeah, look at this. Fantastic stuff. 2 Minis side by side as they head towards turn 1. Something's got to give. Oh, great racing. So lights blazing as the sun has now definitely gone down here in California. Day 1 of Velocity Invitational. Oh, look, even LEDs on the 177. I like that. Just on the one side, though, or is it just my optical illusion? No, definitely on one side. Well, that's the only side that's going to pass the pit wall, so that's the only one that matters. I bet you fancy a go at this, don't you?
Yeah, this looks pretty fun. I wish I was out there. Booth's really nice, but
no, I'm with you. I'd like to be out there.
Front-wheel drive pulling them through those chicanes there. You see the rear braking loose, stay on throttle.
Yep, absolutely. Well, interesting enough, yeah. So they are going to. It's not a problem, but it seems a long time, and he's got a lot of catching up to do now. And so the clock ticks down. They're all got their iPhones and checking out to make sure that they're all within the right pit window.
Just lost his place there, so we'll see if he can catch back up.
I know he's just lost it, hasn't he? Because he was a lap down, was Don, and now he's going to be, yeah. So it's going to be interesting, the last 20 minutes of this, or just last 15 minutes of this. In comes the 63. He's kind of gone through the pits, so he's not stopping. That's the 63 of David Cooper and Christopher Lyon. Don't know if that's a retirement or not. But in a moment, we're going to let this fella loose. Lights blazing. And this is the 67 Shelby GT500. No driver change here, so Seth's going to do the full stint.
Looks like he's got his work cut out for him. You know, that's the pit stops bring in strategy, right? So pitting under yellow really helps because you're out there.
Yeah.
You're not going as many laps down. So he's down all the way now to 7th. So he's got his work cut out for him.
No kidding.
He's off.
And I said don't count out the Minis. And here they are, leading again. But it is a Ford Mustang in second place, the 66 Ford Mustang. Ethan Wilson in the wheel of the 111 in second place. 39 seconds the gap between them. It's catchable in the 15:58 that we've got left on track. Let's see how he deals with the traffic. But I have to say, having watched the Racines go about their business with Mini over the last few years, they are pretty handy. Huge Mini interest in the States. It shocked me, actually. Texas, Arkansas, California, all big proponents of the Mini.
They're cheap and cheerful. And it's an easy way to get into vintage racing.
It is. I think you're right, absolutely right. And a lot of fun, too. I know from watching SVRA, HTA, all of these historic series, you know, the Mini Club, if you will, they just have a bunch of fun, you know. They just help each other, give each other parts, have a beer afterwards, share stories. It'll be the same tonight, and as it should be, you know. It's a real club feel.
It's also really fun when you're out there actually competing because they're constantly lifting their back tires. So
yeah.
You see them down into turn 7 and around turn 2. That rear tire, you know, comes up a foot or so off the ground.
No question. It's the one thing that makes the Mini just so special is that it's quite happily on three. It's quite happy on 3 wheels. Most cars would be out of control. Not the Mini. Yeah, the British made a lot of cars back in the 60s and 70s. Not all of them brilliant, but this was special.
It's interesting, the contrast, too, because when we think of British motorsport in the 1950s, we think of Jaguar.
Yep.
We think of Aston Martin. And yet the Mini is the almost diametric opposite of those cars.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the same is true in Great Britain. You know, the Mini, all Mini races, you know, one-spec cars, it's huge. The fields are massive. And again, cheap racing, club racing. Drive the car to the race. There you go, off the curbs. But drive the car to the racetrack, and then set it up and go. "30 minutes to go here, and enjoying every moment of this. As now, the previous leader was now down in 7th place in the number 80, so let's see what he can do. But right now, Racine leading the way. We're watching the gap come down. Across the line comes our leader. Hard to keep up with, but the LED lights help. Crowd loving it. Pictures being taken at every creening angle. I love it.
Trying to catch that rear tire, I think.
Yeah. Now, here comes the 111. This is the second place car. Ethan Wilson pedaling that. He's got a bright green Mini in front of him. That's gone. And now power up the hill. I think all racing drivers should wear white gloves. It gives a commentator a much better idea of how much control you're actually in. I saw a guy in Dayglow yellow gloves the other day, and I was like, look, you can see what he's doing. People don't give real kudos to just how much movement, whether it be deft or, you know, Adam Andretti, who I work with in Trans Am, always says he's got a pretty wheel. And when I first heard him say it, I didn't quite understand it. What he's describing is that control of the wheel. He can tell a lot, and you can tell a lot from how much a driver uses that input and how much control, you know, and how well the car is set up and how much of an easy ride he's getting versus a tough day at the office. If you're fighting that wheel, as they say, it's a car that it's just not in your control. Whereas if it's just deft movements and you're adjusting at every moment. You see Alonso, I love going on board with him, and he doesn't make any violent maneuvers, but the input is every other half second.
Right, and if you look at vintage racing, you'll often see the in-car cameras will demonstrate how much the drivers are sawing at that wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, you know, if you do go to a race school, and you can probably, you know, talk to this, but you can see how much a driver is learning by just watching his input on the wheel, because you know how the car's set up, and if he's putting too much in, then he's not helping the car go fast.
Absolutely. Speed at which they react, you know, I mean, if they're somewhat confused or so, they just kind of pause and the car keeps going, right? So that's how you get your spins. You also have to be really careful, though, that it's not predictive. You don't want to induce anything. So you have some of these guys that are very, very fast with hands, but often they're inducing things as well. So you want to be reactive only. It's very tricky. Vintage racing, though, you don't really have an option.
Well, Seth Burgett's just on the fastest lap of the race. He's currently 7th at 2:01.4, and compared to a 2:07, 2:08, and those in front of him, that puts him in good stead to break down that lead just a little bit anyway. Whether he'll get all the way back to the front is another question. I doubt it in my mind. 10 minutes to go. And 29 seconds, the gap between Ethan Wilson in second place and Dennis Racine leading the way. And Dennis is the Mini aficionado for sure. So let's see what will happen. But right now, Mini in the bird seat.
And a delightful thing to watch.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Well, like I said, you know, on paper you'd say, well, of course the Mustangs are going to thrash the Minis. What are you talking about? But that's not the case, necessarily. And throw a pit stop in there as well, just for good measure. There's a bunch of activity still on the pit lane as drivers checking out how their cars are going on, and got a great view here. Thanks for staying, folks. Great to have you both on the live stream and out there here at Sonoma. Hope you come back tomorrow and enjoy some more of this great Velocity Invitational. But we'll get down to the nitty-gritty. 9 minutes to go. The gap still just under 30 seconds.
We have some of his brake lights here in the 111, or the front calipers are starting to glow a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's another thing. It's all very well to have the power, but you've got to slow it down, too, to get around the corners. And then the brakes start to heat up. Luckily, this cool condition will help. But yeah, I can see what you're talking about now. Absolutely, glowing heavily there. And eventually, they're going to be less productive than they were, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And there's a balance that we strike, right, in vintage racing in terms of upgrades and, the technological factors involved,
yeah, you can't put the latest Brembo IMSA brakes on it.
Exactly.
It's a good point.
It is pretty cool, though, to see the engineering in time, especially some of the really pure cars. I mean, they're really smart. I mean, you can see the different stages of those engineering coming along, and just you skip ahead 5 years, and it's huge amounts of engineering.
Right, and it was born on the track, wasn't it?
That's correct, yeah.
No question.
By people like Carroll Shelby, like you were talking about.
Here comes your leader. Still got his good old British license plate on the back too, I may add. Now let's just, his best lap, a 2:06.4, compared to Ethan Wilson and Mike Bacacchio doing a 2:02.7. So there's your difference. There's about 4 seconds in outright lap time. But that doesn't necessarily tell you what the outcome's going to be. It does tell you that, eventually, if you kept going forever, the Mustangs would in a fair fight, as it were, win. But this is a timed race with that pit stop, so all factors come into play.
Plus, you have your traffic. It's one thing to catch up. You got to get by them, right?
Yeah. How does the Mini then deal with that factor of braking? I mean, the parts. I mean, they're all minuscule in comparison to the Mustang, and yet efficiency seems to be the order of the day with the Mini.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, a small tire, you have a small disc, there's no way around it. You can't put a bigger one in there. So, the good news, though, is when a Mustang has to brake just because of the weight, you'll have that Mini still on throttle. Yeah. So there is that difference right there.
Good point. Yeah, that momentum that they call about the Mini. Yeah, you're not heavily braking as much. Good point. Yeah.
And a lot less mass to slow down.
Correct. Yeah, lightweight. That's the whole point. And so, the problems that the Mustang may be having just aren't an issue necessarily with the Mini. Talking of it, here is our second place man. Trying to catch the hare that is the Mini at the moment with, just over 6 minutes to go. And the gap is now down to 27 seconds, and that's a mighty gap still with this amount of time to go. They're averaging, 2:10 a lap at the moment, or just under. So it's going to be a big ask to catch Dennis Racine right now. And Paddy Hopkirk style, he's got all 6 lights blazing.
It's a lad's effort for sure.
Yep. Oof. Well, that was a moment.
Touch wide, yeah.
A little wide, don't worry. Keep it going.
You got to be careful, too, though. The top of the S's there are really where these Minis can kind of break away. The Mustangs are going to reel them back in at the bottom here, so can't mess those places up. Take advantage of when you can.
That's the place to make your move. Right. Yes.
Yep. Shout out to all our cameramen doing a hell of a job. They've been out there since 8 o'clock this morning, so I take my hats off to them because they are in focus, they are following well, and worked with them all year, and hell of a job, boys. Well done. Now, Andrew Waite and Martin Lauber have moved up to 3rd place, ahead of Oliver Ramleth and Gear Ramleth. Gear Ramleth at the wheel at the moment in 4th. Now, Seth Burgett, who's on his own, is now up to 5th place from 7th, so he's done a good job, and he is setting the fastest laps of the race at the moment, 2:01.4, and so he's up into 5th place. He may move forward again before this is done. Gary Dreen and Christopher Copley, I'm guessing that Chris is at the wheel at the moment in 6th. Doug Peterson in 7th, Brian Ferrin 8th, Brian Waters in 9th position, Randy Unsby rounding out the top 10. But a good field, a big field, and some great pedalers out there enjoying what is our finale for the day, day 1 of Velocity Invitational number 4. And after a couple of years away at Laguna, we're back at where it all started, here at Sonoma in the wine country. And I think there's a fair few out there who put the work in and probably deserve a glass of wine or two.
Yeah, that's right. Just walking around the paddock, I mean, it's spectacular. It's a really good show right now.
Yeah, I haven't had a lot of chance to. I had a chance on Friday to wander around a little bit, and everything was just being put together. But it's just a magnificent display of 100 years plus of an industry that everybody knows about, but not everybody knows a great deal about. And to come here, you're always going to learn something.
It's a terrific atmosphere in the paddock. Everyone is so hospitable and welcoming, and yeah, can't say enough about it. And it is a thrill to see them slingshot past the front straight here under the lights.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, we're down to 3 minutes, and Seth Burgess has got up to 4th place now, another fastest lap, and he's now honing in on a possible podium. But out front, it's Dennis Racine on his way to victory. The gap is 31 seconds, and I don't even think Fernando Alonso could catch that up in the time he's got, whatever he was in. I think he'd love to go at one of these minis.
Yeah, they might have 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I think that's about what we've got. And 31 seconds is almost an impossibility, especially with Dennis at the wheel of this Mini, the 177.
Yeah, last lap flags out.
So there'll be much consternation amongst the Mustangs tonight. They'll be talking and trying to salvage what has been a great display of British magnificent magic by the Mini. The headlines to be written across Great Britain won't be about the politics or inflation or whether Liverpool or Manchester United won. It'll be about Mini's fantastic victory in the US of A, storming what Las Vegas Grand Prix. Mini have won at Sonoma. There's no other headline. IMSA, what IMSA? What are Ford up to? Who cares? Mini are winning at Sonoma. This is going to be the headline. The San Francisco Herald will herald just what has been an almighty performance by the mighty Mini, as it has done in the past and will do, I'm sure, in the future. What Mustangs, what muscle cars, what are we talking about? There is absolutely no reason to doubt what is British magnificent at its finest. I never doubted it.
It's a wonderful pairing.
Sorry, just had to get on my little British
That's
soapbox
all right.
there.
That's all right. Best of Britain.
Absolutely. We don't have much to smile about, but the Mini is one of those things. I remember Twiggy getting out of one of those in the 60s as one of the top models we had, and everybody went, oh my word.
Seth back up in the 3rd place.
Yes,
now,
he's on the podium. He's just got ahead of Lauber. He's coming. Certainly is coming, coming quick. I don't think he's going to have time to catch the Ford Mustang ahead of him, but the Shelby GT 500 from 1967 has made it to the podium, having led earlier on in the number 80.
Shaved off about 2 seconds from his last lap, down to a 2:02, very close to his fastest lap on board with those old tires, so he's trying.
White flag is out, and here comes your leader. Lights blazing. This is the final lap. And the 177 is approaching the checkered flag and takes it in style. Mini win against Mustang. And it is the Self-Preservation Society of Michael Caine and Great Britain and England that win. Fantastic. Lovely to see. Don Racine and Dennis Racine, and celebrations, I'm sure, for the Mini Cooper S from 1961. That's an old car. And coming across the line in 2nd place, Ethan Wilson in that 111, and there's the 80 catching him right at the last moment. Is it going to be a run to the flag? It is, and he's going to get 2nd. Oh, what? This is nip and tuck. But Ethan Wilson just holds on. Birgit does take third, but only by a photo finish there at the end. So great finish, and that was a really good run. He got the fastest lap and went from 7th with 30 minutes to go to just lose out on 2nd place at the line. We've had some really great racing, and I'm not going to get in that traffic jam in the next 3 hours. I'm going to stay here and talk to the mini men. But it's been a great day. Have you enjoyed it, guys?
Very much so, yeah.
Absolutely.
Fantastic event.
Will you be out tomorrow?
I will be.
What are you in?
So we'll be in a Mustang tomorrow, a 67 notchback in Trans Am.
Good.
So pretty good, exciting. Then I'll be in a split window Corvette as well as the Greenwood Corvette.
Okay.
Big block.
And yourself? Are you
Yeah,
going to be
we'll be out
out
again with the Ragtime Racers. I think we go at 8:55 in the morning, so people will enjoy that, and I have no reason to doubt that the Duesenberg will do just fine.
Good. I hope it's back in all its full glory. But well done to Mini. They win with Dennis Racine and Don Racine. And I don't think it was ever in question, was it? But yes, you might be thinking that way. But I'm sure we'll do it all again, and they will regroup, will the Mustangs, and they will come back fighting, I'm sure, American pride on the line as this battle of the ages continues. Here's another look at what we've got tomorrow. We start at 8:30 with the Group 3 feature race, and as you mentioned, 8:55, the Ragtime Racers. Then we go on to Group 1. We've got collectors' cars. DirtFish Rally will be giving a demonstration of their magnificent cars. Then the 60th anniversary interviews as well. We've also got loads of different McLaren iterations. And don't forget Group 7, and we finish it off again with the Mini versus Mustang Enduro at 4:10 tomorrow. A little bit earlier, so we should get it in the light of day. We've got Ford Performance as well as a McLaren display, so plenty. And of course, all those times subject to change, but join us on the live stream and come down if you're in the area. We'll take a short break. We'll be back to finish it all off after this. So the sun's gone down here at Sonoma. The stands are empty yet again because we are getting ready for another day, a full day tomorrow. But from me, Jonathan Green, that's it from the booth. Let's head down to Kev to finish us off.
Thanks, Johnny. We're down here under the lights for the last attraction of the day. And Taylor, we're getting quite excited about this. These sprint cars are going to just light up the dark night sky here at Sonoma in a moment or two. It's going to get very noisy very quickly, isn't it?
Absolutely. They've cornered off this section of the track. This is right by the driver's lounge, and I cannot wait to see. There's 4 drivers out here. They look ready to go, and I'm ready to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're still here, don't go anywhere because there's still on-track action. It's going to be happening with 4 of these things just going wild in a moment or two, but we're going to sign off for the live stream, which has been broadcast all around the world today, by the way, folks. So thanks to you for watching wherever you are. But before we go, Taylor, highlights from today. It seems there's been so many.
It seems like the day flew by, but wow, what a day we've had, starting all the way at 8 a.m. I feel like we were here pretty early. I got in that early interview with Tony Kanaan, and what a legend he is, and his emotions talking about taking a seat in that McLaren car. That was just a really special moment for me. But then we brought the energy back up with the autograph session, and what excitement from the fans. Some of them standing in line at 8 a.m. for a 4 p.m. autograph session, ready to meet Lando Norris, Pato O'Ward, everybody out there. They were ecstatic. So lots of energy at the autograph session. I can't wait for tomorrow's as well.
Yeah, exactly. And a highlight for me then, you've already just name-checked him, Lando Norris, seeing him get out of that car. First time he's ever driven a Formula One car like that. He was grinning from ear to ear, and the fans were loving him. I mean, that was an absolute highlight. It really has been a great day, hasn't it?
Absolutely. And of course, the environment, Velocity Invitational puts on such a stellar event. The wine, the sights, the scenery, everything is really top-notch. So it's been a wonderful, wonderful race day. We still have more to go, though.
The best news is, thanks ever so much, Taylor. The best news is, of course, we're going to be back with the live stream at 8:30 tomorrow morning, so please do join us for that. And overnight, of course, keep up to date with all the social media at Velocity Invitational on Instagram and everywhere else that you can find us. But for now, from myself, Kev Harris, and from Taylor, thanks to you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.